Buchanan crashed at the same time at turn 5 in separate incidents whilst going for their time attack, so crashed at the wrong time unfortunately for both of those boys, and they'll be in Q1 unfortunately. So yeah, Buchanan was a little bit disappointed in himself, let's say, but hopefully the Boe Motorsport riders of Moodley and Buchanan, P16 and 17 as things stand in this session, can have a little fight and challenge for that top 4 later on this afternoon to rediscover a bit of their mojo. Of course, after Moodley's injuries and Buchanan's had a few crashes and of course picked up that injury in Brno as well. It'd be nice to see Moodley and Buchanan back to what we saw in the first half of the season when they were regularly challenging for Q2 and big points, as well as Quiles then enters the scene. Good job indeed from the Aspar mechanics down there to get Quiles back out. An important 3 minutes really, because this is the last track time you're going to get before heading out to qualifying.
You can guarantee Jorge Martinez Aspar has just gone, don't do it again. Do not give us any more work, because this time we've managed to get it all sorted out. I tell you what, there's a bit of tape on the back of that bike holding it up together, I think. So a nice quick solution. Scott Ogden moves up into 14th. He spoke about finding mojos. Oh, well, here's one rider who really could do with it. The number 83 of Alvaro Carpe, one of the standout rookies in 2025, but of late has been a little bit difficult for him. 9th, 10th, 12th the last 3 Grand Prix he's been in. The best results he's had, the only top 5 he's had in the last 4 back in Germany. So Alvaro Carpe, with a little bit of work to do. Qualified well last night, but again, just didn't have the race pace.
Exactly that. Yeah, he was in that lead group in the opening exchanges, wasn't he? But Carpe just didn't quite have the pace. He said yesterday that he struggled a little bit again in yesterday's both free practice and practice. Just not got the feeling with the machine that he had early on in the season. We've seen that with the likes of Kelso as well, haven't we? Just lost his way a little bit as Carpe, which is unfortunate. Of course, at one point it did look like he was going to be this rider, his teammates, of course, main challenger in the championship chase, but that hasn't really come about. He didn't have a outside top 5 finish in the last 6 before Brno, and he's now unfortunately not finished inside the top 8 in the last 3 races. So Carpe does need to find that form again, and it'll be a nice weekend for him to do it, of course, on the home turf. He can get into that lead group and qualify well. He's straight into Q2, which is good. Then I think he's got a good chance. It'll be nice to see the 8-3 back up at the sharp end fighting for regular podiums, because that's what we're used to seeing now from the rookie. There's another one crosses the line to begin his final lap of the session. See if he can get a lap time on the board for starters.
Yeah, it could be his first lap of the session. You never know. When Quiles gets down towards someone, just on Carpe, he likes a comeback round here as well. P12 to victory in Junior GP last year here, and 19th to 4th in European Talent Cup back in 2021. We see that a lot though. That he's not the only rider like that. David Munoz, of course, had to fight his way through to come through for a podium. Back his first podium a few years ago. Because this track just lends itself to pack racing. It is the traditional Moto3 chaos that does ensue here in Barcelona. Carpe 8th then as he comes across the line, and he's getting slipstreamed by Marcus Uriarte. Not sure if Uriarte's going to make the pass down towards turn 1. Jacob Ralston up behind Angel Piqueras. Ralston looking to try and sort his future out, at least publicly, at least for him. 10th at the moment for the number 12, and another rider who probably just needs that one big result, to try and bank himself something to build from, because it's been a very up and down season so far.
Yeah, he did enjoy himself yesterday. He felt good straight away. He hit the ground running, and FP1 did. The Australian, it was his best Friday result since Germany, in his 3rd top 6 Friday of the season. Finished 10th in Hungary, which was a return to the top 10 since Germany as well. So he's definitely chipping away at things for Ralston. He said he's now getting to circuits that he enjoys more, the more flowing circuits. He struggled in the last part of the braking zone when you're trying to chuck it into the corner. So tracks like the Red Bull Ring and obviously Balaton Park is a pretty stop-go circuit as well. He said he struggled a little bit more at those circuits, so he's happy. There is definitely tape on the rear end of that KTM of Quiles as well. So yeah, the Australian sounding positive yesterday, which was good news. We want to see Ralston back in that sort of podium hunt, top 6 hunt, because he was in it in Aragon, and then of course the bike gave up for a very, very small issue, which was unfortunate for the Australian. But singing a good tune yesterday with Ralston.
Yeah, Quiles, because he's just exceeded track limits again. No lap time for Max Quiles, and oh dearie me, look looks like he's just had pole position taken off him. He looks a bit dejected there. I didn't see him exceed track limits in the last corner, so I just wondered if it was a little bit late coming through and it was elsewhere on the circuit. But, well, Max Giles, a little bit of extra weights with the tape on the back of that bike. But, yeah, you could see Jorge Martinez, Aspar and Nico 12 down there in the box, also having a bit of a chin wag, trying to work out exactly what has gone on. Tell you what's gone on, we didn't pick up on it at all, really, but it's inconsequential. Angel Piqueras, P1, but he's got to go through Q1. Imagine if he just sorted this out yesterday. A 47.3 would have been more than good enough to put him well in. In fact, it would have been the fastest lap time of the weekend.
Yeah, good stuff from Piqueras, just what he would have wanted. 3.5 seconds, pretty much clear. The chasing pack of 147.365. Good stuff, a nice little confidence booster after the disappointment of yesterday. Almanza inside that top 3 as well. Good job again from Almanza. He's been in the top 3 in both of these practice and F2 sessions, so good stuff from 22. Just behind his teammate Fernandez, obviously had that big crash as we focus in on Jorge Martin, just getting a little bit more comfortable on that Aprilia. But who else had a good session? Rueda and Munoz inside that top 5. Kelso again looking good, but it was all about Piqueras and FP2, but it's qualifying that matters.
Qualifying is what matters. Points in the Grand Prix, of course, but it is Piqueras, Fernandez and Almanza your top 3. Spain 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. That doesn't tell the full story though. Adrian Fernandez in second. Big crash out turn 4. Hopefully he's all right. He was up on his feet. Joel Kelso 6th ahead of Foggia, Ogden, Rossi in the top 9. Carpe completes the top 10. All the way down the order. Valentin Brony fastest on Friday, only 11 in FP2. Rulston 12th. Yamanaka and Carraro the top 14. But of course the top 14 already seeded through because we've got qualifying coming up a little bit later on. And who will join them and graduate from that Q1 jungle? Will eventually change, I promise you. There we go. Sprint Saturday continues. Moto 2 up next in the company of Lewis Sotheby and Neil Morrison. But for myself, Gigo Giles and Neil York, will be back a bit later in Moto E. Goodbye and enjoy.
Good morning, everybody, from Barcelona. What a beautiful Saturday morning this is. Time to be alive in Montmello with Super Saturday right ahead of us. And a Super Saturday, of course, where Marc Marquez is looking to take the first of 2 steps this weekend towards a World Championship match point next time out at Misano. To achieve that, have that opportunity, he needs to outscore Alex Marquez by 10 points this weekend. He's, of course, got an opportunity to score 12 of them today in the Tissot Sprint, which comes up at 3 p.m. local time, although, as we'll get into when we get to MotoGP, perhaps it's the younger Marquez who starts this qualifying day as favourite. Beautiful blue skies overhead, barely a cloud to be seen. And we are set fair for pleasant dry conditions for the entirety of this Grand Prix weekend. Good news to those in Moto2, including yesterday's fastest rider, Aaron Canet. That 1:42.168 doesn't quite tell the full story of what we saw yesterday. He was 28th before he set that fastest lap time of the day. Danny Holgado, who was fast all day, second. Jake Dixon, top Boscoscuro, third. Some surprise names towards the top. Danny Munoz for the Red Bull KTM IO squad, who's of course the Dennis Unchu super sub. Colin Bayer continuing the strong form we saw from him in Hungary. He was up inside the top 6. World Championship leader Manu Gonzalez back in 10th, although he and his teammate Senna Regis, who was 11th, looked particularly good over their longer runs yesterday. Outside the top 14 though, as always, several illustrious names, including Albert Arenas, who's 8th in the World Championship, Marcos Ramirez, who's 10th in the World Championship, Celestino Vietti, who's 6th in the points. He goes to qualifying 1 later on today for the second Grand Prix weekend in a row. David Alonso, winner of the Hungarian Grand Prix in such spectacular fashion. But today he has been brought back down to earth with something of a bump in Montmello. We'll get into the explanation behind his struggles as we get into the session, but the Colombian down in 23rd place yesterday. And he's now in store for a 10th Q1 appearance of the season at a circuit that he is undefeated at in his Grand Prix career to date. So we're just coming up towards 9:20 on this beautiful Saturday morning in Barcelona. Lewis Sutherby and Neil Morrison with you for this upcoming Moto2 free practice 2 session. We're taking a look at Diogo Moreira, who of course is 3rd in the World Championship. Fair to say he's going to be one of the candidates to fight for victory in the podium tomorrow, but he's part of what I think is quite a lengthy list.
Yeah, a list almost as long as my arm when I was talking through some of the analysis. This is from yesterday afternoon. Moto2, not for the first time in 2025, looking pretty open as we go into qualifying Saturday. Still plenty of time for riders to bring it back and to work on their settings, work on their riding. But certainly from what we saw yesterday afternoon, Lewis, there were a host of names that I think can certainly be dreaming of a podium finish here tomorrow. As you can see, we have absolutely fabulous conditions here at the Circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya here on Saturday morning. And that is set to continue. Temperatures are only going to rise from here until qualifying. So strap yourselves in. We've got a Super Saturday coming up. Not just the Tissot Sprint MotoGP action kicking off at 3 p.m. local time. We've got 2 Moto E races as well, which you will not want to miss, as well as all the qualifying action from Moto2 and Moto3 to determine the grids for what should be 3 really open races tomorrow, and I'm including MotoGP in that.
Yeah, very, very difficult weekend to call. Of course, it is a circuit that has its unique challenges in terms of grip levels. It certainly does punish the tyres and challenge the riders who've got to be silky smooth to get the best out of a circuit such as this. And looking remarkably relaxed there, isn't he? Aaron Canet, he just about blinked there at one point while we had him on screen. Certainly clear with that particular father and daughter here to support. A44 unmistakably in support of Aaron Canet, who said he had quite a lot of margin yesterday, and boy did it look it, given how fast the pace he was for much of yesterday afternoon, and demonstrated that when he did have to push for a fast lap time, he could set one, set the fastest lap of the day yesterday. He says, if I have what I want from the bike, I know what I can achieve. And if he was asked if that was pole position, he simply said, yes.
Yes. Not for the first time, Aaron Canet displaying a great deal of self-confidence, but I think if you stripped away his words, there was a little sense of discontent there. Canet, prior to setting his late time attack, was somewhere down in 26th or on there, outside the top 20 for sure. It was a tough afternoon on the whole before he put that late lap in. As we're just listening to Jake Dixon chatting to Luciano Castro, his crew chief, to his left. Dixon had a good day yesterday as well, ended up in third. But yeah, just going back to Connect, he was saying that still having some issues with stopping the bike and braking stability. That was his big hindrance yesterday, and he still feels that some big improvements they can make in terms of rhythm. So it'll be a really important section this for Connect to work with his Fantic Racing team. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but looking through yesterday afternoon, I think this rider here is potentially the strongest out of everyone in Moto2.
I think the two riders who certainly would be duking it out for that particular one are within the same garage. Senna Regius and his teammate, championship leader, Manuel Gonzalez. Gonzalez, first of all, did describe yesterday as a difficult day, although said his main focus wasn't on a fast lap, it was on race rhythm. And the riders are in a sort of halfway house here. They're in a bit of a no man's land, in that of course they need to try and focus on qualifying, getting themselves up the grid, because it is so important to start as far forward as possible. Even if overtaking is perhaps easier around this Montmello circuit than it was at Belter Park a couple of weeks ago. Perhaps Alonso would dispute that claim. And Manuel Gonzalez said that, yeah, he was mainly focusing on a longer run, which meant that when he did go for a time attack, didn't necessarily have the setup that he wanted, and it wasn't quite easy to nail that perfect lap. He was 10th, but Age is 11th. Well, as Neil mentioned, his long run pace, perhaps the envy of anyone in the Moto2 field, although Senna did say yesterday that perhaps with more laps he cuts on the bike, he is in more pain. Of course, having recently returned from not only a pretty serious bang to the head in Austria, but also some pain in his hand and wrist. And still tweaking and, yes, trying to sort out the best position, the best seating position on the bike was Senna yesterday. I'd say that was particularly something that he was still trying to nail down. So can't necessarily describe this weekend as a comfortable ride for the number 81, but he has been on the bike, he's certainly been fast on it.
Yeah, he certainly has. 21 lap race tomorrow though, in it should be pretty warm conditions. Could be a real test for Senna, who's still carrying one or two bruises and bumps after that nasty collision in Austria 3 weeks ago. But as I was saying, there are a whole host of names that looked pretty strong yesterday afternoon. We'll come on to a bit of a deep dive into what we saw in practice when we were looking through the times earlier this morning. But right there, Albert Arenas, featuring that special one-off crash helmet, was also looking fairly good. We do know that Arenas loves this track, has a good record here, and prior to this year had his only Moto2 podium finish at this particular venue. Barry Baltus, another name that looked quite strong as well. So the Belgian looking back somewhere towards his best after a couple of difficult rounds in both Austria and Hungary. Good to see the Belgian flag being waved up in the grandstands.
Yeah, I'd say Baltus's longer run yesterday was also pretty impressive. The more we looked at his general lap times, the more impressive it got. Ended the day in 13th place overall. The general race pace we were seeing from the likes of Aegis and Gonzalez was low 43s, although that did start to drop off the longer through the run we got. Gonzalez was doing 43.5s at the end of his 12-lap run. Senna Regius was also doing 43.5s, having started on a 42.3 at the start of his run. With Barry Baltus, he started his run with a 43.1 and was still doing 43.6s 13 laps into his run. So keeping a relatively consistent pace, and that's going to be the key, isn't it? That's going to be the trick across the Grand Prix tomorrow. Canet said it himself, it is going to be a management race tomorrow over 21 punishing laps, both punishing on the body, punishing on the mind, punishing on the tyres around this circuit do Barcelona, Catalunya layout. The fastest rider at the start of the Grand Prix might not necessarily be the fastest rider at the end of it.
Yeah, and what you do see here, certainly in Moto2, MotoGP as well, is the kind of the difference between the times at the start of the race to what they're doing at the end. It can be in seconds rather than in tenths like we have at some other circuits. So that is also something to keep an eye on. The pace can drop away in the last couple of laps by big chunks of a margin. And yeah, the timesheets at the top yesterday, I mean, obviously there's a couple of the favourites in there, but I don't think it is necessarily the fairest of representations. It's clear that whole host of nibs can go ridiculously fast here over a one flying lap. I mean, we had the top 14 separated by less than 0.3 of a second yesterday afternoon in practice. But as Lewis said, it is about what riders will be able to do after 13, 14, 15 laps on the same set of tyres that will really determine who is going to be walking away with the victor's trophy. So, yeah, plenty to get excited by. In Moto 2, we talked a lot this year about how there's been a great variety. There's also been a great level of racing, and I'm quite enthusiastic, quite optimistic about the chances of another enthralling contest tomorrow, Lewis.
It's not just rear tyre as well that the riders have to be careful to manage. It is also the front tyre. Danny Holgado was particularly interesting on that yesterday, as Danny Munoz shows the suboptimal way to take the final corner as he scampers off onto the green tarmac on the exit of turn 14. Holgado said yesterday, as strong as he was and as blisteringly quick as he was over one lap, fastest in the morning in free practice 1, second in practice, only beaten by that 42.1 late on from Aaron Canet. But Holgado said that his front tyre was finished after just 5 laps of his run, and when we were looking at the lap-by-lap analysis of Holgado, the effect that had on his lap time was stark.
Yeah, it really was. Holgado at the start of the session was lapping consistently in the 1-minute 42s, which explains how he was so high up in the timesheets. But literally, from one lap to another, he went from the 42s down to the 47s as he got to grips with the fact that his front tyre was behaving quite differently to the start of the session. And indeed, our eagle-eyed cameramen down in pit lane showed us a really interesting shot just after that first run, where Danny Holgado's front tyre was completely mangled, and there is a moment for Danny Munoz. Has he had a crash? He had a bit of a scary moment. I think you can see on the back of his leathers that he has been down the road.
Yeah, turn 5 is a corner that catches out several. It's caught out the very best of MotoGP over the years. Just think back to last year, and that's the classic one when temperatures are slightly cooler. Just like to say, we're not even at 9:30 yet on this Saturday morning in Montmello. Left-hander, braking on a little bit of an angle on the way into turn number 5. It didn't look as if Munoz got to the point where he was carrying much angle at all, though, did he? Straight up and down braking by the looks of that, given where he's ended up in the gravel trap and how far the bike has careered in to the gravel trap. Of course, around this Montmello circuit, the first part of the lap, you go right through turns 1, 3 and 4, and generally, particularly when conditions are cooler, it's the lefts of turns 2 and 5 that the riders need to pay particular attention to.
Yeah, so the first of the day down at turn 5 in Moto 2. Let's hope it is the last. Danny Munoz having a pretty painful crash by the looks of it, and well, just 25 minutes of this session left. I would be amazed if his IO mechanics are able to get his bike completely repaired and ready to go out again. It's a shame because, as we saw at the top of the broadcast, Munoz had a really strong day yesterday, ending practice in 4th, and had decent speed as well, with able to lap 1-minute 42s pretty comfortably over 5-6 lap runs. Didn't see anything longer from him than that, but that is a less than ideal start to his day. Well, we were speaking about Danny Holgado having a brilliant day yesterday. It was a real day of contrasting fortunes for the Aspar boys. David Alonso down and outside the top 14, 23rd for the victor 2 weeks ago in Hungary. And Alonso yesterday was really interesting, just talking about some of the struggles that he's been having adapting to a Moto 2 machine around this track. He was just saying that it's really not about, there are some seriously heavy braking zones on this track. Think of turn 1, turn 4, turn 5, turn 10, but really it is about not braking too aggressively and being able to let the bike flow into the corner, carry a decent amount of corner speed. And he was really having to learn how to do that. And there was a couple of places in particular where Alonso was just miles off the fastest riders. Sector 2 in particular, he was outside the top 20 in the sector times there. And that, I think, is potentially a new...
It's 3,000ths of a second outside it from Danny Holgado. He's essentially matched the fastest ever Moto 2 lap around this Montmello circuit set by Sergio Garcia last year. There is absolutely no problems with Danny Holgado's single lap pace. He's a genuine favourite for pole position later on Whether that will be able to convert into a result tomorrow, well, time will tell. But as far as his teammate is concerned, as you say, his problems quite surprising in many ways. It was interesting to hear him talk about how this track doesn't particularly suit him, because he is unbeaten across his Moto3 career. 3 victories around this circuit. Of course, his 2023 win was in a chaotic, to put it mildly, final lap battle with Jaume Masia, David Munoz and others. His 2 wins last year were relatively comfortable by the general standard of Moto3. He did say in this morning session that he was going to go out there, try and follow somebody, and try and understand the best lines to take around this circuit. And looking on the timing screen, he's trying to work out where he's on track. He's up behind Aaron Canet, so I guess if you are trying to work out the best lines to cut around this Catalunya circuit, follow the rider who was fastest yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was saying he was struggling in a couple of particular places, Sector 2 and Sector 4. Sector 4 he was losing half a second alone in essentially these fast rights, turn 13, turn 14, which bring this lap to an end. Really struggling to find the right line and to carry sufficient corner speed through the corners. So Alonso was having a big old struggle, and just when we kind of thought that he's completely worked out this Moto2 thing, there are still certain conditions and certain tracks which maybe just do not fit absolutely perfectly to David's riding style. So I think yesterday was a bit of a shock, a bit of a reality check, but still early in the weekend to be writing him off completely.
He's clearly demonstrated this season that he is able to overcome setbacks, he's able to overcome some early issues. That team communication is correct from Herrera. They're clearly indicating how long this first run is going to be in this free practice 2 session. We are expecting many riders, including Alonso and Holgado and Aspar, to potentially do this entire session in one run. Holgado said yesterday that their plan for this morning session was a race simulation. Perhaps he might have gone up a compound on the front tyre just to give himself that extra support and longevity over race distance. Holgado currently a third of a second clear of Manu Gonzalez. Jorge Navarro's up in 3rd place at the moment on a 42.2. He's 6/10 quicker than he was yesterday. Navarro's going to be in qualifying 1 later on. And Alonso will be taking some, I guess, crumbs of comfort from what he's done so far this morning. Already a 1:42.554 from Alonso is a thick end of half a second quicker than he went at any stage yesterday. It's fair to say he's been in deeper holes than this in his rookie Moto2 season and emerged on the other side. Spoke after his victory in Hungary last time out of spending a lot of time in tears through his rookie Moto2 season, particularly in the early parts of it when he was really struggling to understand the fastest way to tackle Moto2. So with that experience in the bank, we know how intelligent he is, we know how good he is at learning, understanding and fixing problems. You certainly don't expect David Alonso to be in the deep depths of 23rd place in the standings for too long.
No, you certainly don't, and he has proven already this morning that he's able to find big improvements. He's half a second faster than he was at any point in practice yesterday. Alonso already up into 6th position, so decent stuff. That toll that he's getting from Aaron Canet currently is proving to be quite useful, quite valuable. He did have 1 or 2 fears, and I saw him down and outside the top 14 yesterday, outside the top 20 in fact. His track grip characteristics anyway, we're probably talking lower levels than somewhere like Argentina. Argentina was arguably his most difficult weekend in Moto2 to date. Obviously that was way back at the start of his adaptation to the class and to the bigger Triumph 765 engine. But do not expect him to be outside the top 20 all weekend, as he's proven in this session as it stands. So Canet has started fairly well, as has Alonso, 5th and 6th for the 2 Spaniards.
Well, it is interesting, isn't it, watching them on track, that Alonso is staying with Canet on this run. They've been together since this session began. This is a bit of a fact-finding mission, this, for David Alonso. This is I guess, a tutorial that Aaron Canet is putting on for him in this Moto2 session, and we've seen it in the very front of Moto2 this season. It's been a bit of a criticism, perhaps rooted in a little bit of envy and jealousy of Diogo Moreira, that, oh, he's only fast when he follows people. But if you can learn by following people and then put it into practice on your own, then You know, it's all about the results of the Sunday at the end of the day. How you get to that point is entirely up to you. And David Alonso has demonstrated that he doesn't necessarily always take the obvious and easiest route to victory in his Grand Prix career. Maiden Moto3 win came from 28th on the grid. And a maiden Moto2 victory came from 11th at the end of the first lap on one of the hardest circuits on the calendar to overtake at Balaton Park. So, David Alonso not afraid of a challenge.
Yeah, certainly not, and he has enjoyed some brilliant comeback performances so far this year. You think back to Benoit as well, when he qualified 20th, came through and finished in 10th. So decent start to the session and decent tactics, you would have to say, what he is doing here, just up behind Aaron Canet. It's been a decent day so far for Jorge Navarro, who's been tucked in behind Philip Salas. Navarro had a crash yesterday, which is detrimental. It was in the morning, wasn't it? Navarro crashed?
Yeah, so first practice in the morning, yeah.
First practice. So, yeah, but we do know that Navarro does like this track. I think he had his first ever Moto3 victory here back in 2016. So happy memories for him at this circuit. And he wasn't a million miles away when he wildcarded last year for the Forward Racing team. And, yeah, one of the better performances we've seen from Jorge Navarro in some time, up there in third currently.
Yeah, he'll be one of those fancying his chances at qualifying one later on, a Q1 session that involves, as mentioned, 3 of the top 10 in the World Championship in Vietti Arenas and Marcos Ramirez. Along with that, of course, we have Alonso, the most recent winner, who's supposed to stand in 14th in the World Championship, but certainly not to be mobile in the championship. Tony Arbolino, another one who's in qualifying 1, although he was remarkably happy at the end of practice yesterday for someone who's going through qualifying 1, and he pointed on something which could be particularly interesting in the Grand Prix tomorrow. He says he feels that the tyre drop isn't quite as severe on the Boscoscuro as it perhaps is on the Calex, which could potentially play into the hands of the likes of Jake Dixon and Philip Salach, perhaps the more fancied Boscoscuro runners in tomorrow's Grand Prix.
Historically, that's always been one of the Boscoscuro's strengths. We talk about sometimes having a bit too much grip, which on high grip circuits can play a bit of havoc. And we've spoken a lot this year about how one of the main deficiencies of this year's Boscoscuro with the grippier Pirelli rear rubber that we've been bringing, or they've been bringing this year to Moto2 tyre allocations. It's been just leading to a little bit of chatter, sometimes a big bit of chatter, which has really been detrimental to their speed. But when we come to these places with low grip, the fact that the chassis can naturally generate quite a bit of grip is actually to their advantage. And historically, it's always taken really good care of its rear tyre as the Boscoscuro chassis in years gone by, and you've seen that reflected in some of the results that we've had here in Barcelona. You think back to 2012, Andrea Iannone was the victor on that day. Fabio Quartararo taking his one and only Moto2 victory here in 2018 on a Boscoscuro chassis, or a speed-up chassis as it was known then. And we very nearly had a Boscoscuro 1-2-3 in the first of the 2 races that we had at this circuit last year, when Ayagura led home his teammate Sergio Garcia. Nino Aldeguer would have been in the mix as well had he not made a total mess of his long lap penalty down at turn 1. So from that, I think we can glean that Boscoscuros are in decent shape, and I think Guevara and Jake Dixon in particular yesterday were examples of that. 2 names that I think can definitely count themselves as podium contenders.
Yeah, Ethan Guevara was 9th yesterday in practice. Very grateful over a couple of weeks to rest his injured hand, which he damaged in Austria, and really did impact on his weekend in Hungary. Pain so severe that he decided, once he'd taken his main trips through the long lap penalties, he'd done laps without it in the race in Hungary, that he was better off just resting his body and not putting himself at any further risk in the Grand Prix, having jumped at the start. Guevara said yesterday that he's completely comfortable with the front end, said he's got a level of confidence with the front end where he can brake late and brake as late as he wants, particularly into parts of the circuit such as this, into turn 1, when you're breaking down even on these Moto2 bikes from around about 285 kilometers an hour down to just below 100 k's. And Guevara now. He's only a fast starter, but he's particularly good at picking his way through the opening laps and gaining places on the first lap. That was what he did in Hungary. It wasn't the jump start that rocketed him up the order. It was his ability to navigate his way through some of the mayhem at Turn 1. Of course, this is one of the longer runs to Turn 1 of the Grand Prix calendar. It's the grid, which is right outside our commentary box window, just by the finish line. It's a run over 600-700 metres down to the first corner here, where we generally find quite a bit of trouble when the entire pack gets there.
Definitely one of the scarier first corners that we have on the calendar. We've seen a couple of scary moments in MotoGP there since we've been coming here. As Manny Gonzalez comes in and debriefs with his crew chief. Not quite able to pick up exactly what he was saying just there, but looks to be reasonably happy. Manny Gonzalez currently in second with a 42.178, his fastest time. That is his fastest time of the weekend so far, by over 1/10 of a second. And just looking at some of the times we can see, Canet continuing to do decent lap times in the 42s, and David Alonso just about keeping in touch with him, maybe 1 or 2/10 of a second slower, but certainly this is at a faster pace than anything we saw from Canet yesterday afternoon.
I think what we might have to start doing in this free practice 2 session is revising our expectations that Holgado's only strong over 1 lap, because this is a much better run from Danny Holgado than we saw from him yesterday. Reminder, well, you can see it on your screens, his fastest lap of the session, which is set right at the beginning of the session, was a 1:41.897. He's just, as you can see now on screens, that's his 10th lap of the session now he's completed, so we're now knocking on for half race distance, and he's still doing a 1:42.384, a drop off of only half a second over the course of a 10-lap run now for Holgado. I think, certainly reading between the lines from what he said yesterday, he's I think gone from the softer front tyre to the harder front tyre for this morning's session, and certainly a greater level of consistency in terms of lap times than we saw at any stage from Holgado yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. So Holgado potentially another name to throw into the mix. Just having a quick look, Lewis, at what we saw yesterday afternoon in the first or second runs in the practice session, when riders were out trying to do maybe 11-12 lap runs, trying to look out for the riders lapping in the 42s or 43 lows, so that's 1:43.5 or less. And the rider with the most of those laps that I could see, Senna Agius, managed to do 7 in that category. Then we had Dani Munoz, Manny Gonzalez and Barry Baltas doing 6, Albert Arenas and Celestino Vietti doing 5, and then Salac, Holgado, Dixon and Ortola all doing 4. But I guess that doesn't really tell the full story, because what you're looking for is rhythm a little further down the line when tyres are 15-16 laps old. So we're going to have to reserve judgment maybe until the end of this session. We might get a bit of a clearer picture just where everyone is at. But certainly yesterday afternoon, those riders, in terms of consistency, were the names that were jumping out from the page.
Yeah, and I was looking at Diogo Moreira's pace as well, because we so often see him just take a step forward when it truly matters in the weekend. Moreira currently 8th in this session on a 1:42.6. His actual lap times might not necessarily compare favourably thanks to the likes of Agius, Gonzalez and Baltas, who was another who I thought was particularly strong yesterday. But if you look at the actual spread of his lap times, there's not a great difference between his fastest and his slowest. He was doing a 43.3 at the start of his run, then back to a 43.6, and then the bulk of his lap times are all between a sort of 43.6 and a 43.9. He was able to hold a very consistent pace yesterday, was Moreira, and we can generally trust with the Brazilian that he can find a few tenths when it truly matters in the race. Once the lights go out and the incentive of points and podium trophies are up for grabs, Diogo Moreira does move his pace quite a long way forward, quite a long way lower than it generally is in practice. So I think Moreira is a name that we shouldn't discount when we get to the Grand Prix tomorrow. But it is going to be so fascinating, because we are talking about a situation where the riders who have the best race rhythm might not be able to switch it on over an outright qualifying lap. Let's say you're trying to find that compromise in terms of setup that gets the tyres fired up, because Dani Munoz said yesterday that these tyres are on a circuit such as this, they're good for 1 or 2 at the most fast flying laps in qualifying. And once you get past that point, you've lost the best of the rubber, and you're not going to be able to improve on your qualifying time. So you need a setup that's going to fire those tyres up. But in the race, you need a setup and a bike that's going to be kind to the tyres and get them over 21 laps. So yeah, you might find later on in qualifying the best rider with the best rhythm starting 3-4 rows back on the grid.
Yeah, and then you're in particular danger because you might have to use a bit too much of your tyres in the early laps to try and get up towards the front of the field. We saw that with Pedro Acosta in his championship season back in 2023. The race here qualified pretty largely by his standards that year, and was up fighting for the victory at the halfway point, but then it quickly became apparent that he had just used up too much of that rubber to get there, and really started suffering in the final 7 or 8 laps or so. So it is one of the more intriguing battles that we have this year. The circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya, always throwing up a couple of interesting challenges. And just looking at some of the times coming in, again, we're seeing Daniel Holgado continuing to lap in the mid 1-minute 42s, which is seriously fast rhythm. For comparison, Aaron Canet and David Alonso are now lapping in the low 43s. So Holgado half a second faster per lap at the moment than the likes of Canet and Alonso.
Yeah, I haven't seen it come in the pits at any stage in this session for fresh rubber. This is the same tyres that he was on when he left the pits 22.5 minutes ago. So Holgado definitely throwing his hat into the ring this morning. He was already a genuine front row contender, perhaps now underlining that he might have the consistency and longevity to fight for victory tomorrow and potentially become the second Aspar rider in as many Grand Prix to take his first Moto2 victory. Getting a long way ahead of ourselves yet, of course. Qualifying still to come later on. But that last lap from Holgado that he's just completed, a 1:42.617. And just to underline how strong he's been, I'm pretty sure that's the slowest lap he's done in this session to date. He's now put 13 laps on those tyres. A race distance, reminded tomorrow, is 21 laps.
As we see, Senna Aegis currently down in 20th, lapping pretty quickly here, just up ahead of Chastino Vietti. Aegis has a bit of a storied history at this circuit. He was fighting for the podium here 1 year ago, had a long lap penalty which he felt cost him a chance of finishing on the podium. You look back to his days in the European Moto2 Championship, which he won back in 2023. As Aegis goes into second, not a million miles away from Dani Holgado's quickest time. But he really arrived on the scene in the European Moto2 Championship. I think it was the year before that, 2022, and really caught the attention of a lot of people in that paddock. His current team boss, Jürgen Ling, told me that they have a team in the European Moto2 Championship, and someone from that squad said in 2022, called Jürgen and said, keep an eye on this young Australian kid, because what he's doing on a fairly private entry bike is quite remarkable. And from there, Jürgen was a keen follower of young Senna's career. He's currently showing why he deserves that, just 0.02 of a second from the fastest time of this morning. So good stuff from Aegis here, good late run. Holgado now down into the 43s, disastrous lap times now from the number 27, really taking his foot off the gas.
Yeah, has he now finally hit that cliff in terms of tyre performance? We'll see perhaps if he does the same on this lap. He's had to navigate his way through a little bit of traffic, which Jake Dixon is here. That's Eric Fernandez. He's just coming past. If you're unaware of the number and the colour scheme, the unmistakable colours that represent Hector Faubel and the 55 squad that Junior GP viewers will know all about. Fernandez wildcarding this weekend, although he does have to serve a long lap penalty in tomorrow's Catalan Grand Prix after taking out wildcard Milan Pavlec in the Czech Grand Prix back when Fernandez was a MSI substitute. It's Tsunai Razray who fulfills that position now. So Fernandez will have to take a long lap penalty in tomorrow's 21 lap Catalan Grand Prix. Subject to riders perhaps here who haven't been recently. Mario Angi, of course, making his return. Here he is on the 64, just coming through the front of the picture there on the inside of Adrian Huertas. Actually up in 8th place in this session, so a good run for him this morning on a 42.4. That's 7/10 quicker than Aji went yesterday. And then the best news from an Aji point of view for the Indonesian fans watching in the sort of late afternoon over in Southeast Asia is that Aji said he felt no pain or discomfort at all yesterday. Of course, having had that shoulder operated on after several dislocations earlier on in the season. So it does certainly appear at this stage as if Aji is back for the long term now in 2025.
Yeah, good news for Indonesian fans. It was really difficult timing for Mario to step away and have that shoulder fixed when he did, because he was in the midst of some of his best performances that we've ever seen him make in Moto2, including his best result in round 3, 9th place. Highest ever finish, wasn't that, for an Indonesian rider in Grand Prix racing? So up until then, Aji was going very well indeed. Colin Fair having a decent late run here, going through turn 14. Full commitment there from the number 95. As he comes across the line, told that 3 minutes are remaining. And they are putting together another fairly solid weekend here, just like we saw 2 weeks ago in Hungary. Celestino Vietti up into 3rd. I think we're going to see a bit of a Celestino Vietti weekend here, Lewis. I can feel it in my bones. Outside the top 14 on Friday, comes through Q1, has a decent qualifying. Maybe the Italian is in the mix for the podium tomorrow. It just has that feel to it, doesn't it?
Yeah. I might have just invented this fact in my head, so those of you who have access to MotoGP.com might be able to prove me otherwise, but wasn't he in qualifying one that weekend he won here? In 2022, came through Q1 and then still ended up winning the Grand Prix. At a point, of course, when he was leading the World Championship, as he was in his civvies, so his session very much over with a motorcycle that will need waiting and waiting for him to finally get himself onto front running pace, and that moment never came.
Yeah. He's now in his 5th season in Moto2, and essentially the character of his weekend hasn't dramatically changed or shifted in that time. He's still so difficult to read. Still a rider that saves his best for a Sunday. So Vietti enjoyed a decent morning here in the Barcelona sun. His squad has had some exceptional triumphs here in years gone by. Iowa squad has been absolutely untouchable on certain occasions here. Won races with Johan Zarco back through the years, as well as Alex Remy Gardner as well. You just see Vietti getting a little crossed up going down into turn 1, manages to keep it in at the apex as he comes round there. Just trying to see no real improvements here on our timing screens towards the end of the session, but because this session obviously doesn't count to who goes through into Q1 or Q2, that is not necessarily a surprise. Riders probably working on some longer runs, some slight alterations to their setup in his final minutes. David Alonso potentially among them. We saw him trailing Aaron Canet for a lot of this session. I think he'll be pretty happy though, generally speaking, with how this has gone. As I said previously, half a second of an improvement in terms of fastest lap time, and certainly his rhythm looked a lot more promising than it did yesterday.
Yeah, Aaron Canet has just gone across the line for reference, so as Alonso goes across the line now, that gives you a bit of an idea as to how much space ultimately Canet has put into Alonso during this session. Danny Holgado, for those that are wondering, has gone across the line moments ago, so he's got one more lap to go, and he's still doing 1:43.2. So just to give you a bit of an idea of the drop-off in pace, he's going now about a second and a quarter slower than he was right at the start of the session when he matched the all-time lap record of Sergio Garcia. But Danny Holgado, I think, has demonstrated enough in this 30-minute pre-practice 2 session to suggest that he is very much a contender, not just for pole position, but for Grand Prix victory here.
Yeah, we saw Danny put it on the front row back in Austria, and he went on to finish in second place in that Grand Prix. So we see him go one better. We've had how many pole sitters in Moto2 this year?
We have had 5 different pole sitters this season, but 8 different winners.
Yeah, so Daniel Holgado could be adding his name to that mix later today.
Because Holgado has started for a pole position this season back in Austria, and of course didn't take pole position. That went to Manu Gonzalez. Gonzalez has 6 poles this season. Diogo Moreira, he has 4. Jack Dixon has those 2 pole positions that he's taken. One right at the beginning of the season and one much more recently in wet conditions at the Sachsenring, and 1 pole position apiece for the Fantic pair of Aaron Canet and Barry Baltus.
Surprising that, isn't it? We're 14 races in, Aaron Canet just 1 pole position so far this season. That is very un-Aaron Canet-like. We know over a flying lap he is one of the fastest names in this category, if not the fastest. As checkered flag is out and this session comes to an end. Daniel Holgado just a million away from the all-time lap record in this Moto2 category. Perhaps we will see it go in qualifying this afternoon, but Holgado's certainly looking like he could be on pole position later today. Senna Aegis, I think, is another name that we have to factor in to the pole fight. The Australian has made a pretty successful return from that nasty injury. He sustained back in Austria, 2nd fastest for him. And then we'll be seeing Q1 enlivened by the number 13 of Celestino Vietti, no doubt. Vietti following a fairly well-trodden path, isn't he, that we've seen by him in GPs and years gone by. Coming through Q1, do not rule him out for a potential front row in the back of what we've seen so far this morning.
Don't rule out this one either, the World Championship leader, Manu Gonzalez, who will lead the World Championship away from Catalunya tomorrow, whatever happens. His 25-point advantage cannot be overhauled. It can be matched by Aaron Canet with victory tomorrow, and a non-score for Gonzalez, but he has taken more victories this season. He's taken 4 wins to Aaron Canet's 1. So whatever happens, it will be Manu Gas who leads the World Championship when we head to Misano next weekend. We'll head there with another new Moto2 winner, Daniel Holgado, suggesting that the answer could be yes. He was quickest in this free practice 2 session, just 3 thousandths off the all-time lap record from Sergio Garcia a year ago. Senna Aegis 2nd ahead of Vietti Gonzalez, Navarro for forward 5th. Then came Arenas via Salas, Dixon and Mario Angi 10th. Canet 11th, having topped yesterday. Darren Alonso making steps in the right direction, 12th ahead of Roberts Moreira, Escridge, Ramirez and Ethan Guevara. Yumi Sasaki 18th ahead of Darren Binder and Adrian Huertas. Barry Baltus, a low-key morning for him in 21st ahead of Alonso Lopez and Zonta Van Gorbo. Tony Arbolino 24th. He will feature in Q1 later on. Ivan Ortola, Unai Radre, Yuki Kuni and wildcard Eric Fernandez completing your 28th set of time. Of course, Danny Munoz didn't, having crashed at turn 5. What an impressive morning that was for the 27. Having seen 1 rookie in Aspar colours triumph in Hungary, could Daniel Holgado do the same this weekend? He was quickest on the Saturday morning in Barcelona. MotoGP pre-practice 2 is moments away.
to consider here. And when we come racing in Catalunya, turn 3 and turn 14, two of the most punishing on the circuit for the tyres. Always late drama at that turn at number 14 as KTM came out of the trap strong yesterday. It's a very good Saturday morning to you, wherever you are watching in the world. You join us live at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, as our Sprint Saturday coverage gets up and running in Chapter 15 of this season. A season which is only going one way, isn't it, in terms of the World Championship? Surely that's going to be in the hands of number 93, Marc Marquez, very, very soon. Could possibly get his first match point next weekend at the Misano World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli. That all depends on what unfolds over the 12-lap sprint this afternoon here in Barcelona and the 24-lap main Grand Prix here tomorrow afternoon, 2 p.m. local time. As always, if Marc scores 10 points more than brother Alex over the course of this weekend, then he will have match point number 1 next time out in San Marino. He will have to work hard for it though, based on what we saw on practice Friday here yesterday. A Friday which went very much the way of the factory KTM team. What a start it was to this round 15. Pedro Acosta led the way in FP1 yesterday morning, looking strong and continuing his excellent run on the RC16. And something of a shock, a bit of surprise in the full hour-long practice session yesterday afternoon, as it was his South African teammate Brad Binder that topped the timesheets with a new all-time lap record to boot as well. Binder flying here in Barcelona, over 1/10 of a second clear of Pedro Acosta. Then it was the Marquez siblings, not too far behind. Alex, a bit of a Catalunya circuit specialist, was third fastest ahead of Marc. When we say it was a shock and a surprise for Brad Binder to lead the Friday action, it was only the 4th time in his MotoGP career that he has actually led the opening day's action. Emilia-Romagna in 2020, the Red Bull Ring in 2023, and most recently at Motegi towards the back end of last season. 2nd Grand Prix in a row now that KTM have led the opening day. There's confirmation on your screens, and a 1:38.141 was Binder's all-time lap record best yesterday ahead of Acosta. Alex and Marc Marquez 3rd and 4th, already directly through to Q2, but Secchi, Bastianini, despite a pretty standard turn 2 crash, it seems as always, for the beast here in Barcelona. He was 6th at a fellow Italian Frankie Morbidelli, Johan Zarco, Luke Marini and Ayagura, another star on Friday, directly through to Q2. It is a star-studded Q1 coming up later on this morning, which will feature Fabio Quartararo, Joan Mir, Jorge Martin and another former MotoGP world champion in Pecco Bagnaia, who had another utterly miserable Friday here in Barcelona. We thought Friday in Hungary was bad for the double world champion. Well, it felt like yesterday was a lot worse. No feeling, no confidence at all on the factory Ducati. Bagnaia outside the top 2 in both practice sessions yesterday. He said it would be a miracle if he finds himself into Q2 later on this morning. Brad Binder then with a big smile on his face after his excellent performance yesterday. Matt Burt, Lewis Stinnerby in the commentary box with Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. I'm delighted to say that for the 2nd time this season we enjoyed his company, didn't we, a few rounds ago at the Italian Grand Prix in Mugello. His former Red Bull KTM factory racing boss, Francesco Guidotti, who joins us. Seems sort of appropriate that you join us, Francesco, on a day after the Red Bull KTM factory racing team had their best Friday of the season. Brad Binder fastest and Pedro Acosta 2nd. Welcome back. And what did you make of yesterday?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, the invitation made it happen. So yeah, it's nice to see them back on top. It's what they deserve, especially after the winter, the tricky winter they faced. So yeah, nice to see more manufacturer up there. There's Aprilia, there's Honda, there's KTM with Ducati. It's a nice fight. I think will be a super sprint race today.
Yeah, looking forward to the sprint, 12 laps and 3 p.m. local time this afternoon. Lewis, you caught up with Brad on the broadcaster set here yesterday, and he said this has been coming. He's felt these recent strides with the KTM RC16 have been moving him in the right direction. So finally he was able to put all the pieces of the puzzle together.
Yeah, he said to me off air as well, as of course we speak to most of the riders, if not all of them, on a Friday. He said it's really nice to come here on a Friday with something to talk about, having finished fastest on a Friday for the first time in nearly a calendar year. He said treating the weekend slightly differently, even on laps that perhaps don't seem particularly relevant to the weekend. He's trying to make every single lap, every single kilometre count in a Grand Prix weekend, and certainly pointing to the steps forward that KTM have made, which have been over a number of Grand Prix now. He says in particular the bike turns so much better, particularly in the faster corners, and we certainly saw that it wasn't just a KTM rocket down the straight that propelled Brad Bindert's top spot, it was a bike that worked everywhere.
Marc Marquez, 4th fastest yesterday, his best work at 1:38.365. He's talked constantly in the build-up to this Barcelona battle about this track not really being one of his favourites on the calendar. Of course, tends to struggle, doesn't he, particularly in fast right-handers. And Catalunya blessed with plenty of them. Certainly the last sector, turns 13 and turns 14. It doesn't seem to matter though, does it? What obstacle you put in front Marc in 2025, he always seems to have an answer. Francesco, the last time we caught up with you was in Mugello, which was the second race of Marc's incredible winning run. It's now 7 in a row that he's won both the sprint and the Grand Prix. He's now so close to winning that 7th MotoGP World Championship. I mean, since Mugello onwards, just how impressed have you been with what he's done? Because right now he just looks on a completely different level to everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to explain. Also, I think for Marc himself, it's difficult to understand his dominance. Everybody was expecting Pecco and someone else to fight for the podium at least, but his level is way higher. So yeah, there's there's no more question to do to him. It's just we have to enjoy his riding style. We have to enjoy his wins. That's it.
Yeah, he's racked up plenty of them already so far this season. 23 wins out of 28 races so far for Marc. His brother Alex gets a nice reception for what's going to be vociferous home support for both Marc and Alex here this weekend. Third quickest yesterday was Alex Lewis, but he felt like there's room for improvement, time to find, particularly a little bit of understeer seems to be causing him some concerns in the fast parts of this Catalunya circuit.
Although Marc Marquez, older brother to Alex, is picking Alex as the current favourite coming into this Super Saturday, particularly in the 4th sector. Alex just had that step, which of course is all entirely made up of fast right-hand corners, which, as we've discussed, is perhaps where Marc is slightly falling short. But yeah, Alex also pointing out and accepting that perhaps he has had a few messy Grand Prix weekends recently. He's trying to make sure that he stays clear of mistakes. Of course, made a key one in Hungary, not just on the Friday when he got himself a grid penalty, but then qualified poorly anyway, which then put him even further back down the grid. So there are a few riders with potential to challenge Marc Marquez, as there were in Hungary, and those riders in Hungary that had the potential to challenge Marc Marquez botched qualifying. It's going to be so important for the likes of Alex Marquez, the likes of Pedro Acosta, that they don't make that mistake today.
Just saw there on screens Luca Marini. He's been having a good week, despite the fact that he's been laid low by a rather nasty virus, confirming in the build-up to this Barcelona round that he will be staying with HRC in 2026. 4 of our 5 manufacturers directly into Q2 yesterday. Another sort of punishing Friday, I guess, for Yamaha. They always were kind of expecting this to be a difficult weekend. Catalunya notoriously low on grip, excessive tyre wear as well. Fabio Quartararo 11th, just outside he was on that automatic top 10 behind Agura.
Well, he felt he was a little unlucky due to the yellow flags that we had at the end of the session yesterday for those 2 crashes at turn 2, John Zarco and Enea Bastianini. Quartararo, after his first time attack, felt that there was more time to be found that he would have been able to get himself into Q2 with that. Alex Rins, though, was much more forthright, describing the levels of grip he was suffering from as purely unacceptable. Although Miguel Oliveira was slightly more positive, was the rider who's departing the Yamaha fold at the end of this season. Yesterday's running didn't exactly paint a pretty picture for the Yamaha contingent.
As we mentioned, it is a star-studded Q1 coming up after this FP2 session. It will feature our reigning world champion, Jorge Martin, on the factory Aprilia, still looking for that sort of optimal comfort setting on board the RSGP. You might have tuned in, we hope you tuned in to the end of our Moto3 coverage with our colleagues Kiko Giles and Elliot York this morning. We saw our camera, didn't we, poking inside the factory Aprilia garage, and still it looked like they're sort of working on the ergonomic setup for Jorge on that RSGP. But still, he's missing clearly that pace over the explosive one lap on the RSGP. What have you made of Jorge's return? Francesco, I mean, really, really good in Hungary. What a race on Sunday, 16th on the grid, 2-4. It's just time that he needs, isn't it, to get back the confidence and understand what he needs out of the Aprilia.
Yeah, I mean, he needs time. Completely new bike. Too many injuries at the beginning of the season, very heavy injuries, so difficult to get back during the season when your competitors are on his own way. Yeah.
I think Miguel Oliveira's ride-out device, well, he was trying to jam the ride-out device and unlock it there, because we saw him wanting to stop halfway down the straight. Clearly it's not stuck down, as you can see at the back of the bike, but Miguel Oliveira having a good look down. He has pulled over on the main straight, and the Pramac squad are already starting to make the long run down this quite long start-finish straight to go and retrieve that M1.
Yeah, not the way that Oliveira wanted to start his Saturday here. 12th fastest yesterday was Miguel. Only, well, not even 600ths outside in an automatic place in Q2 himself. So yeah, I'm Martin.
Yeah, so start the season while the others are already hot and comfortable on the bike with their own rhythm. Already 10 races done, and you have to start with your ergonomic settings. You start from very far. Hungary was, let's say, pretty easy. The layout of the track is not too much difficult. It's very easy to understand, and there's no big interpretation. But here, I mean, the level of grip and layout of the circuit is completely different. So you need to have the bike under control 100% to make a fast lap.
We're just looking here briefly at Johan Zarco, who was one of our late fallers in practice yesterday at turn 2, which caused a few riders a bit of yellow flag drama. Just behind Zarco, we saw him on screens, Pecco Bagnaia, who at the moment looks completely lost. He said, shocking, disappointing his performance yesterday. I need a miracle to get into Q2. His worst at Friday since Mandalika all the way back in 2022. Out of the top 20 in both sessions. At 0, feeling he said underneath me at the moment. The bike is unstable on entry, on exit. I'm right on the limit, and I'm still only 21st place. What on earth is going on, Francesco?
Yeah, I mean, there's no explanation. I mean, for sure, this part that light up the problem is a technical issue, for sure. I mean, lack of feeling with the front. There's some key that they couldn't understand, but at the moment there's not any technical issue. I mean, 21st, the 2 times world MotoGP champion is there's no explanation, proper explanation.
Oliveira back in the pits to diagnose what happened with his Prima Pramac Yamaha. You've been a team manager at this level for so many years. How would you be seeing the situation? Put yourself in Davide Tardozzi's shoes right now, or Gene Delini's shoes, in terms of managing a situation where you've got one rider who's just dominating, loving life and can't stop winning, and then on the other side of the garage you've got a rider who looks lost, low on confidence, low on belief, low on trust. I mean, how difficult is that to manage right now?
I mean, that group knows better than anyone else, Pecco, so they know how to behave. They know him in the good ways, and they just have to keep the method. They haven't to make any radical or extreme change. I mean, they have to keep the calm and the confidence, because we know Pecco's ability, but yeah, everything will start again doing normal thing and easy thing, no crazy thing.
In some respects, one of the secrets of team management, working out that what works for one rider doesn't necessarily work for another. One rider might need firing up, one rider might need the arm around his shoulder.
Yeah, I mean, we used to treat everybody the same at the same level. They get paid quite a lot, and you wouldn't lose your investment doing something crazy or something stupid. So I think Ducati factory is one of the best team ever. The staff is super high level, so they know how to behave with riders in the bad and in the good moment.
Yeah, he's caught in the eye of a storm right now, isn't he? Taking Bagnaia, and he's coming in the shape of number 93 on the opposite side of that garage from Marc Marquez. Brother Alex is making the early front running in this morning's FP2, 139.463. That's been thrown in by Alex. Two Hondas just directly behind him. Joan Mir, who's got to go out of Q1. He was 13th fastest yesterday. And Jack Miller, of course, a rider that you know very, very well. Francesco, I'm sure you're delighted to see that Jack's going to get another crack at it in 2026. It seems like a smart move by Yamaha. Jack's got a lot of experience. There's not a lot of V4 engine experience in Yamaha's camp for next year, so it seems like it was a sensible move for Yamaha to keep Jack on board.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he's the right person to make tests in a racing environment. He's always very open to test. He's always very transparent in comments, and yeah, he has the speed. Maybe not for every race or for all the championship, but I think they made the right decision having him one more year.
I like how you said transparent in comments. I'm sure there's a few,
yeah,
a few choice words. And we won't put those out before the 9 PM walk this evening. But this bodes well once again, doesn't it, as far as Binder fans are concerned, because straight away in the hunt for the top three is the South African. Fastest yesterday with a brilliant performance, wasn't it, by Binder. Phil got that new era update, certainly helping in these parts of the Catalunya circuit, the fast flying sections where that extra downforce is going to sort of glue that bike down to the ground. It's going to help with the turning. It just looks like a completely transformed character this weekend, does the 33.
He's really attacking on board that KTM. Every rider out there on circuit at the moment, same tyre combination, medium front, soft rear. Temperature now starting to come up. Of course, there was a concern first thing this morning. We did see it already in the Moto2 session earlier on today. A rider going down at turn 5 with what looked like a lack of temperature in the front tyre. And it's interesting to see Acosta out there on the soft rear tyre, because he did a lot of work on that yesterday. And Acosta suggesting that that might potentially be an option for him in the Grand Prix tomorrow. We saw him race it last year, but we never really got the chance to see how that strategy would have panned out, because Acosta crashed in the race. Of course, many, I guess, are looking at the medium rear as the best option on what is a tyre-punishing Catalunya circuit here, but perhaps Acosta going his own route. And of course, the key for Acosta today is to qualify in a position that represents the potential of his bike, because with no question he didn't do that in Hungary. I would argue he didn't do that in Austria either, and it felt like he was kind of giving himself a bit of a pep talk yesterday when he spoke to me and when he spoke to the assembled press in the media centre. He has to avoid mistakes in qualifying too.
It's now Mir that does lead this FP2. He's got down to 139.119. Looking to bounce back. How many times have we said this already in 2025? If we can get another no score, another DNF. His 9th last time out in Balaton Park. He has DNF'd in 4 of the last 5. Not all of his own doing, we have to say. The last time out was his 28th Grand Prix DNF in 4 chain appearances for Honda. Let's go down to pit lane then for the first time on this beautiful Saturday morning here in Barcelona. It was some Friday, wasn't it, for Red Bull KTM Factory Racing. A 1-2 for Binder and Acosta. Can they keep that momentum going throughout the weekend? We'll find out. We've got the boss, Akiai, who joins Jack.
Yeah, he does indeed. Good morning to everybody at home. As you say, Bertie, what a fine Barcelona Saturday morning it is, and what a fine Friday, Aki, it was for the team yesterday. Just firstly, let's touch on Brad. I have to say, from watching the session, I thought it was fantastic to see Brad looking like Brad on the bike for the first time in a long time. In particular, on breaking into the opening corner, we could see that style that so many people were finally starting to come out. I imagine that's through a lot of work to give him the front confidence that he needs to have the bike behaving like that.
Yeah, for sure it was positive Friday generally for us, and of course, as you mentioned, for Brad especially. And as I always say, it's like a process also. I would say that we see already that Brad is, let's say, finding the way in the last 3-4 races, let's say. And, okay, we talk about front confidence, whatever, but I think it's everything finally, the mental confidence, and it's built by many different things, and now he's in much better mood. And generally, of course, yesterday was was important for us to have a Maverick back here. Let's say to finish the recovery on the bike. Now is the moment to jump back on the bike, and still we need time, but I think it's the best way to finish it when there is not any, let's say, medical reason anymore to avoid driving. So generally, good day, but feet on the ground. It was Friday, and of course I see it like a long process, as I mentioned now a few times, that everything started already a few months ago, and as I mentioned many times, I like small steps. It's better go constantly by small steps. I understand.
Brad's spoken a lot about his struggles of maximising the soft rear tyre over one lap. So what did you find yesterday? What have you found in that process to allow him to jump up to the top of the timesheets yesterday? It took everybody by surprise, the step he was able to make.
Yes, I say that it's process, and sometimes in the process, when the final click is coming and you are free in mind, you have this confidence you can go. Nothing special, just the normal work, and in Brad's case, we were really working a long time already for the consistency.
Over a longer distance on race pace, once you've got some laps on the tyres, do you feel as confident that you can be as strong on the timesheets as what we saw over one lap?
Now it's important morning, and we are collecting the final information, so we're ready to say.
I'll ask you in a few minutes then, Aki. Good luck, thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks very much, Jack. Thanks as always to Akiaya. The message was clear, that wasn't it, last night in the American Factory Racing Garage. It's only Friday. We're not going to get carried away. We're going to keep our feet firmly on terra firma. At the moment, Binder 6th fastest in this morning's session. Pedro Acosta a further 6 places back in 12 spots. It's probably made Francesco of Acosta's recent turnaround. Of course, it seemed like he wasn't happy with the performance early in the season with the KTM. Maybe got a little bit distracted by this prospect of moving on to a Ducati with VR46 in 2026. There was clearly some heated behind-the-scenes talks between him and KTM, but since they've had, or the air has been cleared and his head's back in the right place, he's been super fast once again. What have you made of his recent run?
Yeah, I mean, all these ingredients can make the difference between perform fast or performing so-so. But at the same time, they clear up all the table from this and that, and at the same time they get new parts like the aero pack, and then once the aero pack is better, you can adjust also electronics, and maybe you can then adjust a little bit the setup of the chassis. So everything together make this big step up to the performance. But yeah, I mean, I was expecting him up there. He's super talented. His riding style is one of the best, I would say, and also his approach to the racing is something that could make the life of Mark a little bit more difficult.
Yes, he doesn't seem to care too much for reputations, doesn't he? It was funny pre-weekend, I think. Did he take Marc Marquez out of his fantasy team, Lewis, and put himself in?
Yeah, he replaced himself in the cold team. Yeah, that's a sign of serious confidence from Pedro Acosta. Says, yeah, you come out, thank you. I'll take your place in that particular team. And yeah, we certainly know that Pedro Acosta is not shy. He is not afraid of having a go. Of course, his first 2 MotoGP outings at the start of last season, when he was a bright-eyed and bushy-tailed rookie in MotoGP. He immediately overtook Marc Marquez in Qatar and in Portimao at the start of his career. So if he's given a sniff of it, he's going to have a go. And you just know on that long run to turn 1 and the sprint later on, those KTMs, which are the fastest bikes in the straight line, are anywhere near the front of the field. They're going to be so difficult to stay ahead of.
A shot there of Marini sliding that Michelin rear tyre through turn 13, just the 14 now, the Catalunya corner. Doing a lot of work at the moment, Marini, on a updated HRC chassis, which he's hoping to put through its paces once again here on a private test on Monday, without the sort of pressures of the stopwatch and the time constraints of the sessions. A Monday private test, actually, which will be rather interesting. Plenty to keep your eye on. We know there's going to be some spies here at the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya in a couple of days' time, because we know that next weekend in Misano, Augusto Fernandez as the Yamaha wildcard will make a competitive race debut on this much vaunted Yamaha V4 engine. Fabio Quartararo did confirm to the media here yesterday in Catalunya that he will jump on the V4-powered YZR M1 at the Monday test here. And so there'll be a fair few people gathered at Fabio Quartararo's Thursday media scrum, I'm sure, at the Misano World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli next weekend. Doesn't sound, Francesco, like the V4 is going to be the magic one fix for all of Yamaha's problems, but at least they are going to put it on track next weekend in Misano and gauge where it's at against the competition.
I think they push a lot on the 1000cc V4 just to experience for the V4 850. This is the only reason. So nobody expects a big step up, a big improvement on performance on this bike, but they just are making experience for the next one. So yeah, I think it's a good choice. It's the right move.
They're very busy, aren't they, the Yamaha engineers, working across 3 projects trying to develop the inline 4-cylinder motor, which does seem like it's reached its performance ceiling in the last few Grand Prix. They've been working tightly behind the scenes on this new V4 1000cc project in tandem with what will be their new 850cc engine for 2027.
Of course, Quartararo has said, I think as loud as anyone's prepared to listen to it, of the problems that he's had racing against the V4s over the last 2-3 years, really, since sort of mid-2022 when he started to lose his grip on that particular year's World Championship. And just the inline 4 just doesn't quite accelerate as well as the V4s, and obviously is a bit of a snowball effect. You're getting beaten down straight by other bikes, and then once you're behind them, you can't overtake them again because they just pull away from you once they come out of slower corners onto straights. They just don't seem to be able to generate the grip, can they, from the rear of the bikes either, which is a real issue for them. Earlier on in the session of the rear grip issues that the Yamaha suffered, and particularly fourth rank Alex Rins was about it yesterday. So clearly Yamaha are throwing the kitchen sink at the problem, and the competitive debut of the V4 will come next weekend, as mentioned, and we'll certainly see plenty of that. I guess it will be over the course of the Grand Prix next weekend, the Misano test, and of course all the private testing that Yamaha have to come over the next month or two to make a final decision as to whether they are going to race with that V4 across their full fleet of bikes for the next season. Surely that's the direction they have to go in.
Yeah, you'd be gobsmacked having invested so much time and resources into the V4 projects if that's not the option they plumb for throughout 2026. They're still leading then this FP2 session. There's Oliveira trying to make up for lost time at the start of the session when he had a technical issue with his number 1 YZR M1. All 4 Yamahas, yes, they were bemoaning the lack of grip, which is a common complaint here in Barcelona. Resurfaced back in 2018. We've got the yellow flags out in sectors 2 and 3, so we'll keep a close eye and try and work out turn 5. And it is Alex Rins. I was just about to say, Alex Rins yesterday said the grip levels here now in Barcelona are unacceptable. Well, he's found himself in the gravel trap. Jack Miller said grip non-existent. And there, Bastianini saying you could barely, well, you're sort of too, very tentative to even grab the front brake as you go down the hill into turn 5. It's so slippery and like an ice rink there. And it's at this very corner into turn 5. Alex Rins goes. That was like a crash in the rain, wasn't it? He had barely tipped in, scarce any lean angle, just feathering that front brake lever, and down he went.
Yeah, it's the second time like that for Alex Rins out of the pit, so he certainly had enough time to build up temperature, but plainly not enough by the time he arrived at turn 5. Yeah, turn 5, turn 2. The 2 corners in particular where that kind of crash can occur, because they're the only left-handed corners in the first 5. Of course, the final 3 corners of the lap leading onto your next are right-handers, and then 3 of the first 5 on the next lap are right-handers. So it's the lefts where you hit particular problems.
Esteban Aldeguer a little bit frustrated with himself at the end of practice yesterday. Never really put together a clean lap in time attack mode. Said just too many mistakes, too many unforced errors. So Aldeguer slipped down to 14th place he was yesterday. Currently sitting in 19th, on a good lap at the moment. What we made of young Aldeguer as a rookie this year, Francesco, there's been some flashes of brilliance. He's shown of late as well how good he is at managing worn tyres, which will be crucial here tomorrow in the main Grand Prix. Have you been impressed with what you've seen from him?
Yeah, I mean, I've been impressed. So far, it's a very good rookie season. He had some highlight with podiums, and of course, in this condition, grip level and layout of the circuit is pretty difficult for a rookie. It's normal that he faced some problems to put a lap together, especially in the time attack. But I'm confident that he will be on the top group during the race. His riding style is very conservative on tires. The bike help him to just focus on riding and adjust the line. So yeah, he can have a good race tomorrow.
Yeah, this is going to be a big move coming in here from Aldeguer, 19th at the moment. This is potentially putting him top of the pile, certainly close to that top three. Over the line will track Aldeguer. Third place goes the Spaniard with a 1:39.307. And there were several notable performances, weren't there, yesterday afternoon? None more so than Iago, the reigning Moto2 world champion for Trackhouse Aprilia. Into Q2 for just the second time this season. He's only the previous Q2 appearance, round one in Buram. We know what happened there throughout the remainder of the weekend. So Iago was flying yesterday. Let's get the thoughts of his boss, Davide Brivio, who joins Jack.
Yeah, great day for I to automatically go through to Q2 later, which I'm sure is a huge relief for the team. After a challenging period, Davide, with injuries not helping, how big of a day was that for I?
Yeah, of course, to start in this way is very important, because now it changed the weekend somehow. Now it's whether it goes straight in Q2 or not. And yeah, yesterday it was good. I mean, fast from the beginning. But we have seen, I mean, you couldn't see on the results, but in the last 2-3 races his pace was very good. But the problem was always starting 19-20 position. So in Austria, in Balaton, whatever, we had very good performance, but we couldn't show up. So hopefully, being in the Q2, so you can start pretty much, I mean, in the middle pack, let's say. I don't want to be too optimistic, but then if you can keep up a good pace, the race can be completely different. So it's been important, and happy that we reached that.
On the other side of the box, I think a lot of people were surprised with Raul's struggles yesterday. When we were last here in May, he, of course, was leading the sprint and had a really strong weekend. So what are some of the problems he's facing at the moment?
Yeah, it's true, he's struggling, and probably it's something small, but we have to get together. And now he's going up with a couple of different solutions to see if we can improve. Yeah, he's fast here, so we have to try to find a way to make him more comfortable, and that's what we try now.
Where exactly is he struggling?
But now, for instance, maybe he has problem on turning in some corner, but probably you have to enter a little bit slower, to not go into wide, to not spin too much the tire, and warming up. So he has also to adjust a little bit his riding style, probably. But I mean, a little bit of both, it's, as always, no? The rider has to try to adapt, so we have to try with the setting. So we're working on that.
Thanks, Davide.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Trackhouse boss Davide Brivio. The high hopes coming in this weekend. That Ralph Fernandez, his first front row start in MotoGP, was taken here last May. Of course, he led for 2 laps of the sprints before jumping off. 6 in the Grand Prix, though, he was here as well, for one of only 3 top 6s in MotoGP. I think he's also referencing the fact that yesterday, Lewis, he's running quite a high mileage engine, quite an old engine, which wasn't certainly helping him power down the near 360 kilometres an hour start-finish race. So yeah, a couple of issues it sounded like he was having to contend with yesterday.
He has proven himself a bit of a Q1 merchant, though, hasn't he, this year? Ralph Fernandez has come through Q1 on 4 occasions since Le Mans, so it's a session he does tend to thrive in, although it does always, I guess, concern when a rider says he's not sure why he's fast at some circuits and so slow at others. But yeah, this is a circuit that certainly in the past Ralph Fernandez has had, I guess, the best and worst memories of his MotoGP career, all in the form of 1 sprint last year.
Vijay Antonio has just climbed up into the top 6 with a 1:39.329. Let's have a Bagnaia check, shall we? No sort of dramatic major improvement from the Italian. He's 17th at the moment in this session, with a 1:39.758. Morbidelli and Martin just behind him. In fact, Bagnaia has just climbed up to 60. There he is. We pick him up. And he breaks now into the first corner, the most severe braking zone in this 4.6-kilometre layout, down to 1:39.747.
Many of the familiar tales, unfortunately, from a Pecco Bagnaia point of view. Able to carry that confidence and speed, braking on an angle, and also the initial acceleration out of corners. He's just not been able to pick that Ducati up and really get it hooked up. So rare to see Pecco Bagnaia struggling to the extent that he is. In fact, it's the first in MotoGP, first time in his MotoGP career he's been outside the top 20 in both sessions on a Friday, just to give an idea of the scale of the struggles the two-time MotoGP world champion is suffering from, although he is just threatening an improvement on this current lap, and he's also a victim of how close it is around this circuit. He's 0.6 of a second off the pace. Back in some of the previous areas of MotoGP, that would have probably put him somewhere near the top 6, but in 2025, on this day in history, it's P17.
Who's catching your eye this morning? Who's the one to watch, do you think? Francesco Indramir's been impressive on the Honda. Fabio Quartararo's up there in third. Maverick Vinales gone fourth, fastest. Who do you think are going to be the ones to watch for the sprint and the Grand Prix?
Yeah, I mean, the last races Honda move up quite a lot, and also yesterday there were two Hondas in top 10, and also Yamaha wasn't too bad because they just missed the Q2 directly for a few millis. So no, I was watching that Aprilia with Martin and Bezzecchi try the medium rear, but then Bezzecchi stop and get back on track with the soft. So maybe it's everybody more or less are focused to use it to use the soft spec also tomorrow, I guess.
Yeah, I think there's probably a lot of riders would have seen Acosta's impressive pace yesterday over a longer distance on the soft rear tyre and thought that there might be something in that for them. And certainly over the full distance race, 24 laps, the Grand Prix here tomorrow in round 15 of the World Championship. Looking back then to Marc Marquez now, this is going through turn 9, hard on the gas, and now attacking into turn 10. Could overtake an opportunity this if you're brave enough on the brakes into this tight left-hander, bringing you into the stadium section.
That's what was going through Mark's mind here, because as we joined it, Bezzecchi absolutely nailed him into turn 5. He piled at the inside of him, which is quite a statement of intent in a free practice 2 session. Marc Marquez decided I think he's going to fight the battle a little later in the weekend when there are points up for grabs. But Bezzecchi certainly getting his elbows out and letting Mark know he's there on this Saturday morning.
He's offered a fair amount of resistance of late to Mark's domination, hasn't he, Bezzecchi? He's led laps in Saxon Ring, Brno, Red Bull Ring, and most recently in Balaton. So seeing Marco Bezzecchi at the front of sprints and Grand Prix is not an unusual sight of late in MotoGP. Mark getting a close look at the factory in British Star now as they come through turn 3. This is where it's all about tyre management, particularly in the latter stages of the Grand Prix. That's where you can really chew up the right-hand side of your rear tyre. Well, we just thought we'd stay quiet there and leave it to our Barcelona tour guides, Marco Bezzecchi and Marc Marquez, to give you a close first-hand look at the 4.6-kilometre circuit, the Barcelona, Catalunya. Will it be once again, maybe, the Bezzecchi-Marc show in terms of the battle at the front? We'll find out. Join us later on this afternoon, 3 p.m. local time, for the 12-lap Tissot Sprint. At the moment, Bez down in 9th place. Marc Marquez just 1 place ahead, matching on the timing screens in 8th spot.
So in the end, we had 3/4 of a second, covering 21 riders in that session, all the way down to Igor in 21st place, which tells you the kind of margins we're going to be dealing with in qualifying one very shortly. Q1 getting underway in 10-15 minutes time. Also, of course, we will have 4 MotoGP World Champions, including this man, of course, free practice 2 pace setter Joan Mir. And when you look at the 4 World Champions in that Q1 session, Quartararo, Mir, Martin and Bagnaia, Mir quite possibly has the best shot of the 4 of them.
Yeah, if he got himself into Q2 now, it would be we were surprised by the fact that Brad Binder led the way in practice yesterday. Now it would be a monumental shock if Joan Mir was able to repeat that P1 in qualifying later on this afternoon, or later on this morning I should say, because he's only ever had 2 front row starts in MotoGP previously. Has Mir none since Portimao in 2022, as Marc Marquez lights up that Michelin rear tyre in the factory Ducati. And then just carries on spinning it up for a bit of his own personal entertainment there, I think. Just a little bit of fun to complete FP2 for the number 93. That was sideways, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was Pecco Bagnaia, Fermin Aldeguer off the line and in the Austrian sprint, wasn't it?
Someone's pointing at his fan grandstand there, which is just off to the side of the racetrack. A bit of debris there on the side of the racetrack as well, which obviously Marc Marquez was nowhere near. So, again, another session where more questions than answers for the Ducati squad. Who knows? Not a bad session for Marc Marquez, by any means. 8th place. Pecco Bagnaia, though, 17th. And it, I guess, tells you just how deep the whole Pecco Bagnaia has been in this weekend. But that's as good as Pecco Bagnaia's weekend has got, really. P17 on a 139.7. Fabio Quartararo putting in a pretty strong morning session. The 39.2, although as you can see, his soft tyre didn't have as many laps on it as several others.
We'll get confirmation on our screens very, very shortly then of Joan Mir topping the leaderboard with a 139.119.
Super close between the top 2, Mir and Alex Marquez, just 22 thousandths of a second in it. Quartararo 3rd from Maverick Vinales 4th, Pedro Costa 5th, and Fermin Aldeguer, who moved up late on into the top 60. Gian Antonio 7th, ahead of Marc Marquez and Marco Bezzecchi, who spent some time together on track late on. Binder 10th from Zarco, Fernandez, Marini and Bastianini. Jack Miller 15th from Aleix Spargaro. Pecco Bagnaia up to 17th, but he's still got a long way to go. Yeah, Miguel Oliveira, Frankie Morbidelli and Jorge Martin next up. Igor at 21st. Alex Rins went down early in the session at turn 5. He had Somket Chantra and Lorenzo Savadori behind him.
Well, ahead of Q1, we're going to say goodbye to Francesco Guidolti. Thanks for your company, as always. Francesco, enjoy the rest of your weekend here in Barcelona.
Thank you. See you next, maybe in Misano.
Yeah, our door is always open. More than welcome to join us whenever you want.
Thanks a lot. See you.
Come and see us next weekend in Misano.
Yeah.
It'll be a pleasure.
No problem.
Thank you very much to Francesco Guidolti. Up next then, MotoGP Q1 here in Barcelona. Welcome back then to Barcelona. It is time now for one of the most crucial parts of a Grand Prix weekend as we go qualifying in MotoGP. Coming up next, over 15 minutes, will be a pulsating Q1 session which features some of our big hitters, some of our biggest names in modern day MotoGP. Fabio Quartararo, Joan Mir, who's just had an excellent FP2 session, leading the way on the factory Honda. Jorge Martin, our reigning world champion. And Pecco Bagnaia, 4 of our ex-MotoGP world champions, 4 of our last MotoGP world champions. All coming up then in what is sure to be a pretty dramatic Q1 session. The problem for those four and everybody else in Q1 is there are only 2 spots available to join the 10 riders already directly through to Q2. They are, of course, Brad Binder, who was brilliant on Friday here in Barcelona to lead the way with an all-time lap record of 138.141. Also through to Q2, Acosta, the Marquez brothers, Bezzecchi, Bastianini, Morbidelli, Zarco, Marini and Agura. Beautiful Saturday morning here in Barcelona. It's going to be a beautiful weekend to go Grand Prix motorcycle racing in one of the most beautiful cities, or on the outskirts. We're not far away from one of the most beautiful cities, not just in Europe, but in the world. Spectacular, cosmopolitan Barcelona, just a short drive away. Then here is your Q1 lineup. Quartararo, Oliveira, Mir, who as mentioned just topped FP2, Aldeguer, Miller, Rins, the Gian Antonio, Martin, Fernandez, Aleix Espargaro wildcarding for HRC, Bagnaia, who had a terrible Friday outside the top 20 in both sessions, Salvadori wildcarding for Aprilia, Viñales, and the returning Somkiat Chantra. Welcome back, the Thai rider. We haven't seen him in competitive action since the Dutch TT in Assen, all the way back at the end of June. Looking forward to this one. This should be a cracker here in the Monster Energy Grand Prix of Catalonia. Already plenty of fans have made their way to a track that has been a mainstay on the Grand Prix calendar since the early 90s. I think only Jerez and Assen have staged more successive Grand Prix on the current calendar than this brilliant Barcelona venue. Well, yesterday when he spoke to the media, when he spoke to Jack actually in the broadcaster set, Pecco Bagnaia said he would need a miracle to get himself into Q2. Can he find that miracle coming up in the next 15 minutes or so? He's got it all on, Bagnaia, to find himself into this second qualifying session, given the calibre and strength of the competition, given just how much he's struggling right now on the Ducati GP25.
We're talking about a rider there who's got 25 MotoGP pole positions. Of course, one of them as recently as Brno, and it feels like a long shot, a serious long shot for Pecco Bagnaia to get into Q2, a Q2 that he would normally just take as read that he would be a part of. Jorge Martin, who himself has many a MotoGP pole position over the years, he has 20 of them. Certainly unlikely, given the stage of his Aprilia development that he's at, he's going to have a 21st here today. But we do have 2 Aprilias already into qualifying 2. It is a bike that has historically gone well around this circuit, even if Marco Bezzecchi did say yesterday that part of that was down to Aleix Espargaro's rather unique riding style. But Martin, the second of our world champions in this session here, is your third.
Yeah, and second behind Marc Marquez in terms of the number of poles scored so far in 2025. It's Fabio Quartararo. Big ask if he's to make it a 5th pole this season for the Frenchman. He was a whisker away, wasn't he, from being directly through to Q2. Just 0.03 of a second he finished behind Agura at the end of yesterday's practice session. Already a strong Saturday for Joan Mir on the factory Honda. He has just led the way in FP2. 4 MotoGP World Champions then coming up in Q1. This is about as tough as it gets to find your way out of this opening 15-minute session. This is going to be pretty exciting, folks. Strap yourselves in, because it could be a roller coaster ride. This one, Bagnaia's very keen to get on with business here.
Yeah. Oh, well, 2 of them definitely won't go through to Q2. And hey, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that all 4 of them might get knocked out here. When you look at some of the other contenders that are in this Q1 session, and Miguel Oliveira, who was 11th yesterday, or 12th, should I say, just behind Quartararo. But we've also got Fermin Aldeguer, who will surely fancy his chances on the Ducati GP24. We've got Fabio Di Gianantonio on the current spec Ducati, the same bike that Pecco Bagnaia is riding and loathing by the sounds of it. And of course, we've also got Maverick Viñales on the Rapid KTM this weekend. So it's by no means certain that even 2 of our world champions are going to get out of this one.
Yeah, it's always a tough challenge negotiating Q1. Even tougher when some of the superstars of the current MotoGP era are on track as well. Here is Aldeguer then. He felt like it was all a bit scrappy, a bit messy at the back end of yesterday's practice session. Took the blame himself. He wasn't looking for excuses. He just said, I just made too many mistakes, too many errors when I was on the soft rubber in the two time attacks. As Quartararo just trying to generate some temperature in those front brakes. Just behind him is the KTM of Maverick Vinales. Just good to see Top Gun out on circuit right now. He said yesterday, it's a gift just to be riding here back a lot sooner than he expected. Way shy of peak physical best right now is the number 12, still struggling with that recovering left shoulder he damaged so badly in that Q2 crash in the sanctuary. Lost so much muscle mass. He said effectively it feels like he's riding with just one arm at the moment. Big issue is braking into left-hand corners with the weak left shoulder, and he's finding it quite tough as well to get into the tuck position for the maximum slipstream down the start-finish race. So plenty to occupy Vinales' mind as he tackles this Q2 session.
So we drop downhill now towards turn 1. So important to get your braking marker right when you're braking from around 350 kilometers an hour down to under 100 to turn 1. That is what Pecco Bagnaia now is, and it's so difficult, must be so difficult for Pecco Bagnaia in his mind, so used across his MotoGP career to battling it out for pole positions. Now he's just trying to make sure that he starts in the front half of the grid.
Yeah, it was last November where we were talking about a miracle in Montmello for him to win 3 successive World Championships when he was trying to overturn a 24-point deficit to Jorge Martin in our title decider here just a few months ago. And now we're talking about miracles required to get himself anywhere near Q2. It's been some fall from grace, hasn't it, in 2025, as far as Bagnaia is concerned. We should still add that he is a Grand Prix winner in 2025. He is still 3rd in the World Championship. A 3rd place, though, that is starting to come under some big threat right now from his trash-talking VR46 colleague, Marco Bezzecchi. Just 31 points now, splitting Bagnaia and Bez, whose sort of fortunes have been going in completely opposite directions of late.
Yeah, Pedro Costa, with the form he's in, might be able to join that battle soon if he continues the way he's going, but also if Bagnaia continues the form he's on. And this is not a particularly fast lap that Bagnaia's on, by the way. Partway through this lap, Mir and Di Gianantonio considerably faster than him at the half. Halfway stage of the lap. We're expecting 38s in this session. A mid-38, probably a decent benchmark to kick us off. A 38.8 for Joan Mir. Jack Miller has already beaten that. A 38.5 for the Aussie is a very strong opening gambit.
Yeah, lovely work by Miller, a 38.504. That has just been bettered by Di Gianantonio, who's down to 1:38.231. 7/10 quicker than anything he mustered yesterday for Digia, who was one of several riders who did get caught up in yellow flag drama right here, actually, at turn 2 on the outside when there were late falls to both Sarko and Bastianini. Thankfully for the Frenchman and the Italian, it did not cost them direct passage into Q2.
Yeah, only Brad Binder yesterday in practice has gone faster than that in this entire Grand Prix weekend so far for Fabio Di Gianantonio. So without question, we're going to be seeing 37s in Q2. We might see them in Q1 the way we're going. Quartararo's early effort puts him into 3rd place, but he is not your top Yamaha right now.
And that would be history. We have never, ever had a 1:37 lap around this circuit, the Barcelona Catalunya, and we've been coming here since 1992. Does history beckon once again? We've seen so many all-time lap records toppled in 2025. Loving the work so far on this sprint Saturday. Joan Mir, who we're looking at on screens right now, up through turn 11 and 12 goes the factory Honda start. He's already come flying out of the traps this morning, leading the way in FP2. He drops down the hill now into turn 13, just the Catalunya corner left then for the number 36. He's just got a lot of confidence, all the twitch there on the front there as he flung on to his right-hand side. That might have just cost him a little bit of time, but Mir surely heading to the top. So he is 2nd quickest, a 1:38.326 from the impressive Mir.
Bagnaia into 8th place, a 38.861. That is his fastest lap of the weekend so far. In fact, that's the first 1:38 of the entire Catalan Grand Prix for Pecco Bagnaia, but he is still over half a second adrift of Di Gianantonio at the top.
Aleix Espargaro, no stranger to Montmello, no stranger to pole position here at his home circuit. He's just going to bring the 3rd place on the development RC213V Honda. That's some ride by Aleix Espargaro, 1:38.499. He's still nursing some rather nasty back injuries from a cycling accident about 3 weeks ago, which ruled him out of the Balaton Park Grand Prix in Hungary a couple of weeks back. Up to third, now that goes Quartararo. That was close. Quartararo just 900ths away from bumping Mir out of that top two.
I'll tell you one thing that's been helping Gian Antonio to that 38.2. He's top of the speed traps. He's clocked 356.4 kilometres an hour. That is 222 miles an hour as he braked for turn one.
Still not the fastest ever top speed we've had, though, here in Barcelona. That honour is still in the hands of Binder. 358.8 kilometres an hour. We've seen the KTM blitz through the speed guns here. It's not the speed traps that Gian Antonio is going to be too worried about. It's just getting himself directly into that Q2 spot.
Just to give you an idea of what Quartararo's up against, he's third on the Yamaha. He was 15 kilometres an hour slower through that same speed trap.
It's interesting yesterday, the two Gresini Ducatis of Alex Marquez and Fermin Aldeguer were the two slowest bikes through the speed gun yesterday. But they were giving them almost 10 kilometres an hour down the straight in that practice session. I can't remember on too many occasions where we've seen Ducatis bringing up the rear in terms of the speed gun. As Gigi Dall'Igna looks on, what a conundrum it is right now as far as the Ducati tech guru is concerned, as he himself searches for answers to so many questions that are being posed about Pecco Bagnaia right now. Run one completed then for the 63, and he's down in 10th place with a 138.861. Just to have any hope, any prayer of getting himself into Q2, he's got to find 6/10 of a second. That's a massive, massive step forward that he's going to have to find on that second soft tyre.
Especially given that, as mentioned, he's already lapping faster than he has at any stage in this weekend so far. So he's been generally lapping in the 39s and 40s for much of the weekend. 38.8 is new grand for Pecco this weekend, but still an awful long way away from where he needs to be. At the moment, it is Gian Antonio and Joan Mir heading through, but we've got three riders on 38.4s essentially. Quartararo, Espargaro and Miller. Aldeguer sixth on a 38.6, then Martin on a 38.6 in 7th place. Vinales 8th on a 38.7 from Raul Fernandez, Bagnaia and Rins. Oliveira also in the 38s, but that's only good enough for 12th now.
So as it stands, we are potentially looking at Quartararo 13th on the grid, Martin 17th and Bagnaia 20th. Oh dear, we would have been able to call that just a few weeks ago as we look forward to this round 15 here in Barcelona. Still a chance for some of the big names to rectify their current plight as Bagnaia then heads out on circuit, just making sure he's not disturbing anybody in that braking zone for the first corner. This is some ride, some effort by Vinales. As he mentioned, he's just lost so much muscle mass on the left-hand side of his body. And when you've got an issue with such a key element like a shoulder, when you have to use so much upper body strength to manoeuvre these 300 horsepower MotoGP bikes around racetracks, if you've got any kind of injury, you then use other parts of your body to compensate, and then they get fatigued, they get tired. So you fear for Vinales it's going to actually be a tough conclusion to this season.
Into Gian Antonio's cross here. That pack all came out of pit lane. You've got Aldeguer in the midst of all of that. You've got Chanchu, I spotted. Mir was in that group as well. And Gian Antonio came across the line to start his time lap and had a posse of riders all on out laps in the middle of turn one. And already the first lap of this second run for Gian Antonio has been completely trashed.
Good news, at least for Digia, is he's occupying the most important place at the moment in this Q1. He is P1 thanks to that 138.231. Surely we're going to get a 37 at the first one ever at some point this morning in Q1 or Q2. Bagnaia then building up speed, desperate to just build any kind of confidence as well right now, isn't he, on that Ducati GP25. Comes through the Catalunya corner. An incident involving Gian Antonio. Simon Crafar sharpening the pencil once again in the steward's office. Here we go then. There's a couple of real big laps coming up now for Pecco Bagnaia.
It's upon you as a rider leaving pit lane. We saw Bagnaia doing it when he came out of the pits around about a minute earlier. You've got to look behind, you've got to look back down the main straight and make sure that you're not impeding riders in the middle of turn one. Clearly there were a few riders there who did, and Gian Antonio had to bail out. So Bagnaia now moves safely around turn 3 and now into the heart of 4.
Nothing too flash in that first sector as far as Bagnaia is concerned. The two factory Yamahas out on the circuit together. 20 leads 42. Quartararo leads Rins into this tricky turn 2. You have to be so careful when you flick it left through that second corner. It's about 40 seconds since you've actually been on the left-hand side of the tyre there, and you're not really carrying a lot of load. You didn't really grab too much brake to negotiate that second corner, so it's so easy to wash out the front of Zarco and Bastianini needed yesterday. Ralph Fernandez out of nowhere is putting together a real strong lap. He's using Bagnaia as a perfect reference ahead of him. Ralph Fernandez did take his first ever MotoGP front row here in the Catalan Grand Prix last May, so we know he's more than capable of putting together a strong lap.
I'd say in pre-practice to it earlier on this morning, 4 times in the last 8 or 9 Grand Prix, Ralph Fernandez has come through qualifying 1 through into Q2. But a tenth of a second adrift at this stage ain't going to be enough, because Joan Mir's less than that behind Gian Antonio, who himself is going quicker. Quartararo might be about to set our first 1:37 in the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya's history. You can see he's going super quickly. Fernandez goes top on a 38.2, and Oliveira now into the top 2 as well.
Yeah, and they followed Bagnaia to do it. And Bagnaia now is down in 11th place. Fernandez leads the way then. Quartararo is on an absolute barnstormer here in Barcelona. The former world champion, down the hill he goes into turn 14. Are we looking at a potential historic lap here from Quartararo? He's produced so many in his career. He's been so many already in 2025. Wow. He has done it. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Bang, thank you very much. A 1:37.906. Fabio Quartararo, the brilliant Frenchman, is the first rider ever here in the Catalan Grand Prix to lap in the 1:37s. Almost a tenth and a half clear now of fellow Fabio de Gian Antonio.
He's blown a massive hole in it. 3/10 clear of Ralph Fernandez. Of course, Gian Antonio and Miller have now squeezed themselves into that gap. Aldeguer is now looking to try and do the same. He can only go third. 4 thousandths of a second in it between Gian Antonio and Aldeguer, who are second and third.
Quartararo poles in Jerez, Le Mans, Silverstone and Assen already so far in 2025. He's setting himself up here for potentially an attack on a 5th pole this season. What a lap that was by Quartararo, and as we said, he has delivered some show-stopping laps already in 2025. That is right up there with the best of them. A massive shake of the head from Davide Tardozzi. He turns away from the screens because he knows this right now is painful viewing if you're a Pecco Bagnaia fan. He's 13th at the moment. 13th. He's gone up to 12th at the moment. Pecco Bagnaia is going to be starting the Catalan Sprint and the Catalan Grand Prix today and tomorrow in 22nd place. He has got Lorenzo Savadori and Somkhiat Chantra, the only 2 riders currently that are slower than Bagnaia here at a circuit where he won both Grand Prix at last year. What on earth is going on?
Surely a new low for Pecco Bagnaia in a season which feels like it's full of them. Yes, he's up at the first sector, but don't read too much into that, because it's a very short first sector. But we are into desperation territory now for the Ducati superstar, a 2-time world champion who's so used to starting on the front row of MotoGP grids. As it stands, he's on the back row.
Yeah, just look how much time he lost in the second split. He's lost pretty much 3.5 tenths. Estimated P10, so he might recover another couple of places, but P10 is just not cutting it. Not cutting it at all, is it? Bagnaia said yesterday, miracle time just to get into Q2. Well, that miracle is not happening, is it, at all? It's all unravelling once again in front of our eyes as far as the Italian is concerned. 28 years of age now, Bagnaia. This is Grand Prix start number 226 of his career. There can't be too many previously that have gone before where he's suffered so badly. Aldeguer, maybe some late drama as he tries to split the 2 Fabios. Quartararo and Gian Antonio inside the top 2 at the moment. What is going on here with Bagnaia? Over the line he goes. It's up to 11th. No further action from the FIM stewards involved in the incident at turn 1 for Fabio de Gian Antonio. Checkered flag taken for Pecco Bagnaia. At best, he's going to be starting at the Catalan Sprint and Grand Prix in 21st place. What a nightmare.
Well, both team and family feeling the pain there with Pecco Bagnaia watching on in the Ducati box. Where does he go from here? We know he's in a bit of a crisis of confidence on board that Ducati, but it almost feels like we're in a situation where only a brand new Ducati altogether is going to fix Pecco Bagnaia's problems. We're talking about a rebuild. Boy, that rebuild is going to be some process to get Bagnaia back to where he is. Confidence completely destroyed.
Shot to pieces, absolutely demolished. It's just a gruesome watch. Right now, just no confidence. And Ria, no Yamaha to find high 150, the fastest ever lap of the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, the first ever 1:37. He was pushing, he's all action, isn't he? Fabio Quartararo. And credit as well to Fabio Di Giannantonio, despite getting a little bit disturbed on one of his runs, when a bunch of riders exited pit lane. He is also through into Q1.
We spoke a lot, didn't we, before the session got underway of the 4 world champions in this session. At least one of them did get through. 2021 world champion Fabio Quartararo. As far as the others were concerned, I have to say, given how he was going about 25 minutes ago, that's a big shock and underperformance from Joan Mir on the factory Honda. 7th in that session, 17th on the grid for the 36, 1 place ahead of Jorge Martin, who of course produced a minor miracle in Hungary, having qualified 17th. He's a place further back on the grid here.
Oh dear me. Where does Pecco Bagnaia and where does his side at the factory Ducati garage go from here? He'll be hoping for some home comforts next time out in Misano, but that's his worst qualifying performance since the 2022 Portuguese Grand Prix. I think he busted himself up that day. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't even think he took part in qualifying, did he? On that occasion. Oh, dearie me. He plonks back into the seat in the factory Ducati garage, and I'm sure himself at the moment just a little bit baffled, a little bit. Here Q2.
He will be on the 7th row of the grid tomorrow. Fabio Quartararo then, with a new all-time lap record, blitzes through to Q2 along with Fabio Di Giannantonio. Aldeguer is out by 0.004 of a second, 3rd and 13th on the grid for him. Miller was 4th ahead of Raul Fernandez and Miguel Oliveira. Joan Mir 7th, that's disappointing given how well he went in FP2. Martin 8th from Malaysia Spargo, Alex Rins, the dejected Pecco Bagnaia. A new low for him down in 11th. Maverick Vinales 12th ahead of Lorenzo Savadori and Somkat Chantra.
Well, we hoped it was going to be special, we said it was going to be special, and it certainly was. All thanks, once again, to the phenomenal Frenchman Fabio Quartararo, who delivers the fastest ever MotoGP lap around the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. A record-breaking 1:37.906 has put Quartararo in the hunt for his 5th pole position in 2025. Coming up next, more drama over 15 minutes of Q2 as Marc Marquez looks to set himself up for a potential 14th sprint win of the season. Minutes has put Quartararo in the hunt for his 5th pole position in 2025. Coming up next, more drama over 15 minutes of Q2 as Marc Marquez looks to set himself up for a potential 14th sprint win of the season. Good morning and welcome back to the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. That's a great shot, isn't it? Great to see the car parks jam-packed full, traffic jams outside the circuit. Not so great if you're in them, but trust us, once you are planting your seat and ready for action here in Barcelona, you are in for a spectacular show. You're in for some treat as you get to see the world's best riders tackle one of the world's best racetracks. 4.66 kilometres is the Montmello circuit. With everything thrown into that layout, hard-braking zones, top speeds of nearly 360 kilometres an hour, high-speed corners and high-speed drama, I'm sure, coming up next in our 15-minute Q2 session. We have already had a historic Q1 session as Fabio Quartararo has found the first ever 1:37 lap on board the factory Yamaha. He has come out of that heavyweight Q1 session alongside fellow Fabio Gian Antonio on the VR46 Ducati, which means it is Binder, Acosta, the Marquez siblings, Bezzecchi, Bastianini, Morbidelli, Zarco, Marini, Agura, Quartararo and the Gian Antonio. Your dozen riders who are now fighting for our 15th pole position of the season. The standout rider of Saturday mornings in 2025 has been Marc Marquez, 8 poles already to his name so far this season. And can he maintain this astonishing recent undefeated record? He's going for his 14th sprint success of the season this afternoon over 12 laps in that Tissot sprint battle. He is unbeaten in the last 7 rounds, 40 successive wins, 23 victories out of 28 so far this season, and he knows better than anybody that he can take a giant leap towards that 7th MotoGP world title here this weekend in front of his home crowd. 10 points more than his brother Alex if he racks that up here this weekend. Well, next time out, when we go to the Misano World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli in San Marino next weekend, we could be looking at a situation where Marc Marquez, with 6 rounds remaining, could be crowned MotoGP World Champion. Potentially standing in his way are a few surprise names, and none more so, Lewis, than Brad Binder, who was dynamite on practice Friday here yesterday. His 138.141 was an all-time lap record that didn't even last 24 hours, but nevertheless, Binder, and in particular both factory KTMs, have been on the money all weekend.
3 of them that are in this session might all fancy their chances here. Bastianini on the Tech 3 bike, which of course has been in the news already this weekend, was sick yesterday, so certainly all 3 of the RC16s have a real chance in this qualifying session. You saw on screens a moment ago Brad Binder's average qualifying for 2025, which is 13th. He's definitely going to beat that, but there are clearly some early initial issues as they work on that 33 bike.
Yeah, and behind that screen is one KTM, which is clearly, in the moment, not in full functioning order, which will be disappointing to some Red Bull KTM fans right now. It was a great Friday, wasn't it? A 1-2 for KTM. 42% front row starting record so far this year for Quartararo. That does include 4 previous poles, as we mentioned in Q1, Jerez, Le Mans, Silverstone and Assen. Well, he's already shown what he's capable of in that electrifying Q1 session, a 1:37.906, the one and only so far lap we've ever had in the 1:37s around this Catalan venue.
Of course, whilst many of the fans here are wearing red t-shirts with 93s on them, Fabio Quartararo has his fans here at the Circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya. He has them all over the world, of course, tailing through Nice in the south of France. He's not a million miles away from there. A million miles away from the front of the grid, though, is that man, Pecco Bagnaia, with the screens up at the front of that Ducati box. He is a spectator along with us in this Q2 session.
Crikey, I'd like to be a fly on the wall behind that screen right now to find out what's going on as far as the number 63 is concerned. Let's go down to Jack quickly for a Brad Binder update.
Yeah, it's going to be the second bike for Brad Binder in this one. The first bike, there's some kind of electronic issue, it seems. The fairings are off, so they've managed to just about get this number 2 bike ready in time. But remember back to Hungary 2 weeks ago, where Pedro Acosta, when he crashed on his first run, said that the feeling with that second bike was very, very different, because they only had 1 set of these special forks that they've been using. Brad was using them yesterday as well, and obviously no time to be able to swap them across to the number 2 bike. How big of an impact is that going to have for the South Africans?
Yeah, we're about to find out Top work, Jack. Thanks very much. Then as Brad Binder heads out on circuit on the spare bike. Of course, the problem for Binder as well is he can't ill afford any kind of mistake, can he? Because with his #1 bike at the moment out of commission, that's the only bike he's got available at his disposal, which just does ramp up that pressure on the South African.
He's going to try and clear his mind of clearly a bit of chaos that's been going on in his KTM box before the session got underway, and just focus on the job at hand. But as you say, he has lost that safety net that he carried into this qualifying session. A qualifying session where he must have come into it feeling that he had a major opportunity. He still does, but perhaps some early adversity for the South African to overcome.
So Marc Marquez hunting down what he hopes will be a 75th Premier Class pole position. He's well versed in these kind of situations, isn't he? In front of his home crowd, they're almost demanding, expecting that Marc can continue this golden winning run. Of all places to see it broken, and this will be the last place he wanted to have it ended, in front of his home crowd here in Barcelona. Here is Gian Antonio then. He really had to dig deep to get himself out of that Q1 session. To be fair, he did. A 1:38.045 was Digi's best lap, as our two Fabios negotiated their way out of Q1. Here is Bastianini then at the moment. All is lonesome on this long start-finish straight. Heartbreaking now, that leg dangle as he looks for stability on the 23 KTM into that first corner. Be wary of turn 2, will the beast, after once again he threw it into the scenery and that second corner. That's sort of like a yearly occurrence, isn't it, as far as Ney is concerned?
Yeah, every year he says, I always crash at turn 2, as Johan Zarco certainly scrapping Marc Marquez's early attempt. Bezzecchi came up the inside of Marc Marquez in FP2, and it feels like there are 11 riders in this qualifying 2 session saying, Marc, today is not going to be your day. Davide didn't enjoy that one.
Let's be honest, Marc's dished out a few hard moves himself down here. And you know what? Marc will not be bothered by that one bit. Yeah, he just very seldom does Marc complain when push comes to shove. He says, because he says that's just part of the game. That's the nature of the beast.
Slipstream Zarco got helped him hit 356 Ks down the main straight. So Zarco clearly with a massive slipstream says this could be my best opportunity to get myself towards the front couple of rows of the grid.
You just get the impression that with that new aero, the new chassis and some updated electronics, that the Honda, you're already in third gear coming out that final corner, so you're already carrying a fair rate of knots. You've already got some momentum onto the start-finish straight. But these upgrades clearly have helped HRC with a bit of poke down the long start-finish straight, which bodes well for the future race. We've got some real horsepower-hungry circuits coming up when you think of Sepang, Phillip Island. Take is a real engine circuit as well, isn't it, with all the stop-and-go nature of that track.
We're watching the 37 here of Pedro Acosta, and it's 37s that surely we need in this Q2 session, given the Quartararo already set one in qualifying 1. Here comes Pedro Acosta, who's straight down to a 1:38.147, matched by Johan Zarco, who was, you can see why he was so keen to get past Marc Marquez, because that's the quickest lap Zarco's done all weekend.
Top work by Acosta. That is already nearly a 1/10 of a second quicker than anything he managed yesterday. Alex Marquez, though, just look at this. This could be obliterating Quartararo's 1:37.9, the all-time record from Q1. Oh, it's close. It's really close. It is our second ever 1:37 then here in Barcelona. It's put Alex into P1 here in Q2, a commanding position at the moment of over a 1/10.5. But Fabio Quartararo still just about is our fastest ever rider in Catalunya.
Costa getting a bit bottled up here behind the Trackhouse Aprilia of Iagura. He's still picking up time though, but he'll be keen to get past this Aprilia on the run down, probably down to turn 10. He's not going to be any way through turn 9. Look how close he is. He can almost reach out and touch the tail of the Trackhouse Aprilia. Can he now get past on the run down to turn 10? Because pole position might well hinge on it.
Costa, Marc, Quartararo all on fire here, aren't they? That's getting really close between Acosta and Agura on the Trackhouse Aprilia. How close you want it going through turn 10.
He wasn't backing out of that, was he?
Alex at the moment on course for what would just be his second ever pole position in MotoGP, none since Termas in 2023. Acosta is flying, so too is Marc, Quartararo and Alex. What a session this has already been here in Catalunya. Acosta then out of the final corner, having finally shrugged off Agura. Over the line he goes. It's a 1:38.073, which is a PB lap from Acosta, but he stays in second.
Marc Marquez only 5th on the 38.266. Here comes Quartararo, who's only done 1:37 today. He now finds another to take provisional pole.
Superb, absolutely superb. Another top-notch lap, isn't it, from Quartararo. A pair of 37s now on this sprint Saturday for the Frenchman. Alex Marquez, though, does retaliate with a 1:37.914 back in P1, but it is still just a whisker outside of Quartararo's Q1 benchmark. Seems at the moment that this is Alex versus Quartararo in this battle for pole position here in Barcelona. Acosta at the moment finds himself on the front row. He had to work very, very hard for that 1:38.073, particularly when he was up against one of his former foes in Moto2, Agura.
We have an overtake of the race award that we hand out after every Grand Prix. I'm not sure whether we can apply it to qualifying, but that move around the outside of turn 10 on Agura, who was pushing. Agura did his personal best lap of the session on that very same lap, whilst Acosta was siding around the outside of him into turn 10. Surely Acosta must have lost a little bit of time busy trying to fight his way through the clear, so surely there's a 37 in the number 37.
Yeah, it certainly feels that way, doesn't it, from Acosta's point of view. Marc at the moment, they're down in 6th place. It's Alex, Quartararo, Acosta, your front row. Row 2 at the moment would feature Zarco, Morbidelli and Marc. Brad Binder, just a reminder, out on that second factory KTM after some technical issues, robbed him of his #1 preferred RC16. Binder's opening salvo was good enough for 8th place, just ahead of Bastianini.
Surely he must have left a little bit of margin on that first run. He just knew he had to get some sort of lap time on the board in case he can't get on that first bike, and he's got to resume the session on the same bike he started the session with. So Binder now does have the luxury of being able to take a little bit more risk on this run because he does have that banker to his name. 8th place at the moment for Brad Binder. Bastianini 9th on a 38.6 from Gian Antonio Marini and Agura. And Marc Marquez sits down, and it's about as exasperated as I think we've seen the World Championship leader in 2025.
Yeah, Hungary was all plain sailing, wasn't it, as far as 93 is concerned. This so far has been anything but. This was the move that Zarco put on him going into turn 1. Yeah, Zarco picking up the factory Ducati and Marc on the inside. At the moment, Silverstone, Assen and the Red Bull Ring. The only 3 times so far this season where Marc has found himself off the front row of the grid.
Perfectly legitimate. Johan Zarco well within his rights to do that, and he set the 4th fastest time in the process. So Johan Zarco will say the strategy paid me dividends. He's currently on the front of row 2.
Termas 2023 then, the Argentinian Grand Prix a couple of years ago, the last time and only time Alex has found himself on pole position in MotoGP. It's tight at the top, just 0.05 of a second splitting Alex and Quartararo. This will be some Saturday morning as far as Quartararo and the factory Yamaha team are concerned, to get himself out of Q1 with what is still standing, an all-time lap record of 1:37.906, to then get himself on the front row as well. Just brilliant once again as far as Quartararo is concerned. So with 6 minutes remaining then of this Q2 session, it's about to get pretty fast and pretty frantic here, you think, in Catalunya. As we move into the vital final stages. Who's going to be on pole position, number 15 so far this season? Only 4 riders have found themselves heading the grid in 2025. Marc Marquez on 8 occasions, Quartararo on 4, and then 1 apiece for Bagnaia and Bezzecchi. Well, there'll be no repeat note as far as Bagnaia is concerned. He's not even inside the top 20 on the grid for the Sprint Man Grand Prix.
So Brad Binder up behind Marc Marquez, and it's funny, isn't it, because we've often heard from Marc Marquez back in the days when he was looking for a toe, someone to follow in qualifying. He would always say, follow the rider who needs to push for a lap, who can't afford to roll out of it. I guess really the rider in that particular boat right now is Marc Marquez himself in 6th place.
So Quartararo, the last of our 12 riders in this Q2 session that's going to venture out on circuit. You can hear Fabio himself saying, let's go, 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 go. And he does indeed go. Heading out onto the circuit then is Quartararo at the moment in second place, which I think if you'd have said to Fabio last night, having missed out on a spot directly in the Q2, 11th in practice, you'll be on the front row, he would have snapped your hands off, no doubt about that. What then can Marc deliver late on in this session? At the moment, on course for what would be his worst starting position on a factory Ducati, his lowest grid slots so far this year have been a trio of 4 places in Silverstone, Aston and Austria, as we just mentioned. But there is plenty of time for him to solve that situation. Morbidelli just being informed that he has got the 93 for company.
He was moving around under Bezzecchi's. He was trying to get it stopped for turn 1. Marc Marquez is still sticking in behind Frankie Morbidelli, and I remember Frankie Morbidelli with some interesting hand gestures to Marc Marquez once upon a time when he was being followed by him in a qualifying session. I don't think we'll be worrying about that at this stage, but of course with a near 1 kilometre, in fact it is a kilometre long, the start-finish straight here, the slipstream particularly useful. Marc Marquez now is going to slot in right behind his brother by the looks of it.
Yeah, the ideal candidate to follow, isn't he, right now? Alex still holding that provisional pole position, but as you can see on screens, that is already coming under some major threat, because Pedro Acosta halfway around his current lap, his 6th lap of this session, and he's making it count. This is brilliant once again by Acosta. Tips it right now through turn 9.
Morbidelli jumped out of the way into turn 1. He didn't want to tow Marc Marquez around. Alex Marquez, though, is the rider now doing it. Alex Marquez also going very quickly in the first sector. Acosta has picked up time, and without Ayagura to worry about into turn 10, he's now on target to potentially set a new all-time lap record.
It could be just his 2nd ever pole position in MotoGP. He did it on our flyway run in Japan at the back end of last year. Acosta charging halfway through now the 4th split. Over the line, the Gian Antonio goes 2nd in Q1, up now to 4th place. Only a whisk off the front row himself. Oh, we're looking at a history though here from Acosta. We are! Pedro Acosta take a bow, 137.840, puts Acosta on pole position.
He's fluffed his lines in a few qualifying 2 sessions this year. He hasn't on this occasion, but Alex Marquez wants pole position back. He hasn't had a pole position since the beginning of 2023, back in Termas Hondo. That was, of course, in wet conditions. Can he now end his pole drought at the perfect place?
There is work to do, plenty of work to do as far as Marc is concerned. 175 points clear in the World Championship going into sprint this afternoon. 8th at the moment is Marc, and making no sort of big inroads towards that top 3. Quartararo on another strong lap. Alex, though, now absolutely mullers the fastest time ever. Just behind him is Marc, who leaps up from 8th into 2nd, but Alex Marquez with an incredible lap, a 137.536. Only Marc and Quartararo within half a second. Ayagura, look at this. Acosta and Agura on the charge. Quartararo still clinging on to a place on the front row of the grid. But what a lap from Alex. A 137.536. Absolutely sensational.
Quartararo into 2nd, albeit not a very close one. Acosta's previous lap did get cancelled for track limits at the final corner, so that's why he's now 4th, although he might be about to regain that 2nd place. Surely, though, Alex Marquez's 37.5 is unassailable.
A mid-37. Who would have thought that would be at the pace coming into this session? Acosta and all the hard work to be done once again. As far as he's concerned, he's on his last flying lap now as he goes sideways on the brakes. He really is attacking hard on an RC16 into that first corner. Here's his teammate Brad Binder, of course, who led the way on Friday afternoon. A brilliant performance yesterday by the KTM star. He's had to tackle, though, this Q2 session wary that the bike he sat on is the only bike at his disposal in this Q2 run. At the moment, Binder down in 10th place, potentially looking to push himself up inside that top 6. Let's see how he gets on in this 4th sector. Just ahead of him sits Marini on the factory Honda. Binder 10th, over the line he goes. In fact, he actually lost a place because Marini left ahead of him. Morbidelli goes up into 4th.
Acosta absolutely torched the first sector, but he's had a poor second sector. Gian Antonio is also going very quickly. You can now follow his progress on the bottom of your screens as the Marquez brothers start their final laps of the session. At the moment, they are both on the front row of the grid. Marc Marquez did tell us yesterday, Alex looks the strongest. He's been proven correct this morning.
It's been a spot-on assessment, that, wasn't it, by Mark, as they now have charged through turn 3. So careful not to generate too much wheel spin there. Wheel spin creates heat. Heat means a big drop-off in grip, so that's going to be a significant factor at play in the Grand Prix here tomorrow over 24 laps. Mark versus Alex, 93 versus 73. That's been the tale of the tape, hasn't it, so often? Oh, Mark was nearly down. He wiped the front out there, down mid-corner through turn 5. That's over as far as Mark's pole chances are concerned. He was almost on the deck through 5.
He did go all in, and in the end, he nearly lost it all into turn 5, but he will still start on the front row of the grid. There is no one out there at the moment who is going to change the situation. And after 2.5 years, and what a prime time to do it, what a place to do it, at home at the Catalan Grand Prix, Alex Marquez finally has ended his wait for a second MotoGP pole position.
17th pole of his career. It has been well worth the wait. Termas was a special one, but this will feel even better. Pole position in front of his home crowd. We're looking forward to Mark. He was so close to disaster there, wasn't he? The inside camera from turn 5, that front, that's not the angle it should be making. It's another spectacular, it's another textbook, trademark Marc Marquez save going through turn 5. Just looking at digging that left knee and elbow into the tarmac, desperately hoping that he doesn't lose control of that GP25 Davide Taradozzi. Tranquilo, Mark. I'm not sure the old ticker can take too much more of this. Fabio Quartararo has had a stunning Saturday. It's him that splits the Marquez brothers on the front row. Quartararo himself got down to a 1:37.803, which was a 10th faster than what he managed to get through fastest in Q1. 875 days after his previous one and only pole in MotoGP at Termas de Rio Hondo, but this will be extra sweet to do it in front of his home crowd at a circuit which we know Alex loves. It really does play to his fast and flowing riding style. Pole position then for BK Gresini Racing. Let's get the thoughts of the boss, Michele Massini.
Michele, what a job by Alex. Coming into the weekend, I'm sure he knew that there was an opportunity here, but he's taking it with both hands. And that final sector, wow, how much time did he gain there?
Definitely flying in the sector 4. I have to see from the data where he passed, but a standing lap, a standing pole position here at home. So we have all the ingredients then to make really good both races later and tomorrow, but we see.
Good luck, well done.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, great job by the Gresini Racing team. That was the lap which we saw scrubbed off for Pedro Acosta, which at that time was the pole lap. Ogura, he's had a brilliant weekend so far. Top job by the Moto2 World Champion. 10th fastest yesterday to get himself directly through the Q2 for the first time since round 1 in Buriram. And Ogura-san, well, he's going to be leading the Aprilia charge here this weekend. 8th on the grid for the Japanese star. That's 4 places ahead of Marco Bezzecchi.
He's not his place, doesn't he, of course, Ogura, winner of the Moto2 battle here 1 year ago. Fabio Quartararo, well, no one's ever doubted his ability to produce a qualifying lap against the odds, but from Q1 at the start of the day to the front row of the grid, around about half an hour later, once again demonstrating that over a single qualifying lap there is very few better than Fabio Quartararo.
He's just awesome to watch. You just know every time you see Fabio Quartararo out on circuit, he is wringing the neck out of that M1. Evidence there on screens, that rear tyre was snaking left, right on the hard braking zone into turn 10. But he's getting a great reception, as he thoroughly deserves, from the main grandstand and from the Gresini Racing team. Alex Marquez's 4th sector was next level. That was the reason why he's going to be getting a Tissot watch to celebrate what a stunning pole position here in Barcelona. Well, we thought Brad Bittner's 38.141 was pretty exceptional to lead practice yesterday. But that looks like snail's pace at the moment, doesn't it? As we've had a mid 137, a 137.536. Pole position to Alex by over a quarter of a second, the gap between him and Quartararo, first to second. A pretty big gap then between Quartararo and Mark of nearly a tenth and a half in terms of third place. Marc Marquez, though, is on the front. At least he is on the front row of the grid. He said yesterday his turns 13 and 14, the fast right-handers, where he was struggling. That's where he could clearly see that Alex had the upper hand. And as you could see there, a big gap. 2/10 Mark was losing alone in that fourth split.
Although, of course, that wouldn't have put him on pole position, even had he matched Alex in the fourth sector. Alex was faster everywhere today than Marc Marquez. You saw how hard Mark was pushing to try and beat him on his final laps. He nearly lost the front at turn 5, smiling away for Frankie Morbidelli. He would have settled for fourth place at the end of play yesterday when he was 7th at the end of practice. Morbidelli heads a heavyweight row 2, both of the R46 Ducatis sandwiching the rapid Pedro Acosta.
Johan Zarco on the LCR Honda, good job by him, 7th fastest. He heads row 3 ahead of Agura and Bastianini. This is the helicopter shot looking down on the last flying lap for number 93, Marc Marquez, and that was the big front end slide there. Tucking the front going through turn 5. Alex had a front row seat for that one. I'm sure even Alex himself thought, well, that's a crash. Probably for anybody else, it would have been a crash. But of course, we know that he's got the cat-like reflexes, hasn't he, Marc Marquez? And he somehow defies gravity once again. Just look at the angle of that front tyre. Right foot lifts off the peg. And in the blink of an eye, split second, he's got the reactions to just dig the knee and elbow into the timer. Alex looking over to his right and just going, Mark, how are you still on 2 wheels, mate? How are you still upright? First and third note on the grid in their home Grand Prix. It's all smiles post Q2 for both Alex and Mark, and for a very good reason, because it was an excellent Q2 session. Well, we said both Q1 and Q2 were going to deliver some high drama. They did not disappoint, did they? After the late scare at turn 5, Mark on the front row of the grid here in Barcelona, and he's with Jack.
Mark, brilliant job to be on the front row. We could see just how hard you were pushing out there with that big moment on the final lap at turn 5. Was that the maximum today?
Yeah, that front row was the main target. I already understand yesterday and this morning that Alex had a bit more than us, especially in that T4. He's super fast on the last 2 corners. But let's see, we start in the front row, so this is also, it will be a big help for the race. And part of that confidence is getting better and better. But as we know, yeah, I'm struggling a bit more than on other circuits.
Great job, well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to Marc Marquez. Struggling more on other circuits. But if you're struggling and you're on the front row of the grid, it just shows the high level that Mark is currently operating at. This was a section of that Q2 where he had no dramas tackling turn 5. We couldn't say the same about his final lap, but yeah, he still is able to qualify on the front row of the grid, and you just know that he's going to be right there in the mix to win his 8th successive sprint in 2025. It has been some Saturday so far for Fabio Quartararo and Alex Marquez, our top 2 on the grid. Just a quick reminder, 3 p.m. local time will be lights out for the Tissot sprint. This was the last flying lap for Acosta. Well, we've seen him go sideways into turn 1. He was all in, wasn't he, for the front row and better, and then he goes, or he gets it wrong going into turn 7. Off-roading goes Acosta. No significant damage, you feel. There's plenty of opportunities coming the way of Acosta from the middle of the second row in 5th. Without any question, he has already demonstrated brilliant race pace all weekend so far. So he is going to be in the mix in that 12-lap sprint. Just once again, confirmation, we told you, in Q2, just the 2nd pole of Alex's Premier Class career. But what a sprint Saturday it's been already for French superstar Fabio Quartararo. Fastest in Q1, 2nd on the grid, and he's with Jack.
Fabio, talk about a turnaround from Q1 now onto the front row of the grid. We know just how quick you are over one lap, but did even that surprise you today?
Yeah, to be honest, it's a great feeling to come back on the front row, to enjoy. Especially, it was a long time that I was not pushing my bike to the maximum. And yeah, we know that the pace is a little bit lower than the two brothers, but we will make our best to make a good start, good laps, and also thanks to all the fans to be there, and especially I know there is many French, so thank you very much.
Great job, well done.
Thank you.
Awesome job by Fabio Quartararo. Yeah, about 150 kilometres south of the French border. That's where we see so many French fans making the trip to support Quartararo and Zarco. 7th front row start of the season for the factory Yamaha rider. And just reminding Top Razgatlioglu there might be some stoppie competition in Yamaha next year as he celebrates that 2nd place with a brilliant rolling stoppie into pit lane. 3rd week in a row then a rider out of Q1 has gone onto the front row of the grid. Quartararo 2nd then with a 1:37.803. Felt like Fabio was delivering 37s for fun throughout Q1 and Q2 this morning. One rider who delivered a 1:37 and had a lot of fun around Barcelona this morning. Just his 2nd ever MotoGP pole position in front of his home crowd as well. Alex Marquez with Jack.
Alex, first pole position in 2.5 years, and what a place to do it at home here in Catalunya as well. Just talk to us about that lap and the final sector in particular. What's the special magic that you've got there?
Yeah, I mean, for us it was really special and really important to be in the front row today because especially we had a really good pace during all the weekend, but you know, in the quali you play for everything, for all the weekend, but yeah, we did a really good first time attack. And the second one, I said, okay, if we put everything together, we can improve a little bit. I was not expecting to make that 37.5. When speaking, I was expecting 37.7, 37.6 maximum. But yeah, happy we put everything together. But you know, now come the important moment, you know, the sprint race and the long race, where the points are there on the table. So we need to be really concentrated. I'm enjoying a lot this weekend, and I will try to go for it.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Some lap that wasn't it by Alex. I think even surprising himself that he found that 1:37.536. What a shot that is. I've been power sliding the Ducati GP24 through that turn 13. Of course, he made his first appearance on the GP24 right here in Barcelona at the post-race test last November, where guess who was fastest? It was Alex. This is not a surprise at all to see him as rapid as he has been, and it's worth noting as well, he is the only rider so far in 2025 that has been able to defeat Marc on a sprint Saturday afternoon. Can he make it just his 2nd sprint success of 2025? Of course, he was the victor at our sprint at Silverstone back at the end of May. It's last May 2024. Actually, right here in Catalunya, the last time Ducati were beaten in a sprint. Alex, the big favourite though going into this afternoon's Tissot sprint from pole.
What a pole position, what a qualifying session. Alex Marquez on a 37.5, destroying the field in what was a competitive Q2. Quartararo 2nd from Marc Marquez. Frankie Morbidelli with 2 VR46 Ducatis on row 2, sandwiching Pedro Acosta. Gian Zarco 7th ahead of top Aprilia Iagura. Bastianini 9th from Marini, Binder and Bezzecchi. Of course, Binder had his problems pre-session. Aldeguer missed out on Q2 by just 4 thousandths. That leaves him 13th on the grid ahead of Jack Miller and Ralph Fernandez, Miguel Oliveira, Joan Mir and Jorge Martin. A heavyweight 6th row, Aleix Espargaro, Alex Rins, and believe it or not, Pecco Bagnaia on the 7th row. Bagnaia, his worst qualifying for over 3 years, 21st, with only Maverick Vinales, Lorenzo Savadori and Sokiat Chantra behind him. Marc Marquez takes another step towards a brand new BMW M, even if he was only 3rd in qualifying today. His advantage of Alex Marquez is cut to 70 points. Fabio Quartararo, with 2nd on the grid, is now a long way clear of Pecco Bagnaia.
Well, that was something rather special, wasn't it, to kick off Sprint Saturday here in sunny Spain. Alex Marquez will lead the field away in the 12-lap sprint at 3 p.m. local time this afternoon. Will it be Alex who will finally break Brother Mark's incredible winning streak. Marc Marquez looking for an 8th successive double victory, which would move him a step closer to title glory in 2025. But it is Alex Marquez for just the 2nd time in his MotoGP career that will fire away from pole position with a new all-time lap record in front of his jubilant home crowd.
And the top 10 completed by George Russell, who pulled over late, and he finished ahead of Fernando Alonso and Isaac Hadjar. Our journey to the second page begins with Gabriel Bortoleto, and then it's Nico Hulkenberg ahead of Liam Lawson, Yuki Tsunoda in 14th, and it's Stroll. Dunn, who was one of the substitutes for this session, finds himself ahead of Ocon, Gasly, Behrman, and Paul Aaron, who finished in 20th position as he got up and running with the Alpine team in FP1. Second practice in the Formula One World Championship. Glorious conditions again. The track temperature is 40 degrees. The air temperature is at 26. If you weren't with us earlier on, it was a Ferrari 1-2. What else did you expect? It's Lewis Hamilton ahead of that man, Charles Leclerc. Both Ferraris running in a tribute livery to celebrate 50 years since Niki Lauda first won the World Championship for Ferrari. Over the line goes Piastri's fastest of anyone so far. George Russell is currently in second position. Hydraulic issue for him earlier on brought his session to a close. This is driver cam, the visor cam, with Lewis Hamilton. Brilliant view of his altered livery as the circuit where he was excellent earlier on.
Okay.
Let's go on board. Pierre Gasly, driver number 10, former winner around this circuit, heading to the Ascari chicane.
This is edge of the seat action. Martin and Bagnaia are going side by side. Who's going to have the edge on the brakes into turn one?
It's Martin on the inside, but he looks like the lead continues to change hands.
Martin into turn four he goes. Bagnaia gets him on the cutback.
Martin up again this time into turn number 5.
Marc Marquez must be loving this front row seat. Bagnaia's got the inside line into turn 15. They rub knees, they rub elbows once again. Bagnaia goes defensive on the inside over the blind crest now. What a opening that was to this Malaysian Grand Prix. Marc Marquez in third place. Martin happy to be in this position. He doesn't want to lose 5 points, but if second is the best he can do, well then so be it. But, Marquez has crashed. Martin, all he has to do now is make sure that he finishes behind Pecco Bagnaia. Focus, that is the key message. Bagnaia, he said he was going to be aggressive, and boy was he true to his word. Pecco Bagnaia then keeps the rematch alive in the Malaysian Grand Prix. Boy, Martin's going to lose 5 points, but his iron grip on glory remains. The championship then will be decided at the season finale in Barcelona. We are racing in Barcelona, but of course we are racing for Valencia. Jorge Martin or Pecco Bagnaia, who will put his name at the top of the Tower of the Champions after our last Grand Prix of the season. Pecco Bagnaia then does indeed take his 7th Tissot Sprint win of the season. And the rematch rolls on into a tense final day showdown here in Catalunya. The rematch rocks on. Jorge Martin and Pecco Bagnaia. It has all come down to the final day of the season. It's the title decider here in Montmello. Lights out and we are racing. Bagnaia gets the perfect launch away from pole position. Hot in pursuit though goes world champion leader Jorge Martin. Bagnaia leads though here in a race he simply has to win.
Oh, Marquez very close up behind Jorge Martin.
And Marquez has the inside line. The 93 of Marc Marquez moves up into second place.
Bastianini for the second lap in a row goes past Aleix Espargaro into turn 10, although this time he's kept it.
Espargaro gets the inside line once again on an air Bastianini.
Bastianini was on the brakes too late as it turns out. He goes way off into the shortcut and he's dropped 4th and 5th place. Now Aleix Espargaro is coming under a bit of pressure from Alex Marquez.
Martin then, he is going to be crowned world champion from the podium. Pecco Bagnaia wins the Grand Prix of Barcelona. But Jorge Martin is the 2024 MotoGP world champion. A lifelong dream comes true in Catalunya. First independent team ride to win the Premier Class title since Italian legend Valentino Rossi. What a moment, what a day for the Martinator and Prima Pramac Racing. A day he'll never forget. Hasta la vista, baby. Martinator climb to the top of the Tower of Champions. He's your 2024 MotoGP World Champion. What a season. He deserved it. A great world champion, Jorge Martin.
Welcome to the most exciting sport on earth. The world's most fearless riders, the fastest bikes, the most forward-thinking manufacturers. This is the hunt, and there can only be one winner. We ride to the edge of possibility. Our riders and machines are always first on the throttle, last on the brakes. The riders, athletes with hunter mentality, at the peak of physical fitness, talent and skill, and always calculating their next move. The manufacturers, creators of the most advanced bikes on the planet, capable of speeds above 360 kilometers per hour, purpose-built for MotoGP with pioneering engineering, creating blistering acceleration, ultimate precision and absolute performance. Unridable to mere mortals, tamed only by ride to the edge of your seat with more overtakes, more drama, and more adrenaline. The rear wheel drifts, the fastest laps, the final corner moves, the reigning champions, the plucky underdogs, the legends and the upstarts. The times when you can't look, and those when you can't look away. We ride with purpose, with pioneers and visionaries working tirelessly not just for the win, but for the future of our sport, our technology, and our planet. Their eyes not only on the checkered flag, but on that ever-moving finish line called progress. We ride together as one global racing family, with the riders, the teams, the engineers, the technicians, the broadcasters, the truck drivers, the cooks, the hospitality staff, the sponsors, the many individuals all united in the goal of glory, with every kind of family, the every weekenders, the first timers, the forever fans, the never misser flaggers, the home track faithfuls, the destination circuit holidayers, the day trippers, the Sunday sofa viewers, the ones we've known forever and the ones we haven't met yet, cheering from the stands or at the screen. Whoever you are, wherever you come from, we are one garage. Be part of it and safety seat. It's time for the 2025 MotoGP World Championship.
Simply the best. Marc Marquez now wins 13th sprint so far this season. Simply sensational. The first Hungarian Grand Prix in over 3 decades. MotoGP is going to roar into life here in Balaton Park. We keep a close eye on Fabio Di Giannantonio.
Both race 1 and race 2, and that's in order to accommodate a rather uncharacteristic warm-up lap, and that's just to make sure that there's plenty of heat in the tyres when they do get down to turn 1 for the first time. So instead of 7 laps, Neil, we've got 6, but it's going to be 6 of the very best.
Yeah, absolutely. That applies to race 1 and race 2. The front tyre has been a little bit critical for a lot of the Model E field this year, and we've seen quite a few front-end crashes. Some riders saying that a little warm-up lap just before the race starts would really help bed in that front tyre, get it up to full working temperature before they plough down to the very fearsome turn 1 here at this circuit. So it is going to be a first for Moto E, warm-up lap, and then a shortened race distance, as you said, Kiko, and 6 laps should be sparks flying across all 6, I would say.
Oh, I would absolutely guarantee that, because Moto E this year has really delivered, and it's a 4th different pole sitter in 5, Neil, and it's a first pole since Catalunya last year for Eric Renardo, the LCR-E team. We've had 5 winners. He has had a podium, but he's not been a victor just yet this year. Is today the day?
Yeah, if qualifying is anything to go by, he should be starting as the favourite. Renardo was second in practice yesterday afternoon before going on to secure his first pole position of the year, looking very good around the track, in which he has always shown some great potential. So Bernardo gunning for his first victory of 2025.
He's won from pole 5 times, the last of which was the Red Bull Ring in race 1 2022. Back on the front row for the 2nd consecutive round, Lorenzo Baldassarri is Mattia Casadei's nearest rival, and he goes from the middle of that front row again. Can the 28-year-old Italian find form? He's had 2 podiums, a 3rd, a 2nd. Will he complete the sequence with a 3rd, Neil?
It does have potential, you would have to say. It has been a good weekend for him so far, and we're actually going to pass down to Elliot York, who is on the grid, I think, with Lorenzo Baldassarri.
Yeah, certainly am. Lorenzo, how are you feeling ahead of this one? Front row start and looking for your first win. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel strong. Let's see how is the first lap. We will give the maximum because the race is very short. So I can't wait to race today. I have 2 chances, so let's see what happens.
Good luck.
See you.
Max attack then from the number 7 of Lorenzo Baldassarri. We caught a glimpse of the number 81 of Jordi Torres. 2020 and 2021 Moto E World Champion. Don't forget 2 podiums though in 2025. It's his second front row of the season, his third front row though in Barcelona, but he's never won from it.
Yeah, exactly. He's never won here. He's been in a bit of a lull in terms of results of late. Has Jordi Torres no higher than 9th across the last 4 races. He'll be looking to make a podium return here today, and a lot of eyes on this rider here. Mattia Casadei put one hand on the Moto E World Championship back in 2023 at this circuit, but had a really mixed affair last year, and the inconsistency it showed here was evident through the rest of last year. So which kind of Mattia Casadei are we going to see today, Kiko?
And of his 13 wins, Neil, only 2 have come from off of the front row. Mazzano last year from 4th, Le Mans earlier this year from 9th. Middle of the second row, our 2019 champion, Matteo Ferrari. Double top 5 in the 2023, a double P8 in 2024. Current form, 3 podiums from 4. Matteo Ferrari in the middle of that second row. Elliot York, who have you got for us?
Yeah, I'm down here with Lucio Cecchinello, of course, the LCR E-team boss. How are you boys feeling ahead of this one? Casadei leading the championship on the second row, and Eric, of course, on pole position.
Yeah, we are, of course, excited for these races. I would say that yesterday morning we were first and second, and then during the qualifying, unfortunately, Mattia Casadei had some small complaint about the suspension setup, so he finished 4th, second row, but I think that he will be one of the race contenders.
Have a good one.
Thank you so much.
Lucio Cecchinello, it's pole and P4 for his riders today. Neil, second row is a busy one. We had a glimpse there of Matteo Ferrari. Alessandro Zacconi completes at the number 61. His last win came from P6 on the grid, Assen Race 2 in 2025. He hasn't had the best form in qualifying, but he has had history of converting those poor performances.
Yeah, he's Mr. Consistent this year. He has had his moments in Assen where he was on the podium twice, but he was either 7th, 6th or 5th in each of the last 4 races. Not exactly championship form, but still enough to keep the points on the board, and currently 4th in the championship, just 15 points back of Casadei, so still very much a championship player.
Nicolas Spinelli has had a podium in Barcelona back in 2023, 3rd from the 3rd row of the grid. He goes from 7th today. Back then it was from P8. That's not the only statistical story on that 3rd row either. Kevin Zanoni last year was P8 here in Barcelona. He took 3rd in race 1. He won race 2, Neil. He's got the same challenge today.
Does indeed. He's been in pretty rotten form recently, though, has Kevin Zanoni. That was his first World Championship success here 1 year ago, so very happy memories of this circuit. Watch out for the second race by him coming through from the middle of the 3rd row.
This is Zanoni himself, of course. This will be his 60th start in the class as well. Poor form of late, still in the top 10, still with a chance at the title if he can pick up some performance this weekend, just like he found just over 12 months ago. Completing the 3rd row of the grid, the number 12 of Jacopo Hosjuk, the 19-year-old from Rome in Italy, but takes the Romanian nationality. Race 2 will be his 10th start in Moto E, and despite previous experience here in Barcelona, he's never scored points in the Moto 2 European Championship. It's a long way down the grid. It's the 4th row for our reigning champion, Hector Garzo. He heads up there from P10, but they all chase Eric Granado. We gear up then for Moto E Race 1 here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. You're joining myself, Kiko Giles, Neil Morrison alongside me, and Elliot York down in pit lane. And on the grid, it's Eric Granado ahead of Baldassarri and Torres. We've taken you through the front 3 rows. Hector Garzo, we just about squeezed him in. Head of the 4th row, a nightmare in qualifying. What a disaster. He couldn't really get a fast lap time in. It's a busy 4th row. Oscar Gutierrez, who of course won his first Moto E race here in Barcelona, he's 11th. Andrea Mantovani, your championship leader up until last time out, completes it after another woeful qualifying performance. Tibor Eric Varga is 13th. Alessio Finello, beg your pardon, is 14th place. Luca Bernardi 15th. Tommaso Occhi and Raffaele Fusco, the two on Getter, 658. Squadra Corsa machines 16th and 17th. We normally have 18, but Maria Herrera can wrap up the World WCR title at Magny Cours this weekend alongside the World Superbikes there, so she's opted to take care of that and prioritise World WCR over Moto E. She'll be back next weekend at Mazzano. We go on for an uncharacteristic warm-up lap, Neil, but that does give us an opportunity to talk about pinch points. Where are the key overtaking hotspots and action hotspots here in Barcelona?
Yeah, historically speaking, down into turn 1 has always been a favourite place for the Moto E riders to make a move, so watch out down into there. Turn 5 has been a real problem point through the years as well, where we're coming through just right now. We saw Jordi Torres essentially lose his championship hopes at that corner 2 years ago, back in 2023. Then we've got the left hairpin at turn 10. And that is probably the last realistic place that you're going to be making a safe pass. You can always do something all or nothing in turn 14, but yeah, you're definitely putting it on the line if you're going to be doing that.
It's all in for the win if you're going through 13 and 14, really, isn't it? But not impossible.
Not impossible, and we're getting to that time, Kiko. I'm going to put you on the spot. Who's winning this one?
Oh, I feel like Eric Granado is going to add his name to the winners list. Neil?
I'm going to go with Matteo Ferrari from O2.
And it would only be fair. Elliot York, are you listening?
I certainly am. I'm going to go for Lorenzo Baldassari from the middle of this front row, not the second row, the front row.
Lorenzo Baldassari, Matteo Ferrari, Eric Granado. Just making sure before we... Eric Granado rolls into view then and is going to have a clear view down towards turn 1. The big thing here, Neil, is such a...
Oh, a good start here will be absolutely key. Lots of names to look out for coming through from behind row 1. Mattia Casadei, one of them, also an all-star row 4. I'll be looking back there.
Here we go then. 6 laps of Moto E action here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. Go! And it is a good start from pole, but a better one from P2. Lorenzo Baldassari, we saw back in Hungary. He got the starts that he needed, and it is absolutely chopping and changing. It is Kevin Zanoni who's come up the inside. Casadei's got it sideways on. They squeeze through. Balda gets the whole shot. It's tight at turn 2. Careful on that front end as they flick left and then right. But it is Baldassari from your pole sitter Eric Granado. Kevin Zanoni with an absolutely lightning getaway. I think that is up in 3rd place. 4th place. It's a fantastic start from Casadei to keep it clean, but he's under attack from Ferrari. That's 5th up to 4th for him, and Casadei just pushed offline a little bit at turn 4, giving Nicolas Spinelli the opportunity. Turn 5 for the first time. Hold your breath, because this is a pinch point.
Yeah, absolute nightmare start for Jordi Torres on the front row. He's back in 7th. He's lost 4 places. Brilliant stuff from Spinelli, who's up 2 positions, and as you say, Kevin Zanoni, who's gone from 8th up into 2nd.
He's got ahead of Eric Granado, so I had to do a double take. It was Zanoni, not Torres, because Torres was the one who did start on the front row. Good start from Luca Bernardi up inside the top 10, and likewise Tibor Eric Varga. Both of those riders up in the top 10 from the 5th row of the grid. Hector Garzo's weekend has seen him down the order. He's 11th on the first half of this opening lap. Zanoni bouncing around all over the place, saying down towards turn 10, but gets it all hooked up. Balda leads, aimed towards the stadium section for the first time.
Yeah, great stuff from one of the title contenders, Andrea Mantovani. He's jumped up 4 positions to go 8th. Another championship contender, Alessandro Zecconi, has had a nightmare first lap. He's got all the way back to 14th from 6th on the grid.
And Oscar Gutierrez is down in 15th place. And oh, someone's gone down in it. That is, oh dearie me. Is that Casadei? I think it is. That's Mattia Casadei, who has had an enormous get-off coming through 13 and 14. I was just about to say that's going to be quick through there. Wow. Good to see him up on his feet, but that bike has parked itself right on top of that air fence. That is not a good That is not a good place for that bike to end up, but thankfully it didn't come bouncing back into the gravel. It's not an air fence, by the way, that's just a normal run-off. So turn 14 for Mattia Casadei, your championship leader, is down and out within less than a lap done. Back at the front, just to bring some order, Baldassarri was P1, he's now back in P4. Matteo Ferrari has come through, that's for P2. Balda's coming through as well, smoking that tyre there through turn 4 as Casadei, well, all he can do is sit down in the shade. Neil, we're on board with him. Talk us through what happened here. This is going to be a ride and a half.
Yeah, nightmare stuff as he pitches into turn 14. He's lost the front very, very early there. That is a strange and puzzling crash from Mattia Casadei. Look at the bike going up and getting caught by the catch fencing on the outside there off the gravel track. Goodness me, Casadei was very, very fortunate to be up and walking away after that significant roll through the gravel.
The catch fencing doing exactly what it's there for, so fantastic stuff there. That bike coming in at speed and making sure it stopped instantly. Coming down towards turn 10, Granado it is, the pole sitter, who is still chasing that first victory of 2025, who leads. Matteo Ferrari, who's come up to second from 5th on the grid. Lorenzo Baldassarri started on the front row, is still 3rd, but I tell you what, Matteo Ferrari is looking like a man possessed here, coming through the opening couple of laps here in Barcelona, just outside the top 3. Zanone's gone back to 4th, but it's still a fantastic opening couple of laps from him. Spinelli's 5th, and you can never write off Andrea Mantovani, who's completing the top 6. We come across the line for the second time to start the 3rd lap here, side by side. Granado versus Ferrari, down in towards the braking area. Granado's got track position, and he's got P1 sorted. Spinelli up to 4th.
Yeah, there goes Spinelli underneath Kevin Zanoni. You wonder whether Zanoni has the real pace to be up here fighting for the podium. We haven't really seen that from him so far this weekend as he struggles to keep the pace of the leading names. Ferrari was the only rider inside the 1 minute 47s on that last lap. He was marginally faster than Eric Granado, and it looks as though for the time being he's just content to sit behind the Brazilian and see what he has to offer.
We're coming through. This is down towards turn 4. We're looking at Hector Garza, who already has a track limits one. And look at the smoke, dearie me. That is very, very hot. Oh, that's getting tight and hot as well. That's coming through. That's Luca Bernardi. That is a fantastic move. Up into the top 6. The San Marinese rookie gets ahead of Andrea Mantovani, who loses a space and a place down towards P7. Look at how much these Moto E-bikes move around here at the circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya. They are on hinges as they come through 7 and 8, but Granado, still the best of the field, leads the charge down towards turn 10.
Yeah, Eric Granado is keeping it nice and smooth as it stands, and the riders behind him just taking a bit of a watch and breathe. Here comes Hector Garza yet again, making a nice move on Johnny Torres. Someone's crashed up ahead or behind, and it is Alessio Finello, I think it was, the second Grassini name that has crashed out down at turn 10. One of the problem spots on this track. That's a disappointment for the Italian, but I don't think that is going to have a major impact on who will be finishing inside the top.
I think that time around, but never mind for Alessio Finello, he'll get to do it later on. Look at Matteo Ferrari riding the berm and rubbing shoulders with Eric Granado, and Lorenzo Baldassarri says, I'll have some of that, right the way around the outside, gets the job done down in towards turn 1.
I think there might be a bit of a problem with Bernardi and Zacconi's transponders. Isn't that Zacconi there in 5th position? He's riding the number 61, or maybe I've just got my numbers confused, but it's all kicking off up at the front. Lorenzo Baldassarri is back in the front position, just ahead of Matteo Ferrari in 2nd, and really there's nothing to choose between all of these front 4 riders.
It's a great spot indeed. So maybe it is Zacconi after all who is up inside the top 5. I reckon you're right there, Neil. The thing is, in our comms box as well, we don't have absolutely perfect view of the actual screens. We've got so much light coming in as well. So I think you're right on the money there, Neil. Good spot.
That is Zacconi in 5th position, I'm sure of it. Well, yeah. Anyway, let's see how this transpires. It did look strange that he had dropped all the way down to, well, as you can see, 13th on your timing tower, but I think the 2 Aruba bikes have maybe been confused with their transponders. Yeah, we see the Zach on the back of his leathers. The Garza, he does love this move down into turn number 10.
top 10. He's the second of the yellow Revicol Snipers machines. Nicolas Spinelli, his teammate, is there in fourth, but Varga, after that big crash a couple of weeks ago, back in the top 10, where he was starting to consolidate himself a couple of rounds ago in Austria. Side by side as we go on to the penultimate lap, Ferrari chops across Balder. Granado is going to have some of that as well. Slots the eye of the needle, and that is absolutely fantastic. Eric Granado third up to second, Balder back to third now. Ferrari leads the way and would lead the way in the standings too if you put the flag out now.
Pretty much all of this top group in the 1 minute 48, with the exception of the rider in fifth, and it is Alessandro Zacconi who is coming towards the front. This Ferrari is a big moment under brake it down into turn number 4. It goes well wide. Will Granado be able to keep it tight? Ferrari just about manages to close off the line. You can see the smoke pouring off the rear tyre of Spinelli there in fourth position. Fabulous stuff and rear wheel action from those riders. But the rider you need to look at, keep an eye on, is the name in fifth place. It says Luca Bernardi on the timing tower. It is actually Alessandro Zacconi, the number 61.
It is indeed Zacconi who is right there. That is absolutely confirmed. I'll hope that the timing tower can be fixed out soon. But with a lap and a half to go, priority on the action. Ferrari leads the way. And what a turnaround this would be for Matteo Ferrari if he can come away with a championship lead going into the final 5 races of 2025. We have one race later on today at 4 o'clock. We are back at Misano next weekend before the grand finale, and it's shaping up to be a grand finale in Portimao. Talking of grand finales, we're in for one here. Coming through turn 13 and 14, Matteo Ferrari up in fourth place, and in fifth place Zacconi. Any one of these 5, Neil, could be your race winner. Last lap time as they fan out down this massively long front straight. It's neck and neck. Granado's gone a long way on Ferrari, who will have track position but doesn't have the braking power. It's Granado who just gets the anchors out and lets it out all the way to the apex to get the job done. Granado
Matteo Ferrari into turn 1. Fantastic stuff from the Brazilian. But is Ferrari going to respond up into turn 4?
Oh, defensive riding from Granado. He just did what he needed to do, but does he? Rear tyre there, looking to come through, and he...
Ferrari going to respond up into turn 9. This could be an absolute godsend for Eric Granado, who's just got a tiny little bit of breathing space as they come onto the back straight down towards this crucial turn 10.
Granado very defensive. Does he leave his braking a bit too late? You want to try and pull it down to an apex and not run wide on exit. He's got it perfect there. So Eric Granado holds track position coming into the stadium section for the final time. Lorenzo Baldassarri might be starting to think, can I come up with something in the final couple of corners? It's rare, but it is possible, but surely not today. I think Eric Granado has just done enough here. Matteo Ferrari is climbing on the back of Balder, who has got a run on Eric Granado. It's going to be close, and Eric Granado just holds on for his first victory since 2023 in Italy. Eric Granado returns to winning ways. He converts his pole position ahead of Lorenzo Baldassarri, who takes a 3rd podium of the season. Matteo Ferrari completing the podium. Brazil back on top. Eric Granado is back in the house.
He is indeed. This is a rider that broke his leg at the start of this season in really spectacular fashion. He's made a heroic comeback since then, and with that victory, has just about hauled his name back into the championship fight. Brilliant last lap from Granado, who took the lead down into turn 1 with an around the outside move on Matteo Ferrari. And in the end, I thought he might have started celebrating a little prematurely. 37 thousandths of a second was what separated Granado from Baldassarri, who almost tipped him to the line.
It's been a long wait since Mugello back in 2023, but Eric Granado, what a season he's had from all kinds of perspectives. He was up and competitive in Le Mans before he was knocked down and out with a broken leg. Assen was a big comeback. he started to come good, didn't he, back in Austria. Balaton Park, he was a little bit perhaps displeased with not getting a double podium there, but he was more than made up for it here in Barcelona. And when one LCRE team bike fell out of contention, Eric Granado picked up the baton and has delivered Lucio Cecchinello's team a fine victory here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. We took you through the podium spots. Nicola Spinelli just missed out on that podium by a quarter of a second. He was fourth across the line ahead of Alessandro Zacconi. Sixth place for Kevin Zanoni. Garzo took seventh. Eighth for Mantovani. Torres and Tibor Eric Varga swap places, 9th and 10th. They complete the top 10. Jose Gutierrez, Zacconi, Fusco and Oki, both the 658 bikes grabbing points, but listen to the crowd and to the reception, because this is a very popular win. Eric Granado for Brazil, doing exactly what he has done so many times, and now pulls a wheelie. That's not easy on a MotoGP machine. They are heavy pieces of equipment, but when you're winning, you're on cloud nine. You can do anything, particularly if you're Eric Granado.
I think that was a new feature with the Ducati V21L at the start of last season, which they included a mapping change that you can make, which allows you to pull a celebratory wheelie at the end of the race, and Eric Granado putting it to good use. And it looks as though, Kiko, we're seeing some confirmation on our screens that Spinelli is going to have to drop one position due to exceeding track limits on the final lap. That will see him drop to 5th, and Alessandro Zacconi promoted up into 4th.
Indeed he is, and that is a fine ride from Alessandro Zacconi. Converted that second row start and really was right there from you, Neil, getting slightly misled by, I think it's a transponder issue. I don't necessarily think it's a graphics problem, because our timing screens say the same up here in commentary too. But what about it? What a race to get started. Granado versus Baldassarri. I reckon that is the closest finish we've seen in 2025, Neil.
Yeah, I'll need to go back and check. The 37 thousandths of a second in it, and just over half a second covering the top 5. That is why we love MotoGP racing. It is tight and it is very unpredictable. And you have to say, Kiko, after Hungary, the kind of domination that Mattia Casadei showed there, the kind of domination he showed in practice yesterday, you really thought, this is Casadei's to lose. He's really found his rhythm, and then he goes and doesn't put it on the front row and crashes out at the end of the first lap. And it does show you that you really cannot predict anything in this championship, and the championship once again is completely wide open.
Smashed wide open, and Eric Granado has announced his way back into title contention. He was almost double half the points of Casadei coming into this, and with Granado taking 25 out, that's a massive leap back into title contention. Listen to the noise. Let's pause and listen.
That is why we love Eric Granado. He is such an emotional character, and the highs are very high indeed, and really has been through the mill this year, coming back from such a serious injury, still bearing some very ugly looking scars on that leg that he broke at Le Mans when he was collected by another bike. And look at the comeback that he has made. He is now on top of the world once again, and here is where Spinelli just exceeded track limits on that final lap. Can we see it clearly on the camera shot? We can indeed. Well, there's no argument with that, Kiko.
I thought he dropped over the other side of that curb there, and indeed he did, and he's punished for it. But a top 5 for Spinelli. He can't grovel at that one at all. It's still solid championship points for the number 29. But, well, Neil, we're at round 5. We've had 6 winners. What more can MotoGP deliver in 2025?
Yeah, absolutely sensational variety. We've had, what, 9 races, 6 different winners. And this is the move that won it. What a move to win the race as well. Eric Granado obviously benefiting from the slipstream from Matteo Ferrari, pulling out of it, and to the Italians left, dropping it around the outside into turn 1 and sealing the deal just like that. A move fit enough to win any race, you would say.
Oh, absolutely. He really just laid it across, and this was Balda's move. I think at this point, Lorenzo Baldassarri was still absolutely right in contention, but it was that final sector where Granado just really did pull out. The thing that was making a difference for Balda was he's give himself a chance, maybe one lap more. if it was a real 7-lap race as what was billed, maybe perhaps we'd have seen a late change, but you can't deny Eric Granado that victory. An absolute masterclass in the last lap.
Yeah, it really was. And it was almost a masterclass from Matteo Ferrari, who started the last lap in lead but ended up in third. How is he feeling? He's down with Elliott in Park Fermin.
Matteo, a great battle at the front there, almost got victory, but it's P3 in the end. But you're looking pretty pleased with that anyway. Talk us through how the race unfolded and how you're feeling.
Super happy about this race because yesterday in qualifying I struggled a little bit. We know the problem, but you know, you have to wait the race, and at the end we started in a very good position in 5 places, not so bad. The start was good. In the first lap I was already in the front. I did great overtakes. I feel very good with the bike. I did a mistake in the last lap because I was focused on Eric, but at the end Lorenzo passed me in turn 5. So, you know, I had only to manage in the last lap the 3rd position because it's very difficult to overtake in the last part. But super happy because we are in the point, we are focused, we are every session in the front. So we have to continue like that.
Great job, well done.
Thank you. Ciao.
Great job from Matteo Ferrari from the 2nd row of the grid back into the podium. He led a couple of laps as well. Neil, he can't be unhappy with this first race in Montmello.
Yeah, after a disastrous start to the season, things have really clicked, haven't they, for Matteo Ferrari? After Austria, where he scored a double victory, 4th and 3rd in the last round in Hungary, and another podium here is 4th podium finish in 5 races here in Barcelona race 1. But Lorenzo Baldassarri continuing his brilliant run, another podium finish for him, and he's right in the thick of the title fight. He's with El.
Lorenzo, you continue for your fine run of podium form. Talk us through that race and so close to victory as well.
Yes, it was another great battle. I'm adapting now to follow close the other rider because Moto E is a bit different. Also to overtake is not easy. But I'm happy because we did a great job, 20 points again. We are missing the victory, but happy for the job we have done until now.
That victory's coming, Lorenzo. Good luck for race 2.
Yeah, can't wait. Thanks to the team and all the support.
Baldo P2 in race 1, 3 podiums. That victory's not far away.
Yeah, definitely isn't. He was P2 in race 1 in Hungary. Can he go on better in race 2? He has a brilliant charge starting from the middle off the front row, and good to see him super aggressive in that final lap as well, Kiko. I don't think we saw that in Hungary. He maybe had that aggressive edge, just missing in the victory fight, but he showed there that he certainly could do it.
He is your championship leader now, but it's all eyes on Eric Granado. Who would have thought this after his Le Mans crash? He's a winner again.
Eric. Yes, it's amazing. You know, just my people, my family, my team know what have been for me these last months. It's been so difficult. I'm so happy with the job we did the last races. You know, every race I'm improving and feeling better on the bike, and have this win back again. And so I'm so happy with this. Let's enjoy the moment and try to do the best again in the 2nd race. And as always, I need to say in português, estou muito feliz com essa vitória. Só minha família, as pessoas próximas a mim sabem o que eu passei. Não foi nada fácil, mas eu sou brasileiro e não desisto. Consegui essa vitória hoje, estou muito feliz. Quero dedicar isso a todas as pessoas que me ajudaram a conseguir me recuperar. Foi a lesão mais grave da minha vida e eu estou de volta. P1, vamos escutar o hino nacional. Valeu.
Understatement. Welcome back to P1, Eric.
Yeah, you can hear his voice cracking up during that Park Fermi interview with Elliott, and that is just what it means to Eric Granado, not just to win his first race of this season, but also to make that heroic comeback from a really ugly leg injury that he sustained in round 1 of the season. And there he is, he just held on. You can see how close Baldassarri came. He was celebrating well before the line, and I was thinking, don't do it. We've seen that happen before at this track, haven't we?
We have.
Granado just held on for what we think is the closest finish for victory in a race this year.
Yeah, can confirm. I had a quick flick through our notes and whatnot, and I can confirm that it is the closest finish of the 2025 Moto E season, and with that it brings a 6th different winner of the year. He's no stranger to winning, though, is Eric Granado. He has been mighty in the past, but it has been a long time since we've been able to see him back at the sharp end of things in terms of victory. That is his 12th in Moto E, Neil. He's not giving up without a fight with Mattia Casadei's total. His teammate is on 13 as of his double last time out in Hungary. One more, and the LCRE team on 26 as a team, as a total.
Yeah, not bad stuff. And Granado now just finds himself 38 points in arrears of Baldassarri in the championship fight. It's still a big ask, isn't it, with 5 races and 2.5 rounds still to go on this dramatic 2025 season.
And let's talk about who isn't. Mattia Casadei. That is the 3rd time I make it that he has crashed out on either the first or the last lap. Too many times Mattia Casadei has thrown away points that were there for the taking. The other do this round, just when you think someone's found form, a spanner gets thrown in the works, and Mattia Casadei, frankly, he's got to stop it, otherwise he's not going to be the champion, and he's arguably the most deserving because his pace is there.
Yeah. Misery on one side of the LCR box, but absolute euphoria and jubilation on the other as Eric Granado basks in that winning feeling for the first time. If he backs it up in race 2, then we'll be talking about him going to Misano potentially as a proper championship threat.
Luca Boscolo Zemolo with the trophies here. 3rd place to Matteo Ferrari, who you've got to say now 4th in the standings, just 12 off Balda, is right in contention. Lorenzo Baldassarri is yet to win a race in 2025 as a rookie, but he is leading the championship. But has someone else arrived into contention? He is just now 38 points back. The top 8 riders are covered by less than 40. And you've got to say, Eric Granado in this kind of form, pole and victory here in race 1 in Moto E, is going to give Balda something to think about, particularly if he repeats it. We are going to get ready, though, for the Brazilian national anthem. It is for your winner, Eric Granado. It is a great national anthem, isn't it, Neil? Race 1 bagged. What are our main takeaways before we go for race 2?
Well, the championship is wide open after it looked as though Casadei may have put one hand on it after a couple of brilliant victories last time out. He is picking himself up out of the gravel here in race 2.
Yeah, he put one hand on it, he's put one fist through it in the gravel trap after lap 1, hasn't he? Granado made up for it for the LCRE team. Lorenzo Baldassarri 2nd. Matteo Ferrari completes that podium. Zacconi, Spinelli, Zanoni, Garza, Mantovani, Torres and Varga as quick as that. Poscia, Gutierrez, Bernardi 13th, Fusco and Occhi. Finello crashed out, Mattia Casadei, the biggest of them all, at turn 14 at the end of the first lap. He has a chance to redeem himself later on. Moto 3 is coming up. Moto E then is on the back burner for now as we take a quick look at the championship standings. Balda takes over at the top, 6 points clear of Mattia Casadei, but that is very, very tight, and it is very much all to play for later on. But for myself, Kiko Jars, I am going to get out of the cockpit seat, and Lewis Sotheby is going to be coming in. Neil Morrison stays put. That's because Moto3 qualifying is coming up in just a short while. We'll leave you with the team standings to look at. Dynavolt's Intec GP on top by 5 ahead of LCR.
8 rounds to go as we arrive in beautiful Barcelona as the race for the MotoGP World Crown enters a potentially decisive fortnight. Marc Marquez arrives home looking to tee up a first match point in Misano, but the biggest obstacle to his coronation could come from very close to home. It's Sprint Saturday at the Grand Prix of Catalonia. Good afternoon, everybody. Warm welcome back to Barcelona. I hope you've caught your breath back if you were with us moments ago for what was a cracking Moto3 encounter to kick off our racing action here in Barcelona. The first 2 races that they will be holding today. A World Championship battle, which certainly is keeping us guessing. Moto3, Moto2 qualifying, and of course the Tissot Sprint to come here this afternoon with intriguing World Championship battles in the junior classes. The Moto3 World Championship lead of Jose Antonio Rueda has closed down in each of the last 2 Grand Prix. Given the events of this Grand Prix of Catalonia already, there's a real possibility of it closing still further. We'll explain all as we go through this afternoon's action. Of course, the Moto2 World Championship, a fascinating 3-way tussle, which looks set to go all the way down to our finale in Valencia. And a MotoGP World Championship, which almost certainly won't, but still has plenty to keep us excited about, particularly in this next 2 Grand Prix weekends, with Marc Marquez on the precipice of his first match point. He and everybody else in MotoGP will go sprinting later on. 3 p.m. local time, over 12 laps. But it's 15 minutes of Moto3 Q1, which gets our afternoon up and running next. And well, if you hope found himself on the wrong side of the stewards already this weekend and does have a long lap penalty to serve in tomorrow's Catalan Grand Prix. The good news for him could potentially come in this Q1 session, because his chief championship rival, Angel Piqueras, has to go through qualifying 1 after some late lap cancellations that cost him dear in practice yesterday afternoon. Piqueras and his Fritza MT Helmets MSI teammate, Yusai Yamanaka, who, unlike Piqueras, has had a pole position so far this season. They both take part in this qualifying 1 session. Nicola Carraro, who's also been on the naughty step this weekend, he's a Q1 participant, along with Dennis Foggia for the Aspar squad, pole sitter here back in 2022. Marco Morelli, who is even to some of you a familiar name, to some if you watched us back in Brno, he's in action this weekend. He's a regular with the MLAP squad for the rest of the season. Eddie O'Shea, of course, his regular teammate. He's also in Q1. Scott Ogden, Ruche Moody, Stefano Nepper, Noah Detvila and Cormac Buchanan taking part in this session. Yeah, unmistakably, it's Angel Piqueras who we're focusing on in this Q1 session. He had set a lap time yesterday in practice that was good enough to get him into qualifying 2 as of right, but because of the yellow flags for that crash that you just saw into turn 5, Piqueras' best lap time was cancelled, which left him 19 thousandths of a second and 1 place the wrong side of the Q2 cut-off. 15 at the end of practice yesterday afternoon, which leaves him with an extra 15 minutes of work ahead of him. Lewis Sotheby and Neil Morrison with you in the commentary box. Elliot York is in pit lane and will be speaking to the pole sitter in Parc Ferme shortly. And Neil, it's going to be Angel Piqueras. Boy, has he given himself an uphill climb to achieve that today.
Yeah, he most certainly has, after he's regained some deficit or some advantage in the championship fight over the last couple of races. He's managed to peg back the runaway championship leader, Jose Antonio Rueda, by a couple of points. And really looking to keep that momentum going here in Barcelona. But yesterday did not go to plan at all. But you ran the fancy with Piqueras. Should get through this with the minimum of fuss. If this morning was anything to go by, Piqueras was looking very strong indeed. Set the fastest time of free practice 2 earlier on today. It was fastest by over 0.3 of a second. So you'd have to imagine his form added to the potential that he showed this morning should see him through. But nothing is ever certain in this Model 3 category, and Piqueras will need to muster up something pretty special to come through his Q1.
Of course, the event of yesterday, there was so much going on around the World Championship contenders in practice yesterday, with Jose Antonio Rueda's antics, which have landed him in some hot water. We'll show you that in qualifying 2 and explain to you exactly why he's got a long lap penalty to serve tomorrow. Angel Piqueras' point of view is to try and build this momentum, which you wouldn't say it's red-hot momentum, but he is closing in on Jose Antonio Rueda. In the last couple of rounds, we've seen Piqueras gain 14 points in Austria, just the 2 in Hungary as they finished 4th and 5th, but every comeback's got to start somewhere.
Yeah, most certainly does, and after everything looked so promising in Austria, it wasn't a total disaster for the number 36 in Hungary. 4th position after qualifying 3rd. I mean, it's a solid weekend, but you just feel with Rueda struggling and clearly not liking the start layouts that we had at both the Red Bull Ring and at Balloton Park. There was a real opportunity again 2 weeks ago for Piqueras to really capitalise on his main opponent's weaknesses, and he didn't quite manage to do it. He just managed to finish 1 place ahead of Rueda, and as you said, Lewis, gained just 2 points. So I feel that it was a real opportunity missed for the number 36 of Piqueras, and with just 8 rounds remaining, he can't really afford to pass up too many of those opportunities when the championship advantage is as big as 69 points.
It was the rookies that ran riot in the end back in Hungary, with Max Quiles and Valentin Peroni putting on a last lap for the ages at Balloton Park. But with both of the Fritz Anti-Helmet's MSI riders in this Q1 session, perhaps both surprisingly, Angel Piqueras certainly a greater surprise than Ryusai Yamanaka, who has been in qualifying 1 on 3 previous occasions this season. Plenty to speak to Jordi Cattell about in the MSI camp. Let's cross down to the pit lane for the first time and catch up with that.
Yeah, good afternoon, gents. Good afternoon to everyone as well. Jordi, both riders in Q1, not used to seeing that. What's going on with Ryusai and Angel on Friday here in Barcelona?
Yes, yesterday we don't have lucky because we did good laps, but sometimes with the yellow flags, finally the laps was cancelled. But right now we think that probably it's a good chance to do the Q1 to prepare better the Q2. For sure, we have a lot of confidence of all riders to be on top also in Q2.
How important was that win for Angel over in Austria? A real confidence booster, and he's been on a good run of form, but just not quite able to stand on the podium. But how important was that victory?
Yeah, it was very important for all the team, also for Angel, because at the end we struggled a little bit at the middle of the season. But to be honest, it's like a lottery. But sometimes the performance is not quite good, and we are suffering a lot. And sometimes, as we can show in the Hungary Racing GP, we battle a lot in the first group, but we don't have chance to overtake the other riders. But we're still working a lot. Also, KTM is helping us a lot, just to find some solution to try to fight in the same condition than the other ones.
Is that the only area where Angel is struggling so far? Just a little bit of engine power potentially? Is there anywhere else he needs to improve?
We are working in a lot of sites, but as you know, you have not a lot of options in Moto3. You can work a lot in the gearbox, in the dynamic sides, with the rider, with the leather strip, with the helmets. We try to be on the limit of the weight, but anyway, Moto3 just to grow, is that to help to the riders to go up to Moto2, and this is the target.
Jordi, thank you for your time and good luck for the rest of the qualifying session.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks, Elliot. Of course, while he was stood down there with Jordi Catalan, we've seen both of their riders come straight back into pit lane. Both Yamanaka and Piqueras coming straight in. This man, though, yet to leave pit lane. It looks as if finally Dennis Foggia's qualifying session is about to get underway. I'm not aware at the moment as to what the delay was, whether it was tactical or whether it was mechanical, but Foggia at the moment, one of several riders with one session so far.
Decent stuff from the young Kiwi, but considering the fastest time we saw earlier today was a 47.3 from Angel Piqueras, you have to imagine there is still quite a bit of time out there in this. With Stefano Nepper coming out of the final turn. It has been a really tough slog for the Italian of late. Hasn't been in the points in each of the three past rounds that we've had, and had the ignominy of being on the wrong side of some pretty tough words from his team manager after the race in Hungary. Nepper was last and 24th in the race in Austria, and his team owner, Paolo Simoncelli, just said our bikes are not made to finish last. Are not made being in capital letters, so you really get the impression that patience is a little bit at an end in that 658 box.
Paolo Simoncelli also said regarding Stefano Nepper, maybe he's suited to a bigger bike, essentially already trying to move him out of the door in Moto3. Well, as mentioned, Dennis Foggia is now back out on the racetrack, but a slightly delayed start to his session. What was the reason, Alan?
Yeah, I spoke to Nico Toro, the team manager. He said no issues whatsoever, just a strategic option for the team to try and wait for other riders to follow. So no issues whatsoever for Foggia. He's out there and lapping now, so let's see what he can do.
Good stuff. Elliot, thanks very much for that update. We've just seen Morelli go fastest in this session, riding for the Grid MLab Racing Squad. Claro has been handed a long lap penalty for tomorrow. That's the number 10 in the sniper's machine. Just in the shot now, coming down into turn 10, get a little bit unsettled as he was breaking in there, but on course to go fastest. And now we're going to hopefully start to see the best of the two MSI riders. Piqueras and Yamanaka just behind.
And there is Foggia just on the tail of the two of them, so clearly that was the strategy, to identify a rider to follow. And you can see Foggia picking up some nice slipstream there to draw him alongside the number 6 of Yamanaka. Foggia, just to give you an idea of the kind of slipstream effects, Foggia's just put up the best top speed of this qualifying one session, 4 kilometers an hour quicker than anyone else has been through that speed trap. This is one of those circuits on the calendar where, as much as we dislike it at times, you will see Moto3 riders waiting around for a tow, because on a kilometer-long main straight, the tow especially powerful.
Yeah, we've had some of the craziest Model 3 races that I can ever remember around this track, but Ethan Guevara back in 2022 did show it is possible to break clear in the final laps. If you get your strategy right, if you time your attack to perfection, you can just about break the toe through these twisty bits. And I'm sure a couple of names that will be featuring in Q2 will have a plan to try and execute that tomorrow. Good time this coming in from Piqueras, who's nice and clean through turn number 9. Yamanaka is a bit of a puzzle, isn't he, Lewis? After his arguably best weekend of the year in Austria, qualifying 3rd and finishing 2nd, he then is completely anonymous in Hungary. Didn't really speak about him at any point during the weekend. Qualified down in 17th and came home in 14th. Japanese rider can still be quite up and down and quite difficult to predict.
Struggled throughout the weekend. Just did appear to be a bit of a Marmite circuit for some, didn't it? Balaton Park. Some got on with it, some catastrophically didn't, as Yamanaka approved, although he's getting on a little bit better with Barcelona in this Q1 session, despite losing the track position to Foggia on this lap. Foggia's slipstream at the start of the lap had a pretty good effect, so 1:48.100 for Foggia. That is his fastest lap time of the weekend, 3/10 quicker than he went yesterday in practice. Yamanaka into second place, and yeah, Piqueras only third, but given the spread of the field, he's in a relatively comfortable position. Half a second clear now of Morelli in fifth.
Yeah, half a second clear of Carraro in fourth as well. So the riders outside the top three in this session really will have to go some to breach this little group of riders that are circulating on track together. You can see Scott Ogden just going around the outside of Piqueras there into turn number 4. This will be the easiest of weekends for the young Brit, Scott Ogden, who has just struggled to find some rhythm in the last couple of races after really promising results just before the summer break.
He's now getting held up to by Yamanaka. Some Yorkshire hand gestures there being demonstrated by Scott Ogden. See the CIP Green Power squad also getting a little hot under the collar, because Ogden doesn't have a lap time on the board at the moment. Of course, he's already in this Q1 session because he was knocked off the road by Nicola Carraro in practice yesterday afternoon, and now Ogden getting a little bit cross at the MSI duo.
So I think no matter what happens up ahead, Scott Ogden needs to put his head down this next lap that he's on and put a lap on the board, because as it stands, he's the only name in this session that is yet to do so. Number 19, who since that best result of the season back at Assen, 7th place, he scored just 2 points, 2 15th place finishes, one in Brno and then one in Austria. Didn't finish, crashed out twice, of course, in the race in Hungary 2 weeks ago. So the season has just lost its momentum ever so slightly, but let's see if he can get it back here with the benefit of the slipstream of Dennis Foggia just up ahead. He has got a good toe for this lap with Piqueras and Foggia.
Is he going to get ahead of Foggia into turn 1? The answer is no. So they'll be hoping that these riders keep pushing on this current lap. 3.5 minutes to go, so 2 laps in all probability, maybe 3 if he's very lucky and keeps pushing. But of course, with every corner that is completed, particularly corners as long as this one, turn number 3, the very best grip and performance from these Pirelli tyres is being taken away. Risa Yamaka is now under investigation for getting in the way of Ogden, and Ogden looking at further riders getting out of the way. That's Morelli, I think that is on the outside. It is on the number 95, just trying to keep himself well out of the way. He doesn't want to land himself in trouble. So Ogden now into the heart of turn 6, now up towards turn 7, and if he can keep up this kind of performance halfway through this lap, it should move him comfortably into the top 4.
Isn't this from Ogden? I'd say it's been a pretty impressive weekend so far for young Morelli. We are led to believe that he'll be making a step up to the World Championship next year. You can see that's Stefano Nepper just needs to be careful. Eddie O'Shea as well down into turn 10, not to get in the way of some of these faster names. Ogden still is very much in the mix as he comes around turn 10, just keeping behind Foggia up ahead. This could be the 4th best time for Ogden if he plays this final sector right.
The MSI duo, Piqueras, is looking set to safeguard his place in the top 4. Yamanaka is just up the road ahead of him, so we'll follow them all through the line. That's the other end machine of O'Shea, who's getting out of the way. Ogden looked like he might have been on the green there, coming out of the final corner. We'll see what his lap time is. It's good enough for 4th, just about, but Buchanan has now bumped him out, so even if he did keep himself off the green, Ogden has got 2 more laps to try and put himself into Q2. It's 5th at the moment for the Brit.
Eddie O'Shea getting a little bit crossed up down into turn 1. Good stuff that from Cormac Buchanan, the number 14. He was really disappointed to have crashed out in Hungary after trying to just keep it nice and simple. As we're just seeing, yes, Scott Ogden's lap time was indeed cancelled for exceeding track limits coming out off that final turn. So number 19 has it all to do again. And as it stands with 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, still has yet to post a lap time.
The lap time he did post, as we saw, wasn't good enough for the top 4 anyway, but at least he would have put him further up the grid. 18 track limits, as we saw, it was borderline, but you're either in or you're out. There were no half measures when it comes to track limits. Unfortunately, Scott Ogden was on the wrong side of it. He just basically needs to get in one clean lap here. He's clearly got the speed, close to Ken. They're coming out of turn 7, although there's a little bit of a deceptive camera angle there as we look from the outside of turn number 7. And Ogden now through the turn 9 right-hander, which requires plenty of commitment. And hard on the brakes for 10, and he did exceed track limits coming through 7. Another lap time cancelled. He's got one more left.
Yeah, it's been a disastrous situation in session so far for Scott Ogden. Just looking at our timing screens, Picaris is on another super fast lap time. I think Foggia's quickest time of the session is going to come under threat as we go on board with the Spaniard. You can see some consternation written all over the expressions and faces of the CIP technicians.
And there's a battle here for fourth between the Boe riders. It's currently Buchanan, but Moodley, his teammate, might be about to take over in that fourth place. Yamanaka down to a 48.0. We're into the 47s though with Piqueras. Moodley is in fifth place because Buchanan has improved again and taken back fourth place. Buchanan now down to a 148.391. And the two rookies down there at Boe Motorsports are in a private battle over that fourth Q2 place at the moment.
Checkered flag is shown, but British fans will be relieved to know that Scott Ogden did manage to get across the line for one more lap. It all comes down to this final circuit of the session, and it doesn't look as though he's had the best of first sectors. He's half a second off through sector number 1 alone, so he did not nail that first right-left chicane through turns 1 and 2.
Does he know that that previous lap time got cancelled? Surely he must have been aware that he was on the green partway through that lap. And the bad news, or the even worse news from Scott Ogden's point of view, is that the lap time he did was a 148.315. Had he stayed within track limits, it was a fast enough lap to put him in P4. As it is, Scott Ogden is set, barring something dramatic, to start at the very back of the grid. He has rolled off. Scott Ogden's going to be starting right down the back.
Yeah, disastrous stuff then for the young Englishman. A real shame. His compatriot though, Eddie O'Shea, actually put in a pretty good lap time in that final lap to see him rise up into 6th position. He's getting past, or almost passed, on into turn 10 by Rocher Moodley.
Kawaro 7th. Qualifying 2, so we'll be seeing him shortly. And O'Shea then into the final corner. Of course, desperately won't want to be out-qualified by his new teammate for the foreseeable future, Marco Morelli, although we understand Morelli won't be on that bike next weekend because he's already locked into his Red Bull rookies commitments. Morelli goes 7th and does just slot in behind O'Shea, 4 tenths behind the MLAP duo, 6th and 7th.
So not bad from Eddie O'Shea in that session. Decent performance from Morelli, who will be stepping up into the World Championship. Strongly linked with a seat at Aspar next year to replace Dennis Foggia, who will be moving on to pastures new. But it is Angel Piqueras, fastest this morning in FP2 and fastest in this session by 2 tenths of a second after 1 or 2 early question marks about not getting a lap time on the board. I have to say that was achieved with the minimum of fuss. So Piqueras safely through to Q2 along with Yamanaka, Foggia and Kovac Buchanan impressing yet again.
Given where Buchanan was yesterday, he was down in 25th at the end of practice yesterday. That is a good step forward from the Kiwi. It's a second and a half quicker than he was yesterday afternoon, although we did see Cormac Buchanan having 1 or 2 dramas in that session.
It is a big weekend for the Boe Motorsport squad. Their home race, whole load of guests in the paddock here this weekend, and expectations maybe just slightly higher on Buchanan and Moodley's shoulders, even if they are 2 rookies. Buchanan, it's all been about rebuilding his confidence after that big crash in Brno, which kept him out of the race there. And there was 4 crashes over the weekend in Austria. Really did not go to plan. A good job here on Saturday. To himself a good shot of maybe qualifying up inside the top 10. So good stuff for the number 14 and job done.
The strategy at Aspar paid off handsomely for Dennis Foggia. He is through into Q2. 71, who only did the 5 laps. He was the least active rider in that session, but it's not about quantity, it's about quality of laps, as Dennis Foggia has proven in that session. He cleared the bar by a good 4 tenths of a second in the end over Rocher Moodley in 5th place. Moodley, South African, still a run now since Aragon earlier in the season. It was the last time we've seen him in qualifying 2. But it is Angel Piqueras who tops qualifying 1. A 1-2 for the MSI squad. Piqueras, Yamanaka from Foggia and Buchanan. Those are your 4 that go through. Rouget Moodley 5th from Eddie O'Shea. Nicola Carraro took 7th in the end from Marco Morelli. Stefano Neppa, Noah Detweiler and Arvi Aditama, your 11 to set lap times. Scott Ogden, for a variety of reasons that's in that session, was unable to, and he will start down in 26th place. So Angel Piqueras has cleared the first hurdle on this qualifying afternoon. Top in Q1. The battle for pole position is moments away. Welcome back to Barcelona then, as we count down to could be a fascinating and thrilling sprint later on in MotoGP. 3 p.m. local time. Make sure you are with us. Of course, there are so many here who will have their eyes on the Marquez brothers, who have between them won every single sprint in 2025. Will that record be extended here at the Grand Prix of Catalonia? Before we get to that, we do have the qualifying battles in Moto2. And up next, it's the pole position shootout in Moto3, which will feature both World Championship contenders. Jose Antonio Rueda was already through the Q2, even if his Friday wasn't without its problems. His nearest rival, 69 points back, Angel Piqueras, has ensured that he will now join him after topping qualifying 1. Q1 session that, if you're just joining us, featured both of the Prince MT Hunt MSI riders, but both have comfortably navigated their way through those choppy waters and into Q2. Piqueras quickest from Yamanaka moments ago. Dennis Foggia, himself a former pole sitter here in Moto3. And Cormac Buchanan were your top 4 in Q1, which ensures that they will take their place in this battle for pole position. Pole position which has been taken by 9 different riders in 2025. Jose Antonio Rueda, your championship leader, is the most prolific. Jose Antonio Rueda with the 4 pole positions already this season. Matteo Bertelli and Max Quiles have had a couple each, with David Munoz, Yusei Yamanaka, Alvaro Carpe, Scott Ogden, Guido Pini and Valentin Peroni all taking pole positions in 2025. These Saturday afternoon sessions have been super competitive and very hard to predict. Here is your Q2 lineup then. Valentin Peroni, who of course was metres from winning his first Grand Prix in Hungary. He was quickest yesterday, which is why he's your first name on screen. David Munoz, who's looking to extend a golden podium run, 5 in a row for him now. The 64 was second at a circuit where, of course, he took his first Moto3 podium 3 years ago. David Almanza for the Leopard team. Guido Pini for the Intact squad, another very fast rookie in 2025. Max Quiles, perhaps the fastest of them all. Of course, he is your leading rookie in the championship. Jacob Ralston having a good run for the KTM Tech 3 squad, which of course is coming under new ownership very soon. Joe Kelso, points leader Jose Antonio Rueda, who will have more in a second. Ricky Rossi, Luca Lunetta, Marcos Uriarte, Adrian Fernandez, Tayo Porosato and Alvaro Carpe, joined by the top 4 in qualifying 1. So then, as we get ready for this Q2 session, Lewis Sotheby and Neil Morrison in the commentary box. Elliot York is in pit lane. And boy, has he got some interesting questions to ask as we look at the World Championship leader, Jose Antonio Rueda, who already knows he's going to have a long lap penalty to serve in tomorrow's Catalan Grand Prix. Let's get some reaction to that from his team manager, Nicky Ayo, who joins up.
He certainly does. Nicky, some big news coming out of yesterday, of course. Jose Antonio has a long lap penalty. What's the team and Jose's views about what happened yesterday?
Yeah, I think it was just a small mistake from his side. Obviously, he lifted his hand up. He was trying to go on the right side, but didn't see the guys coming from behind and maybe disturbed a little bit. Obviously, I sort of agree with the stewards with this one. It wasn't his first time, so it's good that they remind the riders sometime, and like this they learn. So obviously this brings a little bit of extra motivation for tomorrow. I think he's been strong throughout the week and just working on the pace, riding alone. So we feel comfortable and confident for tomorrow.
what's happened in the last couple of races. Jose himself said he didn't feel as comfortable in Red Bull Ring and in Hungary, but obviously yesterday morning especially, he's looked really strong. So what's clicked again this weekend?
I think, to be honest, like always, the championship is very long. You have a lot of different types of tracks, so I somehow feel that the last two circuits weren't really, that suitable for our guys. So, I feel like we're sort of coming back in.
And on the other side of the box, Alvaro, it feels like he's lost his way a little bit. He's saying similar. What's the missing piece at the minute for Alvaro?
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
What's happening with Alvaro on the other side of the box? We're just seeing the thereupon Hondas go out. Nicky, what's happening with Alvaro on the other side of the box at the moment?
I think, we started the season quite well with him. There was a lot of podiums and maybe also a lot of expectation, especially from his side. It's normal with the rookies that, you sometimes get a little bit more difficult moments, but we always believe that these difficult moments, they make you grow up even more and, come even stronger. So we are pushing hard, he's pushing hard, and I believe we'll find the way soon.
Any news coming about the future of Jose and potential Moto3 movements?
I believe so.
Thank you, Nicky.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elliot, and thanks
Watch this space then.
Thanks to Nicholas Isle. We'll keep our eyes on our inboxes over the next hours, minutes, maybe. Who knows? But yeah, we are expecting some news confirming certainly their Moto2 rider lineup. We are expecting Jose Antonio Rueda, the current Moto3 championship leader, to step up into Moto2 next year with the IO squad. We certainly would not want to let a rider of that caliber slip through their grasp. And well, as he said, it was has been a bit of a humbling couple of races, hasn't it? I think, had it not been for that brilliant spell mid-season, was it 6 top 5 results in succession, when he'd actually moved into second in the championship. And you and I were saying in one of these Q2 sessions, I think it was around Assen, that maybe he was going to be Jose Antonio Rueda's chief assailant in the championship fight. He'd been showing that kind of form, but last 3 races just slipped away ever so slightly. Not disastrous results by any stretch of the imagination. A 12th, 10th and 9th, but just a little bit off the ball compared to earlier in the season.
Yeah, he was very happy with how he handled the second half of the race in Hungary. The main problem was that he lost so much time in the first half, having initially been part of that leading group. Because we have to remind ourselves, we are talking about a rookie who is fit in the World Championship, so if this is what's considered a crisis by Carpe's very high standards, then he's probably not got an awful lot to worry about. Of course, in terms of his teammate at the moment, it's Jose Antonio Rueda. It's very smart money is that he's going to Moto2 next season and staying with the IO squad. And of course, in terms of likely replacements for Carpe next season, the obvious name that springs to many of the articles, rumours that you read and hear as the current Junior GP Championship from over Rookies Championship leader Brian Uriarte, who will be seeing full-time for sure next year in one colour scheme or another. But we follow Rueda into turn 5, and it's interesting. We've seen Rueda already win a Grand Prix this year from the back of the grid, back at Silverstone when he got himself into some trouble in qualifying. This weekend he's going to have to try and overcome a long lap penalty to achieve that, and I do wonder which of those is the more severe penalty in a circuit such as this. Of course, with the monster slipstream that we're going to have down the main straight, you'd have expected Rueda, if he started at the back of the grid, to have fought for victory anyway. But of course, a long lap penalty comes during the Grand Prix, and wherever you are, it is going to drop you out of the leading group, and he's going to have to jump across probably a 2-3 second gap to get himself back into contention. So by no means an easy penalty to overcome around a circuit like this.
Yeah, exactly. He'll be kicking himself. I think he only has himself to blame. We heard Nicky Io just telling Elliot that even the team couldn't really argue with the penalty that came his way. He had confirmation that it wasn't in the final 10 minutes of yesterday's session when that misdemeanor happened. However, as it's far from Rueda's first offence so far this year, race direction and the FIM stewards felt it was right to hand out a long lap penalty. So Rueda, around what has been such a good track for him recently, more than one podium finish here in years gone by, a track layout that really suits him, is already up against it before qualifying has even got underway.
At the moment, it's Leopard versus MSI in this Q2 session. First, second, third and fourth between those two teams. It's Adrian Fernandez who's pumped in a 1:47.235. That is the fastest lap time of the weekend so far, although we are still quite a long way away from the all-time lap record. Moto3 viewers over many years won't need many guesses to work out who set that. It's David Alonso, the record-breaking champion of last year, who of course did take both Catalan or Catalunya circuit victories last year, both the Catalan Grand Prix and the Solidarity Grand Prix of Barcelona. Just 5 thousandths between your top two though, with Fernandez and Yamanaka, and of course the MSI duo fresh from Q1.
Expect that order to be shaken up somewhat. Piqueras looks as though he is determined to shake it up, going by the first two sectors on this current lap time. Fast times coming in as well from Rueda, Pini and Max Quiles. Max Quiles has had a very eventful weekend so far, to put it mildly. Huge crash yesterday and then another smaller get-off earlier today. All 8 of his flying laps in FP2 were ruled out, ticked off by the stewards who were keeping their eyes on track limits, so Quiles has to rein it in ever so slightly in this section, just try to keep it within the bounds of the track limits, because this morning was just a bit of a disaster.
Yeah, it's like me on MotoGP 25, where you get lap invalid coming up every single time you try and put one together, as the team get ready to welcome Piqueras into pit lane, which is slightly curious given that he was on target for pole position. Perhaps he was only fueled up for those 3 laps. So Fernandez then from Yamanaka and Piqueras, Almanza 4th, second of the Leopard Hondas from Rueda, Pini and Quiles, who's already put in more valid laps than he did at any stage in FP2. He's got a lap time on the board in 7th.
Now you can see Jose Antonio Rueda just trying out that long lap penalty lane. He'll obviously be taking that route at some point tomorrow towards the start of the race. So interesting early order. Good stuff from Adrian Fernandez so far, 47.2. Is considerably faster than what we saw in Q1 just previously.
It's not the easiest long lap penalty lane to execute, that one, is it? Down in turn 1. Just thanks poor Fermin Aldeguer from the Moto2 Grand Prix last year when he crashed trying to serve it, and from memory, Tayo Ferrosato last year took a long lap penalty in the Moto3 race and then crashed at the very next corner immediately after serving it. It is, of course, rather bumpy and rather dirty down there at turns 1 and 2. So Jose Antonio Rueda getting plenty of practice in, and I guess he's got to get the practice in now, because of course there is no morning warm-up for the Moto3 class to try and figure that one out. So the next time he does go through that long lap penalty loop, it is going to be when he serves it for real in the Grand Prix tomorrow.
We have confirmation that Maximo Quiles currently on a provisional 7th place as it stands. Would be one shy of his worst qualifying result of the year, of his career as a World Championship rider, which goes to show you just how brilliant he's been in his first 10 races at this level. Quiles is looking at his average point scoring out across those first 10 races. His average points per race is 16 points, over 16 points. Only Jose Antonio Rueda has a higher average per race in Moto3 in 2025. Scary how good he's been in the first part of his career, and just what could he have done had he actually started the season in Thailand back at the end of February. Very interesting to pick up on a couple of comments that Quiles was making after the race in Hungary, which was then followed up by his team coming into this weekend. They were sort of following his line that, hey, everything's possible in this championship fight. He is 86 points back of Rueda, and he was saying after the race in Hungary, why not? Why not dream?
Certainly no pressure on him at this stage, is there? From a championship point of view, even if you average out his points per race, 16 points per race for Max Quiles, he'd only be 26 behind Rueda in the World Championship, so that tells you the level he's been operating at. Of course, missed 2 Grand Prix because he wasn't old enough, and missed 2 more because he was injured when he broke his thumb in a training accident shortly after that incredible debut back in Austin, Texas. Quiles currently in 7th place. His teammate, by the way, Dennis Hodger, who also came through Q1. Here he is, right on cue. On screen, he currently sits in 11th.
Incidentally, Aspar have an absolutely sensational record at this track in years gone by. They've not only won the last 3 Moto3 races at this circuit with David Alonso, they won the previous year in 22 with Ethan Guevara, and the year before that with Sergio Garcia in 2021. This is Aspar territory, so another reason to potentially get excited by that Tomás Quiles' potential this weekend, but I would be amazed if he's not at least a bit battered and bruised after that crash yesterday, Lewis, because that was a big old crash down at, what, turn 13? Fast old place to crash, and the way he flew through the gravel looked far from comfortable.
The high-motion, slow-mo replay did not necessarily make pretty reading for Paul Max Quiles. We certainly know already, in what is a very short Grand Prix career, that he's not backwards in coming forwards. He does tend to meet every challenge head-on. We now take a look at Joel Kelso, who's currently in 8th place. Well, 8th is not where we want to be, were the words of his team manager Alessandro Taducci when he finished there in the Hungarian Grand Prix. Of course, after such a strong start, where we asked the question whether Kelso could be a World Championship contender after those podiums at the start of the season, 3 in a run of 4 races from Austin through to Le Mans. Hasn't stood on a Grand Prix podium since then, and in fact has only had 1 top 6 finish since then, which has left Kelso's place on the Moto3 grid for next season looking slightly precarious.
Joel wasn't mincing his words after the race in Hungary. We're in a deep hole, was his rather frank assessment of where he is as it stands. He said 15th to 8th in the last GP was certainly something to build on. He said also, I've been getting quite a bit of criticism for not making overtakes, especially from the rider who manages his team, who's been a little bit annoyed, you could say, at the fact that Joel hasn't been super aggressive in the leading 5. But Joel was saying after the race in Hungary, it's just because I don't have the speed. When you don't have the speed, you can't overtake the riders that are ahead of you, because they're faster. So it'll be interesting to see what Kelso can do, because it's going to be a group fight, at least in the early stages of tomorrow's race. And yeah, all eyes will be on the number 66 to see if he can make some progress forward.
Well, our eyes now are on the 36 of Angel Piqueras. Here are our top 2 in the World Championship together on circuit. And Jose Antonio Rueda, for sure, it's the best strategy to give an assistance to your championship rival. Not that he's deliberately doing that, but unwittingly that's what he might be doing, because they're together on the circuit. We're looking towards the visor of the 36. Directly up ahead of him is the World Championship leader Rueda, and Piqueras now picking up time in sector 2. His teammate Yamanaka is somewhere just behind him on the circuit. You'll see the second of the MSI bikes just coming into view right now, and at the moment both of them have a genuine shot of going from Q1 to pole position.
Could be a double delight for the MSI squad here if they keep up this time as Rueda comes down in towards turn number 10. It's nice and clean. As you can see, he's just up through split number 3, 600ths of a second in it, but he has got absolutely prime position to get a good run through these final 3 right-handers. Down towards turn 13 here, pitches it in. Just one more turn to go between a potential provisional pole position for the number 36.
The margins are so fine. Less than 2/10 covers the top 8. Just 3 minutes of this session remaining, so a little bit of slipstream out of the final corner could make all the difference. It did there for Piqueras. A 47.086 takes him on to pole position that he has only started from once in his Moto3 career. That was last year, of course, on the Leopard Honda at Assen.
One name that surprisingly is down the order in 17th, Valentin Peroni, who was fastest yesterday afternoon on the podium last time out as well, and in the midst of a real fine run of results. Pole position the race before the last in Austria, and Peroni currently down in 17th place. It looked as though he got balked in the final sector on his lap time. His time went away from him, and he has just set a very fast first sector. So Peroni could be a rider jumping up the order in his final 2 minutes.
This would be perfect for Piqueras at the moment, with Rueda in 5th and his teammate Yamanaka between the 2 championship rivals. You wonder whether MSI might just say to you, say Yamanaka before the race starts tomorrow, just try and make life as difficult as you can for Rueda before he serves his long lap penalty. But they can't celebrate a 1st and 4th on the grid just yet, because they're coming under threat from David Almanza, who's up halfway around the lap, Joel Kelso, who is likewise. Peroni is now starting to set some representative sector times. He's on a personal best that would put him perhaps somewhere on the front 2 rows of the grid, as is Munoz, who is now coming into the final couple of right-handers.
Yeah, as you said, Munoz has a great record at the track. Burst onto the scene here in just his 2nd ever World Championship race, what, 3 years ago now? 4 years ago now, in fact. And Munoz currently down in 12th. We would expect a bit more from him on the back of what has been his best run of results in his Grand Prix career. Comes into the final turn. Munoz been on the podium 5 times in the points now, 7 times in the last 9. Is the number 64 going to climb up towards the front row? He crosses the line, he goes second. Excellent final sector. And look at that from Joel Kelso.
Kelso on to pole position, but he might not stay there for long. Almanza now into the 146s. David Almanza now staring at a first Moto3 pole position. A couple of tenths clear. The first lap time of this Catalan Grand Prix weekend in the 146s.
Some stuff then from David Almanza, who is just getting a little bit upset there into turn number 1, but brilliant stuff from the Spaniard, putting 2 tenths into Joel Kelso. Such a tight session. That is really quite impressive. It looks as though we got a decent tow on that last time as well.
Almanza was second through the speed traps on his way to that fastest lap time of this qualifying session. We've got 30 seconds to go. These are the final flying laps of the session because every single rider is currently in the second sector. To hunt in packs to this Moto3 field as we now pick up Kelso, whose second sector has gone away. The big threat to Almanza here looks like it might come from Munoz, who's up halfway round.
Munoz, as you can see, 600 of a second up, and he's just behind Yamanaka, who has shown front row potential so far. Let's hope that the number 64 does not get balked as they come towards turn 10. He's going to make a move under Yamanaka, you have to imagine, into turn 10. Not quite. And as you can see, he's lost just a little bit of time in sector number 3.
What might just save Munoz here is that Yamanaka is also going quickly. Yamanaka currently 6th, could just squeak onto the front row of the grid with this one at the moment. Piqueras 3rd, Rueda back in 7th, and Rueda not on a personal best at the moment. Quiles has had his last lap cancelled, as you can see, so he won't be improving on 10th, so that will be the worst qualifying of his Moto3 career so far. Who's going to start, though, at the very front of it? Munoz is approaching the finish line now as we cross the line. Munoz goes 4th. Yamanaka does improve, climbs a place into 5th. Rueda also improves on his final lap of the session, but stays back in 7th place. And they can now start celebrating down at Leopard Honda. A first Moto3 pole position for David Almanza.
Understandable jubilation down on pit wall there for the Leopard technicians. David Almanza has done it for a first ever pole position at Grand Prix level. Impressive stuff from the number 22, who has been knocking on the door of a first ever podium finish over the last couple of months. Hasn't quite managed to do it just yet. Put himself in a great shot here tomorrow with a maiden pole position. And what's that? The 10th different pole position sitter in Moto3 this year. Variety on Saturday afternoon has not been lacking in Moto3 this year.
And for Joel Kelso, 2nd place on the grid. So close, wasn't it? 2nd down to 4th. Just
he's lost his visor.
He's lost his visor there. Has he been perhaps getting a little bit pumped up on the slowdown lap and lost a part of his safety equipment? But he won't care about that too now. Kelso 2nd then on the grid. That's a 5th front row of the season. Although he had to go quite a long way back for his 4th. That was all the way back at Le Mans in May. First front row since then for Kelso. And for Angel Piqueras, of course, via qualifying 1, he now extends a pretty strong recent qualifying streak, a 3rd consecutive front row start.
Good stuff that from Kelso. He hasn't qualified higher than 10th in any of the past 4 GPs, so Australia will be delighted to be back on the front row. And he's Antonio Rueda. Well, it hasn't been a brilliant Saturday, I think it's fair to say. It hasn't been a brilliant weekend today. Will be starting from the middle of the 3rd row, but obviously his attention will very much be on how to serve that long lap penalty in the early stages of the race. So Rueda has a big uphill task tomorrow, as does this rider here, Max Quiles, 10th for a rookie in his 11th ever Grand Prix. Does not sound like much of a disaster, but for Quiles, that is, as Lewis previously said, his worst qualifying performance of the year and of his World Championship career by 2 places.
Yeah, it says a lot, doesn't it, when 10th is considered a disaster for Max Quiles. But he can still challenge for victory from there, no mistake about that. This Moto3 battle tomorrow over 18 laps. Looks like being an absolute barnstormer, doesn't it? So little to choose between so many. First Moto3 pole for David Almanza. Malaysia late last season. We have seen Almanza lead Grand Prix already this season. We have seen him on front rows. He's now taken a first pole position. The task for him tomorrow is to convert that into some serious Sunday points.
Just seeing Joel Kelso, not sure what he's saying to his technicians there, but you can see the visor not on his orange crash helmet, but I'm sure that'll be of minimum concern to him as he takes congratulations of Alessandro Tonucci there, the team manager. That's his mum, I think. He must have come all the way from Australia to Barcelona to cheer on her son. Good stuff that from Kelso, and he knows that it is a pivotal time off the season. We're going to see what happens.
Just going to come off of his own accord. Yes, it did. He just dropped off into his lap. He's just realised there, as it's sitting on his right arm, that his visor's dropped off. Better happening after qualifying's finished than during the race tomorrow, Joel. Just discards it off to some grateful Marshall on the outside of turn 5 there. Still now no for tomorrow, just to make extra certain that that visor is safely attached. Second place on the grid for Joel Kelso, and he is coming under a little bit of criticism, constructive or otherwise, from his team manager Alessandro Tonucci. That's the perfect way to answer back by qualifying second on the grid. And you can tell David Almanza is a little bit out of practice with the parfum procedure as he tries to get the first place Pirelli cap fastened behind his head.
He's been on the front row a couple of times this year, has Almanza, twice previously in his career. Never on pole position, and it's going to be a really open race, isn't it, tomorrow, Lewis? I mean, Picaras is looking pretty strong, you have to say, but there's a whole host of other names that are bound to be up there. Plus, we have the championship contender having to comply with the long lap penalty, so it is a difficult one to read, as it so often is here in Barcelona.
Picaras there, handing over his congratulations a moment ago to the Leopard squad, which of course he raced for in 2024. Performances that made the MSI squad break the bank to bring him across into KTM colours. He'd offered him that at the start of the afternoon, knowing he had to go to qualifying 1. Angel Picaras would have taken that. We've already seen enough in his Grand Prix career to know that he doesn't tend to peak his Grand Prix weekends on Saturdays.
Yeah, he has been a Sunday man, historically speaking. Certainly the last couple of weekends as well, even if it hasn't quite resulted in some of the results that we would have expected. He has been on a consistent run, though, in the top 7 each of the last 7 races.
Let's meet our new pole sitter then for the Catalan Grand Prix. It's David Almanza with Al.
David, congratulations, you're a pole sitter in Moto3 for the first time. Talk us through that lap and how you're feeling ahead of the race tomorrow.
Yes, we are very happy with my first pole position, and we are ready for tomorrow. This ball is for my family, my friend, and for all. Thank you.
Well done, David. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yeah, many congratulations to David Almanza. Of course, already this season we've had many first-time pole sitters, and as you mentioned, 10 different pole sitters already this season. And look through the riders that have taken poles this season. Of course, Matteo Bertelli, Max Quiles, Alvaro Carpe, Scott Ogden, Guido Pini, Valentin Peroni, and now David Almanza, all maiden pole sitters in the Moto3 class. Advantage than it might be, for instance, at the Ballanton Park circuit, as we saw a couple of weeks ago. Certainly the Catalunya circuit much more conducive to overtaking, especially on that main straight, and the run down to turn 1 tomorrow will be fascinating. But it is David Almanza who will lead them off tomorrow from his maiden Moto3 pole position. Joel Kelso and Angel Picaras join him on the front row. Munoz, Yamanaka and Adrian Fernandez on row 2. Championship leader Rueda with his long lap penalty to serve tomorrow in 7th. Pini and Carpe next up. Quiles 10th from Ralston, Ferrasato, Foggia, Lunetta, of course, making his return from injury this weekend, and Valentin Peroni, a surprisingly low 15th. Ricky Rossi and Marcos Oriarte and Cormac Buchanan on row 6. Lucia Mugliani, O'Shea, Nicola Carraro next up, having been eliminated in Q1. Morelli, Nepa, Detvila, Aditama and Ogden completely on grid of 26 after Ogden was unable to set a time in Q1. An incredibly unpredictable 2025 on a Saturday continues in Moto3. David Almanza becomes the 10th different pole sitter of the season. Moto2 qualifying is moments away. Back with us at the circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya. Our Moto2 qualifying coverage is just a few seconds away. And welcome back to Barcelona, which has certainly produced its fair share of surprises on this Super Saturday. It's the form book in MotoGP, Moto2 and Moto3 about to be shuffled up or shredded altogether. We shall see. Set now for a Moto2 qualifying session. It should be ultra competitive. Throughout the weekend in the intermediate class, the gaps between the haves and the have-nots have been as small as perhaps anywhere else on the calendar. Yesterday in practice, a second covered the top 23 overall. Of course, we've only got 14 riders automatically through to qualifying 2. 4 now could still join them, involving some very illustrious names in this intermediate class. Here they are in full, with Tony Arbolino, the number 14, narrowly missing out on the top 14 yesterday. Albert Arenas, a former podium finisher here. He's also taking part in qualifying 1. One of 3 riders, actually, who are inside the top 10 in the World Championship, who we're going to be seeing in this session. Marcos Ramirez is another. Celestino Vietti is the other. He was down in 20th in practice yesterday. Also in this session, we have front row starter from a week ago with Zonta van den Gorberg. Jorge Navarro, who's a former podium finisher around here in Moto2 and a Moto3 winner, of course. Ayumu Sasaki for the RW squad, teammate to Van den Gorberg. Adrian Huertas, who impressed so many in Hungary last time out. David Alonso, the incredibly dramatic winner at Balaton Park, his first Moto2 victory. He was 23rd though in practice yesterday, not quite getting the hang of this Barcelona circuit on a Moto2 machine. Alex Escreech for the forward team. Eric Fernandez, a wild card this weekend for the FAU 55 squad. He's got a long lap penalty to serve tomorrow from wherever he qualifies. Mario Anchi, who's back in action this weekend for the Honda Team Asia squad, along with his teammate Luke Cooney, Darren Binder for Grassini, and Unai Arandre for MSI. Those are your 15, of which only 4 will advance through to qualifying 2. The rest of the Neil Morrison will talk you through it. Elliot York is in pit lane, and Albert Arenas is in pretty high spirits, surprisingly so, given that he found himself outside the top 14 yesterday. Arenas, who took his worst qualifying since Sachsenring last year back in Hungary when he ended down in 24th place on the grid. A crucial 15 minutes coming up to avoid a repeat of that.
Yeah, it just didn't click with the Balaton Park 2 weeks ago, did Albert. One of his more difficult weekends of the year. Finished down in 14th, his second worst result of the season when he's managed to finish. But he isn't quite the biggest name in this session. That would probably fall on the shoulders of this rider here, David Alonso, who previously mentioned in Moto3. He's won the last 3 Moto3 encounters here in succession. And the last Moto2 race that we had in such spectacular fashion as well. In Hungary 2 weeks ago, coming through from 11th to 1st. A brilliant late attack, but Alonso has struggled to get going here and struggled to adapt his riding style to the demands of this circuit. The low grip conditions as well, I don't think have been helping, but we did see Alonso much improved this morning in FP2 compared to what we saw yesterday. He was about half a second faster in FP2 this morning than he had gone at any point on Friday. So he'll be hoping those improvements will continue in this session coming up.
No question, the rider who's perhaps most impressed in this Moto2 weekend so far, if you're just joining us for the first time, you are welcome. It's Alonso's teammate, Daniel Holgado, who we'll be seeing quite a lot of in qualifying 2 a little bit later on. Celestino Vietti, always a puzzling rider to predict. Former winner here, of course, in Moto2 back in 2022. On a weekend which did begin with Vietti going through qualifying 1 and ended with victory. Maybe do something rather similar in this session. Vietti, who had the mother of all shockers, I think it's fair to say, in Hungary last time out. Qualified badly, in fact his worst qualifying for 4 years since Aragon back in 2021 when he was 23rd on the grid. Of course, only made it about 200 metres into the race before he was knocked off at turn 1.
It'd be slightly deceptive, Vietti being in this session, because he has shown some good rhythm across some longer runs, and we have seen some decent performances from a couple of the Boss's girls, most notably Jake Dixon and Ethan Guevara, who are both already qualified into Q2. But Vietti, do not be surprised to see him come through this session and then qualify somewhere toward the front. It would be very like him to do that. He is one of a number of names to look out for. Alonso, another one. And Jorge Navarro potentially a dark horse as well. Navarro has probably had one of his better weekends so far this season. He was up as high as 3rd at one point in FP2 earlier on today. So Navarro has decent speed and a decent track record here in years gone by. He's just holding back a little bit before he exits off pit lane.
Rossini duo looking around saying, anyone fancy joining us in this qualifying session as they go out on their own? We already have a group of 7 or 8 riders who've gone out ahead of them on the racetrack in this session. So at the moment, Celestino Vietti and Tony Arbolino, who are sitting back and waiting. David Alonso likewise. Alonso just now leaves pit lane, there he comes through the picture, the baby goat on the number 80. And generally, David Alonso does find himself in problems, and boy has he found himself in some in this Moto2 rookie season. Just generally solve those problems in pretty short order. Where he was yesterday, as you say, there were already clear steps forward being taken earlier on this morning, and certainly something he was looking to achieve this morning was just to follow somebody who's perhaps got a little bit more experience around this circuit on the Moto2 bike, and he chose the fastest rider yesterday, Aaron Canet, to try and pick up some pointers.
He had a decent tow up ahead, and he was able to stay within reach of Aaron Canet for at least 6 or 7 laps before dropping a little bit back. But there were signs of progress. He was saying yesterday that you just cannot be super aggressive on the brakes here. Obviously there's some heavy braking zones, but you need to be very, very careful not to burn the front tyre out, as his teammate was doing at a certain point in practice yesterday. And he was just saying that trying to carry a lot of corner speed, especially in the final 2 rights of the lap, was really quite difficult for him. If you looked at the sort of sector times in practice yesterday, Alonso was losing half a second alone in that final sector. So there was a clear area to work on. Just was struggling to keep up with Aaron Canet earlier today in those final 2 rights as well. So let's see if he has managed to work on that, to crack the nut. And certainly all is not lost yet, but we'll be seeing the full potential of the 2 Grassini boys just before that of David Alonso as they break down into turn 1 for the first time.
Yeah, Darren Binder there was getting a little bit loose on his way into turn 1 as he was being overtaken by his teammate Albert Arenas. Arenas on reputation and on championship position certainly would be expected to come through this session. I mentioned 3 of the top 10 in the World Championship in this session. Here is one of them, Celestino Vietti, a Boscoscuro bike which has been working fairly well so far this weekend. Certainly Tony Arbolino, fellow Bosca rider in this session, feels that it might be the bike to be on over race distance tomorrow in this Catalan Grand Prix when they race over 21 laps in what is expected to be a punishing race for the tyres. Aaron Kinnett says it will be a management race tomorrow, and certainly the evidence of last year would back that up when we had a Bosca in the form of eventual champion Igor take victory on that particular afternoon. We're going to make the use of some longevity and some race rhythm and consistency. I'll be applying that from deep down in the lower 20s on the grid, which is where you'll find yourself if you don't crack this session.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been speaking about some names that could well pass through this session and go on to play a bit of a starring role in Q2. Slightly negligent of us not to mention Zonta van der Gerber, because last time out in Hungary he came through Q1 and managed to put it second on the grid, which was a bit of a surprise. He didn't quite manage to build on that in the race as he slipped back to 13th. Zonta saying even on the short straights felt all season long that his body size and shape just isn't quite conducive to holding a strong top speed when it's compared to the likes of some of the smaller names at the front of this class, the likes of Diogo Moreira, Aaron Kinnett, David Alonso. So let's see if Zonta can repeat his Saturday heroics from 2 weeks ago here. Lewis just pointing out the top speed chart on our timing screen. Zonta already giving somewhere in the region of 11 kilometers an hour away down the front straight to Albert Arenas. So a perfect illustration of some of his current struggles.
Yeah, and that's not all down to just how the rider is twisting the throttle. As Nick pointed out, there is a lot more that contributes to it than that. Arenas did get a big slipstream from his teammate Binder down the main straight, but Van der Gerber's losing 3 kilometers to the next slowest down the main straight. So of course, if you're losing that sort of time down the straight, you have to try and make it all up and take extra risks in the corners. But Van der far this weekend. The fastest lap time of the weekend was set earlier on today in free practice 2, a 1:41.897 for Danny Holgado. Arenas is 42.0 then, within a couple of 10. On the fastest way through turn 10, although I think someone's gone even slower through turn 10. In fact, someone's come to a stop in the gravel trap. David Alonso is not that rider. I think it did look a little bit of a hint of forward blue looking into the distance from that. It was some forward blue. It was the number 9 of Jorge Navarro, who does not have a lap time to his name, and by the evidence of that on our screens, isn't going to.
Yeah, real shame for Jorge Navarro. That will be back of the grid for him. And there is the fastest time of this session so far by David Alonso, not a million miles away from the fastest time of the weekend in Moto2. Just a tenth of a second off, or less than a tenth of a second from what his teammate Danny Holgado did earlier today. So Alonso showing yet again that as the weekend progresses, he is able to find these little tweaks to his riding. That is more than half a second quicker than what he's managed to do so far this weekend.
Well, myself and my girlfriend back home, one of our favourite hobbies is escape rooms. I feel like we need to invite David Alonso along, because he does appear to be Moto2's ultimate problem solver. No matter how bad it's looking for him earlier in the weekend, he just tends to figure it out, doesn't he? No better evidence of that than the Sunday in Hungary, when he was 11th on the first lap after a poor start, and still came through to win the Grand Prix. You could say, didn't he, that he obviously still has these shortfalls, shortcomings on a new tyre in Moto2, but he also said, I just haven't figured out how to get these bikes off the line yet. And that's certainly something he's going to have to try and figure out when you've got a near kilometre run to the first corner, as we have here.
Yeah, absolutely. He was saying after the race in Hungary, just his small frame is problematic. To try and get the weight over the front end of the bike whenever he's starting is quite difficult to do. Therefore, he's finding his front wheel coming up during the starts. He hasn't quite managed to perfect that. He hasn't quite... make you think otherwise. He was saying you obviously can't be super aggressive going slow anyway. He wasn't being aggressive enough, so it's somewhere finding a bit of a balance in between for Alonso, and he's still yet to perfect that. But we were saying earlier in the weekend, weren't we, Lewis, that once he does manage to get his qualifying completely nailed and sort out his starts, he will be a real formidable competitor in this category. I would not be surprised to see him win more races, especially when we're going overseas. We know from his debut season in Moto3 how quick he was going to the overseas races for the first time. I think he'll be adding to his win tally before the season is out.
The session looks to be over already for Jorge Navarro. That's not the motorcycle he wanted to be completing this session on. He's going to be starting at the back of the grid for tomorrow's Catalan Grand Prix. A real shame, as you mentioned, because there have been signs of potential for Navarro. Unfortunately, that is the second crash of the weekend for him. Chesney Vietti then come in third place. It's Calex, Boscoscuro, Calex, your top four. It is super tight. Batman Goldberg in fourth has got 6 thousandths over Ramirez in fifth, who in turn has got 16 thousandths over Agi in sixth, who's got 4 thousandths over Huertas in seventh.
What's going on with the rider in eighth? Tony Arbolino on course to qualify down in 22nd for the second race in succession. It's been a bit of a miserable time for Tony. Aside from that brilliant fifth position in the Red Bull Ring 3 weeks ago when he came through to fifth, it's been a bit slim pickings really to look at the highlights from this year for him. Not really been a straightforward weekend either for the Italian. As you can see, not anywhere close to challenging the leading names in this session so far, so question marks surrounding Tony Arbolino continue to swell, and slightly disconcerting to see both him and his team lament the fact that he's still suffering from these forearm problems. His right arm is going a little bit numb in some of the races, some arm pump issues that he has been suffering from the very start of this season still have yet to be solved. So Arbolino facing a complicated final 5 minutes here, and yeah, looking a bit resigned there to his fate.
Looks like a rider who's quite glad to see the back of the Boscoscuro at the end of this season. Just has not gelled with that chassis at all this season. We're still awaiting official confirmation in the form of a press release, but the expectation is that he's going to be back with Calex next season with the Fantic team. Would certainly on paper be a pretty spicy combination, Tony Arbolino and Barry Baltus. That's for 2026. Here and now is about looking on placing qualifying two into that top four. And as I mentioned, the riders who are so close to the top four, the riders 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th, all on 142.2s. That does include the rider in 6th, Mario Agi, who does make his return to action this weekend. Good to see him back, of course, after a second season in Moto2, which has been plagued with shoulder problems, dislocations, blighting his first half of this season. And the dislocated shoulder that he suffered from on the warm-up lap back in Jerez was ultimately the final straw. He did try and come back briefly at Silverstone before withdrawing, where I think his shoulder popped out again on his first lap of free practice. Went under the surgeon's knife and has finally been able to make his return to action this weekend, and was able to report no pain or discomfort at the end of practice yesterday. And as Neil pointed out, said earlier this morning that Agi had been making some positive strides in amongst all of those physical issues in the first half of Moto2, and if he can book his place in qualifying 2 here, which he needs to improve by 200ths of a second to achieve it, that would represent a serious achievement for the Indonesian.
Yeah, most certainly would. Obviously a very important date in his diary coming up in 3 weeks' time. This year's Indonesian Grand Prix. That is Alex De Angelis just on the left of the screen there. Tony Arbolino maybe hoping for a bit of a tow from the rider, but realises with only the wildcard Fernandez behind him that it is time to just get the head down and set this time himself. Arbolino, thinking back to the last couple of years, it hasn't always been a brilliant track for him. Remember last couple of visits with Marc VDS really struggling here. I think his sign-off from the Marc VDS team at the end of last year was nothing short of disastrous when he struggled to get in the points. We see Jorge Navarro looking pretty defeated after crashing out down at turn 10. He's going to be the back of the grid, unfortunately, for him tomorrow. As we look at Arbolino, what's he doing sitting up here?
Yeah, we'd already lost 3/4 of a second through the first sector, and it certainly wasn't Eric Fernandez that cost him that time because he slipstreamed him down into turn 1. But Arbolino feels as if he's in a battle with himself as much as he's in a battle with his Boscoscuro and with the racetrack. Currently, as Neil mentioned, set to start 22nd on the grid, and that's not going to improve on this current lap. If anything, it's going to get worse with the likes of Scridge improving behind him. Yuma Sasaki's also on a personal best. He's 1 place behind Arbolino, currently in 9th. Vietti could be about to take over at the top, and only a million miles away from the all-time lap record here, which would be so Celestino Vietti, wouldn't it, if he's to achieve this. Here he is on the number 13, ahead of a Scridge, who might have put himself in the perfect position on track to pinch a Q2 place. Will follow the 2022 Catalan winner through the final corner. All-time lap record is a 1:41.894. Sergio Garcia last year. Celestino Vietti has now beaten that. Typical Celestino.
Yeah, it really is. We'll have to see if that lap time stands. It looked as though he was right on the edge of the track limits as he was coming up the hill through turn 7 and turn 8. The inside of turn 8, maybe he just touched the green, although I'm not too sure he might have measured it to perfection. If not, though, Vietti has just set a new all-time lap record, which bodes very, very well for the rest of his day. Brilliant stuff for him. Nearly 2/10 of an advantage now he has over David Alonso. Yuma Sasaki manages to improve his time at 42.159. Good stuff from the Yuma. Now he's been showing signs that he is working his Moto 2 game out. And there we have it. Lap time cancelled for number 13 due to track limits.
So the all-time record of Sergio Garcia is reinstated once again. So Vietti now back to 3rd place. Sasaki taking that 4th place away from Scridge. Here he is on the number 11, who was briefly up into 4th place. He's 0.08 of a second outside of Sasaki's current 4th place time. And of course, with the checkered flag now out, Scridge has been officially bumped out. There are still others, though, who could still chase that through the first sector. Binder has set a personal best. So too is Oradre, Marcos Ramirez, Mario Aggi, and Yuki Kuni. Although the first sector could provide some false hope for some, because of course it is a very, very short sector. It only takes in the main straight and the first 2 corners. But key moments here for Marcos Ramirez, of course, disqualified from this Grand Prix last season for running his teammate Joe Roberts' rear tyre. I don't think any rear tyre selection can rescue his weekend if he qualifies down in 21st.
Yeah, Ramirez yet to finish inside the top 10 since the season restarted after the summer break. He's been 12th and 11th in each of the last 2 appearances. It looks as though he's not going to make the cut into Q2 either. His lap time has gone away in sector number 3. Darren Binder is on for a decent improvement. His brother has been looking right towards the sharp end of MotoGP standings this weekend, and he's going to try and make it a bit of a family affair here as he comes out of turn 14. Comes across the line to take the checkered flag. Alonso doesn't manage to improve. Ramirez does in time, but not in position. And Darren Binder, unfortunately, you can see how much time he was losing in that final sector. 13th, an improved time, but unfortunately not in position. So Darren's current struggles, unfortunately, are continuing.
So the exceeding track limits for Celestino Vietti did not cost him anything in the end, apart from the honour of an all-time lap record, but he is still through to Q2. And David Alonso, he's already proven, hasn't he, that it's going to take an awful lot more than a slightly iffy Friday to throw him off his stride. Quickest in qualifying 1 with the 2nd fastest lap of the weekend, only bettered by his teammate earlier on today, Danny Holgado. Senna Regis, in fairness, who was 2nd this morning, is also a smidge quicker. The point still stands that Alonso is much closer to the pace that he would expect to be on. Albert Arenas, 2nd quickest, and you might want to thank his teammate for that, because it was on that very first time lap when he got a tow down the main straight from Darren Binder that propelled Arenas to 2nd place. Vietti 3rd. Track limits violations or not, he had done enough. And Yuma Sasaki will certainly take some pride from that to take that 4th place, and qualifying his teammates onto Van den Gorbo, who was on the front row for the Solidarity Grand Prix at the end of last season. Scridge 5th for the forward team on a day when his teammate Jorge Navarro set no time. Ramirez only 6th from Van den Gorbo, Aggi, Quietas, and Tony Arbolino 10th in that session. Unfortunately for Tony, that spells 24th place on the grid tomorrow.
Yeah, disastrous. Absolutely disastrous for Tony Arbolino. Difficult to imagine that was the rider that finished second in the World Championship 2 years ago, but we haven't seen too much evidence of that. All those talents in 2025, unfortunately, will be over to his teammate, and several other names on the Bossescuro chassis to vie for pole position in the session that's coming up, including Celestino Vietti. But David Alonso has been improving little by little so far today. Half a second faster this morning than he was yesterday, and then another half second faster to top this Q1 session here.
Just how far can he go in qualifying 2 then? Alonso quickest from Arenas, Vietti and Sasaki, those are you 4 that moved through. Alex Escridge, 8 thousandths outside a Q2 appearance in 5th for Ramirez, Van den Goorberg, Angie Huertas and Arbolino. Unai Aradre 11th. For the MSI squad ahead of Yuki Kuni, Darren Binder, Eric Fernandez, the wild card, and of course Jorge Navarro, who set no time after a crash very early on in qualifying 1. Been a very strong weekend for Aspar so far in Moto2. It continued in qualifying 1 with Hungarian Grand Prix winner with David Alonso on top. Can he convert that into potentially pole position in Q2? Find out next. Welcome back to Barcelona. We are 1 hour away now. So you countdowns. Make sure your alarms are set. Watch it synchronised because you do not want to miss the Tissot Sprint. 15th of 2025. Potentially a key sprint in deciding not who's going to win the MotoGP World Championship, but when he's going to win it. With Marc Marquez, of course, looking to tee up a match point at Misano in a week's time. Away the outcome of qualifying earlier on today. Suffice to say that the Marquez brothers are going to be in the thick of the action in the sprint later on. The sprint, of course, that they have between them won every single one so far of this season. So many of the fans here in Catalonia are here to see them. Painted the grandstands red for the 93 and blue for the 73. Of course, a home Grand Prix for both. Before we worry about that and the 12 laps that lie in store for us in just under an hour's time, we need to decide who starts from pole position in Moto2. It's going to be one of these names. Aaron Canet quickest yesterday. That doesn't necessarily tell the full story of how his Friday went. Danny Holgado has looked absolutely superb so far this weekend. He has set the fastest lap of the weekend, first legal lap at least, because Chelsea Vietti didn't beat his time, but set a new lap record in Q1 only to lose it for track limits. Jay Dixon third overall ahead of Danny Munoz, the IO replacement, fourth yesterday at a circuit which we know he goes well around. Diogo Moreira, who seems to go fast anywhere he goes at the moment in Moto2. MotoGP might be where he's ultimately going in the very near future, with strong reports that he's heading in the direction of LCR Honda next year. No official confirmation yet, but that is certainly where the smart money is being placed. Colin Bayer on the second of the IO machines was sixth yesterday ahead of Ivan Artola, Joe Roberts, Ethan Guevara and World Championship leader Manu Gonzalez, although again 10th place doesn't quite sum up how he went yesterday, as his race rhythm looked especially strong. So too did his teammate Senna Regis, who's 11th, Alonso Lopez, Barry Baltas, Philip Salach, and your top 4 from qualifying 1. David Alonso fastest of them all in qualifying 1, joined by Albert Arenas, Celestino Vietti and Emu Sasaki for qualifying 2. This will be covered by celebrating Neil Morrison alongside me and Elliot York in pit lane, and of course we'll be speaking to the pole sitter in Park for May. When Aaron Canet was asked by our colleagues in the broadcast yesterday, he said, if I get what I need from the bike, then I know what I can achieve. When he was asked about the pole position, his one-word answer was yes.
Yeah, never one to lack a bit of self-confidence is Aaron Canet, and why should he? He was the victor here the last time we went racing at the end of the 2024 season. Canet won the race brilliantly from Manu Gonzalez, Diogo Moreira, the two names that he just happens to be fighting in the World Championship this year. There's some mixed allegiances there in the grandstands. Both Danny Holgado and Aaron Canet receiving the affections of those two fans.
Both will be fancying their chances of seeing their heroes succeed this afternoon. Yeah, Aaron Canet was fastest overall yesterday, even if it did appear to be something of a one-lap wonder. But Danny Holgado, just about every time we've seen him on screen, he's been impressing us.
He has, yeah. The only concern is that he ate up his front tyre in the early stages of a longer run, or what was supposed to be a longer run yesterday afternoon in practice. So one or two concerns about whether Holgado can really be competitive once the grip goes down and the tyres start to wear. You have to imagine Diogo Moreira will be there. He's not necessarily been the fastest name, but what has been key is just to check the kind of consistency, especially later in the longer runs. And Moreira was quite far away from the fastest names yesterday, but he was very consistent. We didn't see a big drop from him either. So Moreira has been really, really good on Saturdays in the last couple of weeks. 2 front rows on the points, and he'll be going again for the front row here.
Well, it has been a good news weekend for the Commonly Dynamo Intact GP squad so far this weekend. They welcome back Senna Aetius from injury, and they've confirmed Manu Gonzalez to stick around for 2026. Let's discuss those topics now with Jürgen Ling, who's with Ellen Pitman.
Yeah, 2 reasons why I wanted to speak to Jürgen. Jürgen, good to see you here in Barcelona. The bikes are just to head out, so apologies in advance for the noise. Let's start with Senna welcoming the Australian back to the ranks. How's he feeling fitness-wise? And he's looked pretty good this weekend, straight to Q2, and on the pace, he looks quite good as well.
Yeah, he's looking good so far. Even he's not 100% okay, but it's better as expected. For a few laps, he's very competitive. For the race distance, gonna be tough for him, but he's a strong horse, so he will manage it somehow. We are quite happy with his comeback.
And on the other side of the box, of course, Manu finally now confirmed to be staying with you guys in 2026. I'm sure the team, I know from speaking to you, are really, really happy about that and excited first for this year, but also a title push next year as well. How's the feeling in the camp on Manu's side of the box now his future is confirmed?
It's really good for all of us. We are super happy and excited that we can have another year with him, because the spirit and the mood, everything is super, super good. And I have also the deepest respect from him, how he accepts that he cannot have this, a MotoGP seat. So for him, he's done, and he said, now I focus 100% on Moto2. This is super, super professional. So we are more than happy.
I wanted to ask about that. Obviously, there was a lot of speculation, a lot of talks about Manu's future, especially after his really impressive test in Aragon on the Aprilia MotoGP bike. So how has he handled that? It sounds like he's now just put it in the past. Was he sort of upset at all? I guess now he can just full focus on this year.
Yeah, it's for sure his big target was the MotoGP, and we really tried to help him. We give him also more time to figure out something, because there was an option in the contract, so we give him all the time he needs, but at the end it doesn't work out. But as I said, in the first moment he was a bit disappointed, but in the next step he said, okay, this is how it is, and I will improve even more and will show my potential even more for 27. And I said to him, it's maybe better for you also, because with the new tires, with the new bikes, I think the Moto2 rider in 27 can be a big surprise.
And staying with you guys isn't a bad thing at all. Jürgen, good look for this session and tomorrow's race as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks Elliot. Thanks as well to Jürgen Ling, team boss of Intact GP. You could just see Manu Gonzalez wasn't too keen to let David Alonso follow him around. He was slowing in that final sector to make sure that the number 80 wasn't just behind him. I caught up with someone from the Intact GP squad on Thursday, and they said there was about maybe half a day that they noticed that Manu Gonzalez was really down in the dumps when he got word through that one MotoGP factory would not be picking up his services for next year. Half a day, and then after that he was back concentrated, behaving as he normally was. And you have to say full respect to him. He hasn't shown any signs of real bitterness at losing the shot at racing the MotoGP next year. And as Jürgen was saying, I mean, win the championship this year, defend it successfully at the start of next year, and I'm sure there'll be more than one MotoGP factory knocking on his door for 2027.
27, we pick up Danny Holgado now, who's exiting the final corner. He's been in the 41s already this weekend, and look at that immediately, 141.762. That is officially a new all-time lap record for Danny Holgado, although Jake Dixon looked like he was going quicker than him partway through his lap. Look at that. Dixon goes to top spot now. Holgado held the lap record for all of about 15 seconds before the Boscoscuro Dixon, a former winner here, of course, takes top spot.
Yeah, former winner, former podium finisher as well. Dixon was third place in the first race that we had here last year, I should say. Brilliant stuff from him straight out of the box. He was saying yesterday that if we can make one or two small improvements with the setting, one or two small improvements with his riding, we'll be there or thereabouts, to use his words. Yeah, thereabouts, he most certainly is. So Dixon, new lap record, and on provisional for
41s, and also under the previous lap record on place on the 21 bike. That would be his best qualifying of 2025. Salac fifth from Guevara in sixth. So we've got Boscoscoros at the moment, first, fourth, fifth and sixth. They've come out of the box firing in this Q2 session.
Yeah, they very nearly rounded out the podium here in the first race of 2024. Only Fermin Aldeguer's mistake in the long lap penalty lane prevented that, but they finished 1 and 2 anyway with Ayagura and Sergio Garcia. When we came racing here back last June, you can see Holgado just making a bit of a mess of turn 13 there. Ran it out over the track limits, I think, as well. So I don't think this lap will count for the number 27. As he improves, but it did look as though he touched the green there. But Holgado still coming out swinging. And what's been so notable about this session, about this weekend so far, is at the very start of each session, Holgado has really been able to lay down a scintillating pace from the get-go.
Yeah, he's been in really good form this weekend. I don't know whether he is smarting at all, but he's that kind of character, really, from Alonso's victory in Hungary. He is still the top rookie in the World Championship, even if his thunder was stolen a little bit by his Colombian teammate at Aspar last time out. Here comes Manuel Gonzalez, who's not exactly putting Jake Dixon's pole position time under any great threat. 3/10 off at the third checkpoint. This might only move him up a row on the grid. 2 rows as it is in the end. He goes up onto row 2 in 6th, and Senna Age is backing up the promising form that we've seen from him in practice so far. He briefly went 4th, although the lap times continue to tumble around. It's now Salac and Kinet ahead of him on row 2.
Yeah, good stuff from Salac, making it double delight for Marc Vidies so far in this session. Yesterday, Kinet was saying that he was having a lot of problems stopping the bike, and you could see that into sector number 1. He was 25th in the sector times in sector 1 yesterday in practice. Today, he was 5th in sector 1, which makes me think that they've found a cure for some of those braking woes that he was having yesterday. So that is reflected in the times we've seen so far. Kinet currently in 5th, a solid opening to qualifying so far.
Haven't seen anything particularly outstanding from Diogo Moreira so far, as we now pick up the Brazilian on the number 10. 17th on the grid would represent something approaching a disaster, really, for Diogo, who, of course, has some rather iffy qualifyings as of late. Not exactly all down to himself, of course. Qualified and started right at the back in Brno, having, of course, picked up an injury and a penalty at the Sachsenring. Of course, qualified way down the field at the Sachsenring due to the wet conditions we had on that Saturday. In terms of a dry qualifying, you've got it all the way back to Austin, back in round 3 for the last time Moreira was as low down on the grid as that. Perhaps not being punished in full, given that Kinet and Gonzalez are only 5th and 7th, but a surprise at this Q2 session so far.
So Dixon, Holgado and Baltus, your top 3 so far, with Salac, Kinet and Lopez. Lopez has been an interesting one. I think it's fair to say he's got speed, but on his longer run yesterday, that consistency was very much lacking. You could see him losing big amounts of time as his longer run progressed. One of the names that seemed to be kindest on tires was Senna Aegis in well, yesterday, where was he? He was somewhere up towards the sharp end. 11th place he was at the end of play yesterday, but his longer race run looked very impressive. So if Aegis can qualify in the first 2 rows of the grid here, you would have to say he'll be fancying his chances.
Well, pretty easy to see there on the split times where Vietti was losing a lot of his time. Sector 2 for Chelle. He was giving up 0.3 of a second with his deficit to Dixon. He's just under 0.6 of a second down over the full lap, so pretty clear shortcoming in Vietti's armoury at the moment, although we certainly know he's got the pace to put himself right up in the mix for pole position, as he said, a 41.7, albeit with some track limits violations sprinkled in qualifying 1. So Vietti down in 11th place. Alonso, who of course followed in through qualifying 1, he's currently in 12th place. Of course, he was about in that sort of area after lap 1 in Hungary. He still went on to win the Grand Prix as Jake Dixon and Yvonne Artola meet the pit lane, and I think Jake Dixon was, in a very polite British fashion, was inviting Artola to go through and not follow him.
I'm sure that was the language he was using underneath his crash helmet. Absolutely sure of it. And I think we can actually get a little bit of an update on the rider that is currently fastest in this session. The Jake Dixon update from Elliot in pit lane.
Yeah, I saw Jake coming back down in pit lane. There was sort of fist bump in the bike. I wonder if there was an issue. He's obviously topping the session, so I ran across and it was no, just pure joy. They obviously found something that was missing in the last few races on that Boscura. They're feeling high five to around when he came into the box, and he's gone out pretty quickly as well. He's in a rush to try and break any slipstream that people are trying to get off him. So Dixon really pleased at this moment in time with his feeling on that bike.
There's been some real ups and downs, hasn't there, in this 25 campaign for Jake Dixon. He did have a new telemetry engineer in Hungary after some of the struggles that he had encountered in the previous 2 races in Brno and in Austria. Qualifying 20th in Austria and then finishing 20th. He felt that something really did have to change or break to recover some confidence and feeling, and that was very much evident in Hungary. And some people in the team, within the team, were saying that Jake was very much content and happy with how things were going earlier today, reflected in his time so far. We'll be looking at the first pole position since the Sachsenring in the German Grand Prix, but we're still some way to go, and it's a big 4 minutes coming up from this rider here, Diogo Moreira. Rather fancy if he wants to make further ground on both Gonzalez and Canet in the championship fight. He's going to need to pull his finger out in these last couple of minutes here. He won't be challenging them from back in 17th on the grid.
As he demonstrated back in the Sachsenring, he certainly knows how to get some overtakes done, although got a little bit carried away for his own good, didn't he, in the end, given how that Grand Prix ended for the Brazilian. Certainly not want to be starting that far down the field on purpose. There he is, just in the centre of the picture. And the field now leaving pit lane, doing a very good job of staying well out of the way. Morgado and Sasaki who make their way into turn 1. We have already seen some antics like that in MotoGP qualifying earlier on today, which certainly pleased Salio Di Gianantonio during qualifying 1. It's upon you as you leave the pit lane to have a good look over your shoulder and make sure that you don't block someone who's coming down the main straight on a time lap. Jake Dixon then into the heart of turns 6 and 7. And now the right-hander of 8 leads us into turn 9. Plenty of commitment through there. Third gear on a Moto2 bike, around about 130 kilometres an hour as the yellow flags come out somewhere, I think just ahead of them. And it is, in fact, it's just behind it. It's Celestino Vietti who was already favouring his shoulder there. Our airbag, of course, has gone off for Chelle. Turn 5 has brought an end to his session. He won't be improving on 11th place.
Here we see what happened, and well, he was by himself on the track. You can just see the front tyre going as he tried to bring it in to the gravel there. And I wonder if he's just tweaked his left shoulder the way he got up and made a movement there. Insinuated that he wasn't in the most comfortable of feelings there. So Vietti's session is over, unfortunately.
Russian Matt for Munoz. He just did a 1:41.461. Unfortunately, he exceeded track limits. Danny Munoz, had he kept himself within the confines of the racetrack, that would have put him on pole position.
Yeah, it would have been a full 4/10 faster than the previous lap record as well. And Danny Holgado has just lowered it further, a 41.549. Sensational stuff from Holgado to jump up 1 position and take provisional pole away from Jake Dixon. Holgado has been one of the stars of this weekend so far in Moto2, and demonstrating yet again that over a single flying lap, he is absolutely peerless.
If you've been watching it last weekend, you'll know that is no fluke. Jake Dixon has lost time somewhere. He had just put up a relatively strong first sector. You can see on the left-hand side of your screens, the red bars next to the rider's name indicate that they're overall fastest. Orange means personal best, and grey means they are not doing anything that you should really pay much attention to. Slower than they've been so far. Holgado is just getting faster and faster on this current lap. And he's absolutely supreme, isn't he? At the moment, yellow's out again in the second sector. Representing the potential that he's got on board that IO machine. As the yellow flags around down in turn 4 for some reason, and the reason is the second of the Speed RS Boscoscuros who've gone down in consecutive laps. First Celestino Vietti and now Alonso Lopez.
Yeah, that will be a frustration for Diogo Moreira, still down in 17th. I think he may have caught those yellow flags in sector number 2. He isn't on a personal best lap time anyway. And then Danny Munoz has just jumped up into 4th. So brilliant stuff for the stand-in rider. Still deputising for Denis Onju, of course, in the Red Bull KTM IO squad. And he is showing that he is deserving of a place on the full-time grid in 2026, which we imagine is going to happen.
So lap time's being cancelled everywhere you look, and there's a group of riders, as you can see on the track map, who are in that final sector who might just get to the finish line for one more lap, although it was Danny Munoz who told us yesterday that these Pirelli tyres in qualifying trim may be only good for a couple of fast laps, and of course they've had to back off twice now due to yellow flags. Holgado has just set up another fastest first sector. This is Alonso Lopez, and it looked like this lap might have already gone away because he was looking behind him. And the crash that he suffered is going to be a rather gentle drop in the gravel trap after he overshot turn 4.
Gravel just gets a bit deeper there, and Lopez is over and out for this session. But this one is by no means over. We've got 6 different riders on potential fastest lap times, including Diogo Moreira.
Crucially, 17th at the moment in this session. Just anything he can do to lift himself up the order from there could be all important. Holgado then, who did a 41.5, of course, which currently puts him on provisional pole. He then backed that up with a 41.6 on the next lap, just underlining that he isn't just a rider who could just put in a banzai. He's been super quick every time he's been on the racetrack this weekend. Colin Vyer's also up halfway around the lap, so a fellow rookie may be taking aim at Holgado's provisional pole. Unfortunately for Jake Dixon, it doesn't look as if he's going to be on pole position. His final lap has been completed. He doesn't improve, but keep an eye on Moreira, keep an eye on Vyer, both going super quickly.
You can see on your timing screens, Moreira is entering into turn 10. He's 0.2 of a second off through split number 3. So he's lost a bit of time. It looks as though Moreira is going to be struggling to get into the top 10 here.
Yeah, current estimation P12. That's because the field is so close. You ride on board with the Brazilian now. The only other rider improving is Senna Agius, who's also setting some personal bests as he tries to lift himself up from 11th on the grid and getting himself onto the front 3 rows of the grid. We follow Moreira then through the final corner. This could be a key lap. Where is he going to be relative to his other championship rivals? As Agius goes 6th, Moreira goes 12th. He's only 1 place behind Manu Gonzalez, by the way. Colin Vyer goes onto the front row of the grid on the 95. We got rookies 1st and 3rd on the grid for this Catalan Grand Prix. But the form that he's been demonstrating throughout free practice has been fully backed up. That is no surprise. Danny Holgado, who started from pole position back in Austria, now officially takes his first pole in Moto2.
Yeah, and fully deserved it was. That was absolutely no fluke. Danny Holgado was the fastest name yesterday. The fastest name this morning, in fact, I should say. He was second fastest at the end of play yesterday. And he has sealed the deal in qualifying with a new all-time lap record of 41.5, some 0.4 of a second faster than what we had previously. And Holgado is showing that he's not the only rookie down in that Aspar squad that is capable of securing race victories. He will probably start potentially as the pre-race favourite tomorrow, but Jake Dixon will be among those names being discussed for victory as well. Really solid performance that from the Englishman, and only 2 of our championship contenders, Lewis, in fact all 3 of them, are looking at a pretty difficult start to tomorrow's race.
Aaron Canet 9th, Manu Gonzalez 12th, Diogo Moreira 13th on the grid. They are in the middle of the midfield mayhem as they run down to turn 1, which is usually a casino at the best of times, with the near 1 kilometre run down to the first corner. They're all going to be in the thick of the unpredictable pack tomorrow. Holgado first official Moto2 pole of his career. Dixon second, via a first front row for the IO team third. Arenas, who was nowhere in Q1 at the start of the day, fourth. Baltas fifth. Danny Munoz sixth for the Red Bull KTM squad, his best Moto2 qualifying. And then it's Salach Agius Kinet on the third row. Sasaki Lopez Gonzalez is your fourth row of the grid. Moreira, Guevara, Vietti on row 5, with David Alonso looking to launch another Sunday comeback. This time he needs to come 16th place.
Yeah, and unsurprisingly, the times were exceptionally tight yet again. Half a second covering the top 13 in Moto2 qualifying. Cannot imagine it being much closer than that on this 4.6 kilometre Barcelona circuit. Holgado the star of the session, but Danny Munoz in 6th has to be one of the standout names, as Albert Arenas as well, coming through Q1, as you just mentioned previously, Lewis. But Holgado, it must have been tough to watch his teammate get all that applause and acclaim and win a Moto2 race before he managed to do so 2 weeks ago. And he has shown exemplary speed right away through this weekend, taking his first Moto2 pole. He is going to be right in the running. That's Paul Espargaro, I think, who's down there working for Spanish broadcaster DAZN, offering up his congratulations.
Hasn't been out of the top 2 in any session this weekend. That's Danny Holgado. Beat him, you win the Grand Prix tomorrow on the form we've seen so far, but a rather cheesed off Manuel Gonzalez by the looks of it. The World Championship leader generally only qualifies that far down the grid if he crashes in qualifying or if some weather interferes. 18th on the grid in Aragon when he did crash, 16th on the grid at the Saxony, of course, when we had a rain-affected qualifying. Other than that, that is his worst qualifying of the season.
Desperately disappointing stuff, but on each of those 2 previous occasions you mentioned, Lewis, he did manage to come back and post fairly strong point-scoring results. So it won't be a case of damage limitation for the championship leader here tomorrow. A little crumb of comfort will be the fact that Aaron Canet is not a million miles away, just 4 places ahead of him on the grid. In fact, 3 places ahead of him. But what about that for Colin Bayer? Such a steady improvement for him over the last couple of races. His qualifying results bear that out. The last 4, Colin has qualified 16th, then 9th, then 5th, and now 3rd. His first front row in the intermediate category. Colin most certainly has worked this Moto2 game out. Brilliant to see.
Well, it's not purely a young man's game in Moto2. Jake Dixon will certainly be keen to remind us of that. He starts between the 2 rookies on the front row of the grid. Pace was super hot in that qualifying session. The all-time record at the start of the session of Sergio Garcia was beaten by 10 riders, all the way down to Yumi Sasaki, who does qualify 10th on a 141.8. But pole position for the very first time in Moto2 is taken by Danny Holgado. He's giving his thoughts now to El.
Danny, congratulations. What a lap time for your first pole position, and to do it in Barcelona must feel pretty special. You must be confident ahead of tomorrow's race as well to potentially claim your first victory.
Yes, I'm very happy with my first pole position and in my Grand Prix home. Very happy with the performance within the weekend, because yesterday I was second, today I was the fastest rider on the track. This is super good for me. I'm glad from the team, because they are working very good after the Hungarian GP. Yeah, ready for tomorrow. I need only enjoy the race. Let's see tomorrow, we can do it.
Top job, good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Well, the best way to enjoy is to win, and I think Danny Holgado has given himself a really good chance of doing that tomorrow. Yeah, the all-time lap record absolutely destroyed by, as mentioned, over half the riders that took part in that Q2 session. Next man up, the likes of Salach, Agius, Canet, Sasaki, who who set a lap time that 20 minutes ago would have been an all-time new lap record. And as it is, they start off the front 2 rows of the grid. For the number 27, it's pole position number 1 in Moto2. We've seen him lead Moto2 races this season as early as Qatar back in April. We've seen him on the podium, we've now seen him on pole position. It's tomorrow the day when we see him take the first Moto2 victory and follow in the footsteps of his baby goat teammate David Alonso, who did exactly the same a fortnight ago. Holgado on pole for the Catalan Grand Prix. Jake Dixon takes second place, and a first front row since the Saxon win for him. Colin Via ensuring that 2 rookies start from the front row of the grid. Albert Arenas at 4th via Q1 from Barry Baltus and the impressive Daniel Munoz. Salah Aegis and Canet the third row. Canet the first of the title chasers on the grid. Sasaki 10th from Lopez, Gonzalez and Moreira start next to each other, 12th and 13th, with Ethan Cavara and Celestino Vietti and a pair of Boscoscoros right behind. David Alonso 16th ahead of Ivan Artola, Joe Roberts and Alex Estridge, who narrowly missed out in Q1. Ramirez, Van den Gorberg, Anchi Huertas and Arbolino take us down to 24. Poor showing for the 14. Unai Radway, Yuki Kuni, Darren Binder and Eric Fernandez completing your field of 28 who set times in qualifying. Jorge Navarro did not after he crashed very early in Q1. So first pole position in Moto2 for Danny Holgado. We turn our attentions though next to the Tiso Sprint. 12 laps ahead of us in MotoGP. Stay right where you are.
Kilometres northeast of former Olympic host city Barcelona. A gold medal is the prize. The best riders in the world wanting to sprint up next live. Overlooking the Mediterranean Sea, Barcelona is one of the world's most cultural centres and lies 150 kilometres south of the French border. Montmello has witnessed some magic moments since joining the calendar in 1992, and this weekend promises more. It's time for MotoGP. First on the calendar then back in 1992. We had our first Catalan Grand Prix here in 1996. A track built in 1991. The start-finish straight was the host for the team time trial in the 1992 Barcelona Olympics. 4.66 kilometres in length, 2.89 miles, 14 corners, 8 right, 6 left. A long start-finish straight with the MotoGP bikes will be nudging close to 360 kilometres an hour. 1,047 metres is the start-finish straight, which leads into a very heavy braking zone. Turn 1, Turn 4 and Turn 10 really do demand the front end here in Barcelona. Overtaking hot spots, well, plenty of them. 1 for in the Grand Prix. Marc Marquez on the inside of Martin into the first corner. Well, 2 weeks ago, we were in Hungary for the first time since 1992. And hungry for more success in 2025 was runaway world championship leader Marc Marquez. Marco bet second, the factory Aprilia made the early running. It was Marc Marquez who bided his time, played the patient waiting game before there was this attack at the midway point of the Grand Prix. Bezzecchi tried his best to resist, but once again, resistance futile in the face of a Marc Marquez onslaught. Pedro Acosta, after his qualifying dramas at Balaton Park, fought his way through to get another podium as KTM's resurgence continues. But for the 7th successive race, Marc Marquez tied up the double victory, which sees him 175 points clear of brother Alex coming into this chapter 15 of the campaign so far. It has already been a memorable, a brilliant and record-breaking sprint Saturday so far here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. We had a record-breaking lap time, a first ever 1:37 from Fabio Quartararo in this morning's Q1 session. Quartararo capitalising on that excellent pace to find himself on the front row of the grid, where the Flying Face sprint splits the Marquez siblings. And for just the second time in his MotoGP career, in his backyard in many respects here in Barcelona, his first pole position in 50 since his previous only pole in MotoGP at the Termas 3 Hondo circuit in Argentina, right at the start of 2023. Gresini Racing's Alex Marquez will fire away from the front of the grid. Of course, Alex desperately trying to make sure the Prosecco remains on ice for at least a couple more rounds, because Marc Marquez knows coming into this Chapter 15, if he outscores Alex by 10 points, somewhat remarkably, it would mean Marc would go into next weekend's Misano Grand Prix on Italy's Adriatic coast with his first match point to clinch that elusive 7th MotoGP world title. It's inevitable, isn't it, really, that Marc's going to get the job done. He will be world champion of MotoGP for the first time since 2019, but he's got it all on this afternoon and in tomorrow's main Grand Prix, over 24 laps to fend off his brother Alex, who did say yesterday that this was the circuit where it was possibly one of his better chances of the season to get the better of Marc. Well, that plan has been executed to perfection so far. Alex delivering a show-stopping lap time in that record-breaking historic Q2 this morning, a 1:37.536, which was 0.6 of a second inside of Brad Binder's previous all-time lap record set when the South African topped the timesheets yesterday afternoon. So it's Alex that will lead the field away. It wasn't even really close in Q2 this morning. He was over a quarter of a second clear of Quartararo, another 10.5 clear then ahead of Marc. Drama for some of our stars in MotoGP further down the field. Jorge Martin, 17th on the grid, his lowest ever, 18th rather on the grid, his lowest ever qualifying in MotoGP. And what about Pecco Bagnaia, the factory Ducati, winner of both of our Barcelona battles here in 2024? Well, Bagnaia finds himself marooned down in 21st place. He's having a nightmare here, is the Italian Vignales, Salvadorian Chantra behind him. Matt Burt, Lewis to the boot in the commentary box with Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. Fast, flowing in nature, Lewis. We know that this is a track that Alex Marquez has excelled at in the past. His Ducati GP24 was right here last November in the post-season test, which he dominated and was fastest. And clearly in the 12-lap sprint coming up in, what, about 25 minutes' time, Alex is the rider to beat.
Yeah, sometimes when Marc Marquez tells us that perhaps he's going to be under pressure in a weekend, or he might not have it quite so easy to win, we sort of raise our eyebrows and think, oh yeah, Marc's trying to play down expectations. But he told us yesterday Alex Marquez was the favourite, and he was proven exactly right today, as Alex took that first pole position since the beginning of 2023, round 2 of 2023 in Argentina, when Alex Marquez took his first and, until today, only MotoGP pole. Of course, this, his first dry weather pole position. Marquez starts as favourite, but for once, the favourite may well be named Alex.
A 5th rider on pole position this year for Alex, 16th MotoGP front row start. Now another rider who used to know his way very well around this circuit to Barcelona, Catalunya, is Sete Gimeno. I'm delighted to say Sete joins Jack now down in pit lane.
Yeah, he does indeed, under the searing Spanish sunshine. Wow, it's really got hot since I was last with you for qualifying earlier. Even Sete can feel the heat down here. Firstly, great to see you. I think we could be in for quite the race here. For the first time in a very long time, Marc looks vulnerable.
Well, I don't know if I would be that brave to say that. I don't know. That makes it. It's gonna make some difference. I think the difference might be Alex now believes a lot in himself mentally, and this track is most probably. I was talking to the team, and they said this is most probably the track he's waiting for the whole year, and he's coming from some not the best results, so he's gonna be pushing hard. That's gonna make an interesting race, also in the fact that Marc, if he's just capable of being just there, maybe Alex feels the pressure too. You know, the pressure is absolutely on Alex. and that's going to make it interesting. So we'll see. I would never say Mark is out of the game. I wouldn't be that brave. And I think it's going to be a nice, interesting mental battle.
It certainly looks like it's the best opportunity that someone has had for a long time. Another rider we can't discount is Pedro Acosta. He's really started to find his rhythm of late. The KTM has taken a clear step. I'm sure that he's going to be desperately motivated to try and get that first win of the year.
If I had to say something, not knowing a lot, of course, but from the outside, from what I've seen, maybe the KTM, when looking at qualify and practice sessions, maybe for the sprint they'll be maybe being able to go all the way with the guys, but I don't see that happening so much on the long for tomorrow, for the long race, because the tire looks from the outside, of course. I'm no one. I just look from the outside, but it looks like it's going to be hard for them to go all the way in the race with the KTM, but you never know. That's something I've seen from the outside, that it could not happen. So if they want to have the chance, most probably in KTM, today's the day. They want to get the big results, so they're going to be pushing hard for that, for sure.
Saxay, always great to see you in chat. Enjoy the race.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Take care.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack, and thanks to Sete Zibana, who certainly is not a no-one when it comes to MotoGP. One of the few riders down the years that was able to give Valentino Rossi more than a few headaches, wasn't he, in the past? So yeah, as Sete said, he spoke to the Gresini Racing team. They identified this weekend. Alex told the team that he felt that this weekend was going to be a real big chance. He's the only rider, of course, in 2025 that has defeated Mark in a sprint so far this season. That was at the British Grand Prix at Silverstone. Apart from that, sprint Saturdays have been the domain of 93. 13 wins in the opening 14 rounds. He really has cashed in big style, hasn't he? The 32-year-old Spaniard on Saturdays. What is it? I've jotted it down somewhere. He's up to 455 points now, his mark. That's only 12 less than Bagnaia won the championship with in 2023. He's only 53 shy with, what, 9 rounds remaining, short of Jorge Martin's point scoring tally last year. It's been an incredible 2025 for Mark, but I think we're going to have to see him work hard if he is to make it 14 sprint wins out of 15 over this 12-lapper.
He's averaging 32.5 points a weekend in 2025. There are only 37 available on every weekend. That's the level that this man has been operating at. But yeah, it's fair to say that the level he's been operating at this weekend is a level below Alex Marquez through the weekend. So Marc Marquez, I guess he's going to be faced with a bit of a conundrum, isn't he, mentally in this sprint. If he gets into a position where he's behind Alex Marquez, does he risk trying to chase Alex, or does he just say 9 points for second place will do me just fine? He has kept the same approach throughout 2025. He wins when he knows he can, and when he knows he can't, he maximises the points that are on offer. In fairness, he's not been put in that position many times this season. So will Mark go all in, or will he just think of the bigger picture?
Well, I guess he can sort of take the extra risk if he wants to, with a massive 175-point lead in the World Championship. Alex Marquez needs to steady the ship somewhat. He's lost 92 points to Mark in the last 3 rounds. Of course, it all started to unravel really for Alex when he had that nasty crash with Pedro Acosta in Assen, which left him with that fracture in his left hand. We just saw there then Pecco Bagnaia. Can we offer any crumbs of comfort right now to the under the siege at number 63? 21st on the grid, Bagnaia. Only the second time in 121 MotoGP starts that he finds himself outside of the top 20. The only time he started in MotoGP lower was Portimao in 2022, but of course on that occasion he didn't even register a time in Q1 because he crashed in rain conditions. So in a qualifying session in MotoGP, which Pecco Bagnaia has actually notched a lap time, this by far head and shoulders his worst. 23rd and 21st yesterday, 17th this morning, 21st on the grid, Lewis. It's getting harder and harder to watch what's going on right now on that side of the factory Ducati garage.
It's so sad to see a rider who has been so good over so many years now in the red of factory Ducati at such a low ebb in his MotoGP career. feel well, he said it's going to take a miracle to get through Q1. He was proven correct. He was nowhere near getting through. A 38.5 was over half a second away from qualifying 2 earlier on today. I don't know what the next thing up from a miracle is, but it's going to take one of those for him to score any points in this sprint, and you fear score any tomorrow either. This is a weekend that Pecco Bagnaia, even before the sprint has got underway, will be quite happy to see the end of.
First time then in 50 Grand Prix, Alex Marquez comes to pole position, and he did it in some style, didn't he, this morning? That 137.536 was absolutely phenomenal. Clear where Alex is making his time. And 14 clearly where Mark has earmarked Alex as being the strongest so far this weekend. Now Pedro Acosta led FP1 yesterday. The replicating factory racing team had a 1-2 with Binder and Acosta at the end of practice yesterday, and he's got great race pace, no doubt about that has Acosta. What can he do from 5th on the grid? Well, let's get the thoughts of his crew chief, Paul Trebath, news with Jack.
Yeah, that's exactly what I want to find out as well. A great day yesterday. Pedro looks really strong under rhythm as well. What can he do today, Paul?
Yeah, mate, it's the million-dollar question as always, but to be honest, we put another really solid weekend together. Get through that first tricky chicane here after the start, a good start, and then everything's to play for, you know. We've got a couple of areas we still wanted to work on, and we've seemed to have got better in those as the weekend's gone on, and now we just got to put it all together.
We know it's going to be a real tyre management race tomorrow. Even in the sprint in these temperatures, are you going to have to look after that rear?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the soft has, or even the medium, you've got to manage both tyres, you know, and you can't go full noise the whole race. There's no way.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you, buddy. Thanks.
Yeah, time management certainly will be prevalent in the 24-lap Grand Prix tomorrow afternoon. Pedro Acosta, though, has found his golden touch once again. 2 podiums in the last 3 sprints, 2 podiums in the last 3 Grand Prix. Has seen him soar now up to 5th place in the World Championship. By far the leading light for the factory KTMs.
Here's the grid then. Alex Marquez, Fabio Quartararo and Marc Marquez on the front row. Alex Marquez's first pole since the second round of 2023. Frankie Morbidelli, Pedro Acosta and Fabio Di Gianantonio, 2 VR46 and a KTM on row 2. Zarco, Agura and Bastianini on row 3. Agura the top Aprilia. Luca Marini 10th from Brad Binder, who was quickest yesterday, and Marco Bezzecchi in 12th. Fermin Aldeguer was just thousandths away from getting through out of Q1, but he starts 13th ahead of Jack Miller and Raul Fernandez. Miguel Oliveira, Joan Mir and Jorge Martina Carrillo 18th. Aleix Espargaro 19th ahead of Alex Rins and Pecco Bagnaia. That smile on the graphic most certainly not on his face in 21st. Maverick Vinales 22nd from Lorenzo Savadori and Sompiat Chantra, and certainly the evidence on the graphics at this stage would indicate that every rider is going medium soft for the sprint.
Just a little bit of housekeeping to bring you as well. It does involve former world champion Joan Mir. He's going to get a 3-place grid penalty for the Grand Prix here tomorrow. Slow riding at turn 5 in Q1. We'll see Mir drop from 17th to 20th. Despite that penalty, he'll still start ahead of Bagnaia. Just shows how big the issues have been for Bagnaia. Let's go back down to Jack on the grid.
Yeah, I've got Pablo Nieto with me. 2 riders on the second row of the grid. Of course, last time we went racing on Sprint Saturday, Pablo, we had 2 bikes on the podium. More of the same today.
I wish it's going to be the same, no? But I think we have a very good chance. We have to try to make our best. Of course, here it's going to be very, very hard, but like every Saturday and Sunday. It was also hard for Dija because he passed from Q1 to Q2. But anyway, we will see what happens on the race.
Good luck, have fun.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Pablo Nieto. Yeah, there'll be high hopes for VR46 racing. Morbidelli 4th, Gian Antonio 6th. He had to do it the hard way, didn't he, as well, did you? Second to Quartararo in that record-breaking Q1 session. Pecco Bagnaia. It's a heck of a long walk, isn't it, back to 21st place on the grid for a rider who won the sprint and the Grand Prix on our most recent visit here, the Solidarity Grand Prix back in mid-November of 2024. Been a poor weekend as well by Marco Bezzecchi's recently exceptional high standard. Slowest rider in this morning's Q2 session was Bez, worst qualifying in 7th since Aragon. There are the medals, gold, silver and bronze. That's the prizes awaiting our top three at the end of this 12-lap sprint. Yeah, surprisingly, I guess to see Bez almost 9/10 of a second as well away from pole, given his recent Grand Prix form. 4 podiums in the last 5, 3 in a row on Sundays for the first time in his MotoGP career. And as Lewis just touched upon when we saw the grid, Ayagura is the top Aprilia qualifier, the Moto2 world champion from last year. Only the 3rd time we're seeing Agura start inside the top 10 this year.
Yeah, of course, in those 5 Grand Prix you mentioned, only Marc Marquez has scored more points than Marco Bezzecchi. Of course, Marc Marquez has scored a lot, but Marco Bezzecchi has scored 103 points in that period, 23 more than anybody else not named Marc Marquez. But he's certainly going to have to be busy on the opening lap in the sprint to get himself into the points down to 9th place, of course, and we'll of course repeat this tomorrow when we go racing over double the distance over 24 laps tomorrow. But this is one of the turn 1s on the Grand Prix calendar that fills the MotoGP grid with the most trepidation. It's one of the longest runs down into one of the heaviest braking zones, down all the way from around 350 kilometers an hour when you are carrying full speed. Of course, they won't be finding quite as quick as that off the start line for a standing start, but down to around 95 k's into turn 1. We see chaos into that first corner more often than we don't.
Bezzecchi's recent upturn in fortunes, alongside Bagnaya's massive downturn in fortunes, means it's game on really in the fight for 3rd in this World Championship. Just 31 points splitting the 2 Italians. Well, it's been plain sailing for much of 2025 for Marc Marquez, 175 points clear in the championship. It's been anything but plain sailing throughout this weekend for Pecco Bagnaia, a career worst qualifying in MotoGP. Let's get the thoughts of the boss, Davide Tardozzi, who's with Jack.
Yeah, he is. He just received a handshake from Gunther Steiner, who we will be speaking to on the grid tomorrow. Down here on row 7 of the grid, it's not where we expect to see Pecco Davide. It's been a disastrous weekend so far. Mentally, how does he approach this?
Yeah, that's the main. I mean, we are trying to keep health the brain attitude. That we think that is one part of the small disaster. On the technical side, we are trying hardly to help him, but you know, everything much follow the same way. And the only thing that I'm happy is that Ducati, Pecco, we are all in line, we are all aboard. We was happy when we won. We are. No. Now it's time to keep the bike almost like it is, and to keep confidence with this kind of bike and with the setup.
And just finally, we have to touch on Marc. It looks as though this is as vulnerable as he's looked for a long time.
But we have to win the championship, not every race. So in the end, I think that today Alex shows that he's the faster, and maybe he will gain the race. He has a Ducati, so we are very happy. We really think that Marc can be on the podium, and that's it.
Thanks, Davide. Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Ducati Lenovo team boss Davide Tardozzi. Yeah, he's done serial winning, hasn't he, so far this year? Marc, 23 out of 28 races have gone the way of number 93 so far. Is he going to get somebody else have a crack at the front here today? Alex, no question, is this big pre-sprint favourite. The 93 and 73, well, they're backed by thousands and thousands of Catalan fans who've come to see their home heroes. What can Fabio Quartararo do? Can he maybe be the fly in the ointment? Can he gate crash the Marquez party? Second on the grid is Quartararo. He was superb this morning. Fastest with the first ever 1:37 lap around this Barcelona circuit to get himself through Q1, and then he took full advantage to fire himself up onto that front row in 2nd place. Let's keep an eye on Fabio for the 8th front row start in MotoGP for him.
And for those thoughts, as Pecco Bagnaia sits on the grid, I do wonder whether he will almost approach this sprint as something of a public test session, really. What else can he do? I mean, the team, as we heard there from Davide Tardozzi, have decided not to do what they did in Hungary, which is throw a bit of a radical setting at the bike to try and give him the feeling which he thought he'd found in Hungary. He was very positive. This time, though, it's more Pecco that needs to make the big reset.
Yeah, the only 3 riders behind him, Maverick Vinales, who said himself he's riding with one arm as he recovers with that left shoulder. Of course, Sonkat Chantra back to the first time in 4 rounds since Assen, and Lorenzo Savadori, the Aprilia test rider. Let's go down the grid, though. It's been a super Saturday so far for Alex Marquez and Gravina Racing. Can he get the job done over 12 laps? Michele Messina, the boss, is waiting to talk to Jack.
Yeah, I think you would have to say, Alex, that the man to beat this morning. Confidence, Michele?
Yeah, more, and I think that we are back to our real potential, even better in the time attack, I would say, because was definitely flying in the sector 4, but we will see. The pace is there, so we are all the ingredients to make a good sprint and also a good race of tomorrow.
For so long we've seen Mark versus Alex in the sprints. Is there anybody else that you think could potentially spoil the party?
I think that also Pedro, for me, will be fighting for the top position, but so we will see. As you know, we have to make a perfect start, a perfect turn 1-2, and then try to take some gap from the rider behind, but we will try.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Michele Messina. Nail on head. All the ingredients are there for Alex to get the job done over these 12 laps in this Tissot sprint. He's had 13 sprint podiums previously, Alex. 3 victories. The last of those was at Silverstone, the only time that 93 has been headed so far on Sprint Saturdays this year. In go the earplugs. Time to block out the noise. Time to get himself fully focused and ready to try and conquer Mark in Catalunya. Not been an easy task throughout 2025 on Sprint Saturdays.
It's been a nigh on impossible task, with the exception, as you say, of Silverstone. Speaking of noise, of course, we heard Paul Trabatten saying that Pedro Costa and everybody else can't go full noise in this sprint. As Davide Tardozzi with some final words of encouragement to Pecco Bagnaia. Just anything that he can grasp onto, just cling onto as some sort of positive from this Saturday sprint will do for Pecco Bagnaia. Every time we think it can't get worse, it does. Can he finally start the long road back to recovery today?
Last November, Bagnaia cleaned up. Pole position, sprint win and Grand Prix win here in Barcelona. Fast forward to September 2025, and he has been a spectacular fall from grace. Will next weekend in Misano offer him any kind of home hope as he tries to arrest what's been a shocking recent slide? 1 Grand Prix win so far this season without a sprint win at all in 2025. He got it all the way back to Mugello since the last time he was on a sprint podium for Bagnaia. So yeah, these are tough times. He keeps telling the media, he keeps telling his team that he's digging deep to try and find himself out of this massive hole. Problem he's got as well, though, is his teammate on the opposite side of the garage is just cruising to that 7th MotoGP world title. Can he take another giant leap towards glory? Of course, just a quick reminder, it's been a number that's been on the forefront of most people's minds. 10 is the magic number here this weekend for Marc Marquez. 10 points more than Alex here over the Sprint and Grand Prix. Well, it could be a mission accomplished next time out at Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli always felt like it's been all eyes on Alex to make sure that we have to wait possibly until the Japanese Grand Prix at the Mobility Resort Motegi for Marquez, crown world champion. Racked up a whole bunch of Premier Class world titles in Motegi, didn't he, when he was a Honda rider back in the day?
Also, for the last week or so, Marc Marquez has been at pains to point out that he doesn't really want to have a match point or to clinch the World Championship in Misano next weekend, because it would mean something has gone seriously wrong for his brother Alex Marquez. Not a lot has gone wrong for Alex Marquez through this weekend so far.
Well, it certainly hasn't. 3rd fastest yesterday afternoon, and the weekend has just got better and better. 2nd took us this morning, and that trend of improvement continued when he qualified 1st in Q2. It's a beautiful Saturday afternoon here in sunny Spain. The safety car you can see there peeling off into the heavy braking zone for the first corner. Let's hope that there's no drama when the field hit the brakes. 24 riders fighting for a tiny piece of tarmac as they tip it into this first right-hander. There's a long run down to that turn 1. They're already in excess of 250 kilometers an hour when they hit the brakes. Let's just hope they all make it safely through. Front row then, Alex on pole position. two Marquez brothers on the front row of the grid. Everybody going medium front, soft rear in terms of the Michelin tyre choice. Marc Marquez then third here for this Barcelona sprint. Fabio Quartararo topping Q1, second on the grid. But for the first time in 2.5 years, his first pole in 50 Grand Prix is the home success beckoning for Alex Marquez. Ducati's last sprint defeat was right here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya last May. You've got to go back to the end of May in 2025 for the last time Marc Marquez was beaten in a Tissot sprint this year. That was, on that occasion, at Silverstone, the British Grand Prix. And who got the better of him on that day? It was his Gresini Racing brother, Alex, who starts this 12-lap Tissot sprint here in Catalunya from pole position. He is the big sprint favourite as he looks to try and extend this MotoGP World Championship battle beyond next weekend in Misano. A front row that features Alex, Quartararo and Marc. Row 2, Frankie Morbidelli, Pedro Acosta, who's one to watch in this upcoming sprint. We've seen great race pace all weekend from Acosta. He lost what looked like being a front row lap at the end of Q2 this morning when he exceeded track limits coming out of the final corner, and then he went off-roading as well on his final flying lap, which sees Acosta start from 5th. And then what about some of the big names in MotoGP's modern era? Well, Jorge Martin, 18th on the factory Aprilia, the very circuit last November where he was crowned MotoGP World Champion. The first independent team rider to do so for them. What was Pramac Ducati, and it's even worse as far as Pecco Bagnaia is concerned. 2022 and 2023 world champion. Well, he is stuck way down the order, right at the back of row 7. So Alex then on pole for just the second time in MotoGP. 3 previous sprint wins for Alex. There's the maths, all relatively simple. If Marc outscores Alex by 10 points this weekend, he'll have a chance to win the title at Misano next time out. Incredible. It sort of underlines, doesn't it, what an outstanding, phenomenal year Marc is having in red for the first time. He could be world champion in Misano next weekend with 6 rounds and 222 points still left to fight for. We saw Marc dancing on the air fence, didn't we, last May when he was part of the Gresini project. Gresini's current Marquez star, though, is Alex, and that star has shone brightly all weekend so far here in Catalunya. Being fast in practice is one thing, being fast in qualifying and on pole position is great, a massive boost. But now it's when it really matters, when there are World Championship points at stake and on the line. Alex slots the Ducati GP24 then into pole position. Beautiful day here, almost perfect day to go Grand Prix racing in MotoGP. Barely any wind, ambient temperature nudging close to 30 degrees. So the 24 riders lining up then for this Monster Energy Grand Prix of Catalonia. Sprint action coming your way next. It's lights out and we're racing in the sprint here in Barcelona. It's a great launch away from pole position by Alex Marquez. Likewise Pedro Acosta, who's going in between Quartararo and Maher, looking for the way through there. Either needle from the KTM rider. He's now going the long way around the outside of Quartararo and Marquez. Quartararo through on the inside of Acosta and Mark. It's Alex that leads, but what a start by Quartararo and Acosta.
Some serious bravery being shown there into turn one. Acosta got it hooked up beautifully off the line. He was straight through the middle of the other riders on the second row. The VR46 Ducatis, it was Morbidelli who had an absolute shocker off the line. He's back to 15th place.
So Alex has made the picture perfect start. You've got to be careful here. Braking downhill, this tricky downhill, left-hander turn 5 is where Mark had the big scale on his last flying lap in Q2 this morning.
Further back, Bastianini in 6th place from Zarco Marini. Miller up to 9th place ahead of Binder, who's also in progress. Agura, another rider who's gone backwards on the first lap, down to 12th place.
Yeah, Agura was lost 5 places in that early melee as they now career through at turn 9. The third gear right-hander hard on the brakes now to turn 10. Good early overtaking opportunity this one.
Yeah, and it's going to be an opportunity that Marc Marquez might have to take, because Quartararo could be a bit of a cork in the bottle here, but he is not letting Marc Marquez through at all, is he?
They touched. It looked like there was a clear contact going into 10 between Marc and Quartararo, but Quartararo is not taking this line down at all, is he? And all out at the end of it, Acosta also gets through on Marc. Ultra aggressive from factory Yamaha star Quartararo. He's up in a second. He's fighting hard for this one.
Yeah, really tough one there, of course, because it's not very easy to see the other rider when you leaned over like that. But look at the advantage it's giving Alex Marquez as Marc Marquez gets a good run now. Acosta picks up the slipstream. Quartararo is going to get absolutely swamped on the run down to turn 1.
Yeah, he's been blitzed, and Marquez with a 2-bike slipstream has the inside line. How did he get that stop on the inside of Acosta? Quartararo again. That's 2 laps in a row now. He's just rode around the outside of Acosta going into 2. This is all playing in the hands of Alex, isn't it, right now at the front, while all this drama and carnage is unfolding behind Alex. He's now nearly 3/4 second clear of the field.
Acosta back through again into 3rd place. He wants to get off after the Marquez brothers, but Quartararo won't let him.
This is a brilliant early battle in Barcelona. Acosta's going to send it on the inside of Quartararo. Is he down the hill in the turn 5? He's not close enough. Quartararo's just too good on the brakes there, into 5.
Ditchy's getting stuck in as well. He's right behind this in 5th place with the best seats in the house, watching this battle up ahead of him. Marc Marquez is just about keeping Alex in view. The advantage is just over half a second. Marc, now having won that battle with Quartararo, can now focus on what's ahead.
Yeah, he's head down. He's mindful here of clearing the danger behind him, isn't he? Because he's had some early skirmishes here with both Acosta and Quartararo. Acosta's not going to be close enough to attack Quartararo on the brakes into turn 10. How good, how late is Quartararo braking on that M1?
Keep an eye on Morbidelli. He's still way down. He's actually lost the 3rd place. He's down to 16th place. Martin still back in 18th. Mir and Bagnaia at 19th and 20th. The world champions deep on the grid and making no progress.
You feel for Quartararo now as he pings it through the Catalunya corner turn 14, because he knows what's coming. He will know what's coming behind him. Costa on the freight train KTM will pick up some slipstream. Gian Antonio as well. Marc is the fastest rider on circuit, having cleared that early trouble. A 1:38.592. Sees Marc set the fastest lap. Quartararo got great exit, didn't he? Great drive out the final corner, because Acosta's KTM could not even get in the slipstream.
Impressed by that for Quartararo. So this is the battle. This is on board with Quartararo, looking back at Marquez on the first lap. So Marc tries to go on the inside. Quartararo slams the door shut in his face, but that contact sends Quartararo slightly wide. Marc then tries to go back up the inside of him, and Fabio decides to just punt him out of the way, essentially. It was a perfectly fine move, but it was certainly a forceful one into turn 12, and then Marc Marquez dished out some punishment to Pedro Acosta on the next lap.
Breathless early action in Barcelona, and with Acosta nudge wide by Marc, that allowed Quartararo to ride around the outside of the Spaniard. Gian Antonio then now has got through on Acosta. Didn't see this coming, did you? Then now has moved up into P4. So a bit of respite right now then for Quartararo in 3rd place.
Yeah, credit Quartararo. He's keeping up with the Marquez brothers, who are trying to pull clear at the front. Quartararo's actually got slightly closer to Marc Marquez partway through this lap. So did Acosta make a mistake, or did Ditchy just take the advantage and just move through on him? So it's now Ducati, Yamaha, Ducati as Zarco goes sailing in to turn 10 and nearly cleans out Acosta.
Yeah, that's not going to work, Zone. That's not the optimal line going through turn 10. That's cost Zarco 2 places. He was running in 6. Both Bastianini and Binder on the KTMs have fired on through.
So the KTMs are now running as a trio. Acosta 5th, Bastianini 6th, and Binder 7th. Zarco dropping back to 8th as a result of that. Let's see the lap times of the Marquez brothers this time around, and it certainly looks like Quartararo is keeping up with them. 38.8 for the Marquez brothers, 38.8 for Quartararo. He is very much going with them.
Yeah, his fastest lap of this sprint so far. He was still slightly slower, though, than both Alex and Mark ahead of him. Personal best as well from Gian Antonio with a 1:39.120. It was a poor third lap, that, wasn't it, for Acosta? He was almost back in the mid-1:39s.
And that mistake from Zarco cost him a thick end of a second. He was back in the 140s. Betzeki's got good pace. He's done a 39.3. He's in 10th place, just outside the point. So he's mired in a lot of traffic with Luca Marini and John Zarco, the two Hondas just up ahead of him.
Martin started 18th. He's up to 16th. He just passed Frankie Morbidelli. Nothing going whatsoever for poor old Pecco Bagnaia, who started way down in 21st. Bagnaia has been able to fight his way through on Alex Rins, and that's about it. Bagnaia's doing low 140s. I mean, Marc Marquez, his teammate on the same kit, is over 1.2 seconds a lap faster than Bagnaia.
Bagnaia's actually under a bit of pressure from Rins in that battle for P20. I can't believe I'm saying those words, but that's the situation we're in. He can't go with the group up ahead of him at the moment. We often see from Bagnaia, don't we, in the sprints, when he's in a pack, when he's following riders, he just can't get closer to them nor overtake them. Bastianini saying getting close enough in this all KTM battle for 5th, 6th and 7th. Bastianini currently at the back of that trio.
That lap time gap is actually big. I was doing Mark a disservice. It was 1.5 seconds is the massive chasm between the 93 and 63 in terms of their early pace in this sprint. The lead group then will charge through the Catalunya corner. This is a good battle starting to emerge between 33 and 23. Binder versus Bastianini. Binder got through on the Italian on that last lap. The gap between Alex and Mark at the front sort of holding steady around just over 6/10 of a second. There's a gap then, well, almost an identical gap of another 6/10 back to Quartararo in third.
There was a move coming in the background there. I think it was Aldeguer coming through on Miller as we take a look at the future CEO of Tech 3, Gunter Steiner, and that was the future team principal just in the foreground there to Richard Coleman. They'll be watching Bastianini then currently in 7th place. Maverick Vinales, the other Tech 3 KTM. He's just overtaken Lorenzo Savadori. He is right at the back of the field, unfortunately, Maverick.
Bagnaia is 6.5 tenths almost behind a Honda test rider, Aleix Espargaro, who's in 19th place. Ayagura was having a pretty miserable sprint at the moment, starting on that excellent 8th spot. He's just been picked up by Prima Pramac Yamaha rider Oliveira, so Agura now down into 14th spot.
Signs of the elastic between the Marquez brothers and Quartararo finally snapping. Quartararo back into the 39s last time around, although he is still, in fairness to Fabio, still the 3rd fastest rider on the track at the moment. The Marquez brothers are trading 38.7s. Quartararo did a 39.0. He's now the best part of a second clear of that Gian Antonio Acosta battle.
Still best Honda is at Zarco, although he's got the Honda of Marini for company directly behind him. Marini at the moment occupying that final point to go in place in 9th. We move in front of the Marc Marquez grandstand through 12. You'll see Mark off into the distance. We're currently on board with the factory Aprilia of Marco Bezzecchi. This is looking directly ahead to the two Hondas of Marini and Zarco. Further back then is Morbidelli, who's had a shocker. Frankie Morbidelli started this sprint in 4th place on the grid. He's gone nothing but backwards throughout, and we've got to go an awful long way back up to Pecco Bagnaia, who is still circulating in a very lonely 20th place.
And still doing low 140s as we watch the battle for the final sprint points. Zarco 8th, Marini 9th, and Bezzecchi at the moment on the factory Aprilia not scoring any points. This is a big battle between Pramac and Trackhouse. It's 2 versus 2, isn't it? As Miller and Oliveira lead, Raul Fernandez and Ayagura. It's Miller who's coming out of this ahead.
Yeah, there's some bragging rights at stake, isn't there, between that quartet. Raul Fernandez then launches it on the inside of his teammate Agura into turn 4. Agura, fair play, he's defended exceptionally well there, hasn't he, as a long sweep through that right-hander. Marc Marquez, quickest rider on circuit on that previous lap, a 1:38.883, was just a smidgen faster than Alex ahead of him. Those two now a clear daylight between themselves and Quartararo.
Quartararo continues to eke out that advantage over Gian Antonio, who's firmly broken clear of Acosta now. There's a second between Gian Antonio and Acosta, and for me this is the big surprise of this Tissot sprint. I was expecting Acosta to be much more of a player in the podium battle than this.
Yeah, not going to pick a fight with you on that one, Lewis. Absolutely. I thought if anybody could go with Alex and Mark at the front of this sprint, it would be Acosta on the 37. His challenge not materialised at all, really, since a pretty eventful first couple laps. He's now 3.5 seconds behind Alex at the front of this sprint. Quartararo then looking well set for what will just be his third ever sprint podium on the factory Yamaha. He's just riding out of his skin once again, isn't he, Quartararo? You can see Alex and Martin, they've already crossed the line. They're on lap 7 of 12 now here. That gap has crept up, it's just under 0.8 of a second.
Yeah, Alex looks like he might be starting to wrestle control of this. We've got a good view of the all Honda battle just up ahead. We're watching from the onboard camera of Marco Bezzecchi, and that was Luca Marini taking Johan Zarco back, but he's sailed wide now into turn 1, and Zarco at a turn 2 that he's already crashed at this weekend regains that 8th place.
Yeah, a little bit of a slipstream there, just sucking Marini perhaps in a little bit hot into that heavy braking zone for turn 1. Zarco will want bragging rights at HRC as now Marini's under attack from Bezzecchi behind him. Aldeguer coming right into contention here as well. We know how good Aldeguer is when the tyres start to wear through. 5 ahead of this battle are both Alex and Marcus. Bez on the inside of Marini, that was lovely. And Aldeguer fancied a little nibble at the Italian as well ahead of him. But Bezzecchi then now up into 9th.
I thought Aldeguer was just about to put his front tyre in a place where it probably didn't belong, but he just about backed out a bit and managed to avoid a collision, but he caught this trio very quickly on the last lap. He was in the 39s as the 3 ahead were in the 140s, and it's brought Aldeguer into some point-scoring contention now.
Yeah, Alex is controlling this sprint superbly well at the front at the moment. He's going to be very, very soon a second clear for the first time, Mark. That gap has crept up to 0.9 of a second as they're now in the final sector. On this lap 7, we've got the yellow flags out. It's not involving Alex or Mark. You can see those two on the top left-hand side of the picture. And visibly from the helicopter shot, you can see Alex.
Morbidelli and Martin.
Yeah, Morbidelli and Martin then have tangled at turn 10. Turn 10, those two have gone down. Was it separate or was it together? We'll find out very, very shortly. Yeah, I was just about to say, you can see from the helicopter shot, Alex is checking out here. 1.1 seconds clear of Mark.
Yeah, well, that's an absolute clatter into the side. I think we were on board with Martin there, where we were. That's Morbidelli straight into the side of the world champion. And there's one thing he doesn't need. It's another VR46 Ducati riding into him, because he's had that once already this season back in Qatar. Morbidelli might well be facing a penalty. We'll have to see further replays and other angles of that. But Morbidelli could be in some hot bother for that.
Yeah, and he's a regular client, isn't he, so far this season, of Simon Crafar in the F1 MotoGP steward's office. Yeah, initial view, of course, they will have better looks of it than us, but it looked like it was all on Frankie on that occasion. Marini's been pushed to the back of this battle, hasn't he? It's Aldeguer. Oh! Aldeguer trail braking down the hill into turn 5, locks the front and cleans out Marco Bezzecchi, who's got a whack there on his left arm and his left wrist. It is concerning, isn't it, for Marco Bezzecchi and the factory Aprilia team, just as Bez was getting himself into the battle for 3rd place in this World Championship. A week out of his home Grand Prix in Misano, and Bezzecchi has been taken out by Aldeguer.
Well, remember, Aldeguer took Oliveira out in the sprint in Argentina, so he's also got a little bit of form for this. But the 2 factory Aprilias taken out in consecutive laps.
Trouble magnets, aren't they? The factory Aprilias, a miserable Catalan sprint for Aprilia, who've had so much success here, haven't they, in the past.
Binder threw an Acosta now. It's Binder who leads this trio of KTMs, which is 5th, 6th and 7th. So Pedro Acosta, not only is he not involved in the battle of the podium, he's not the top KTM any longer. Binder, who was fastest yesterday, is now the fastest of the KTMs. And in the end, it's now given the Hondas, Zarco and Marini, a battle amongst themselves for those final points positions, with Bezzecchi and Aldeguer now out of the way.
Yeah, this has been very underwhelming, I think it's fair to say, as far as Acosta is concerned. We all thought he was going to be right in the thick of the battle for a medal here this Saturday. Just has not happened at all. Kicking Aprilia while they're down. It looks like Lorenzo Savadori has retired. Yeah, he has, with a technical issue. So all 3 factory Aprilias then out of this sprint. Acosta then now goes on the inside. Binder, that's not going to work out. Both tyres were sliding there, weren't they? He grabbed a handful of brake going into turn 4, and Binder just stuck to his racing line on the inside and says, no, you're not having that one, pal.
Well, if they can't battle for the podium, they might as well have some fun amongst themselves. That's certainly what they're having at the moment. And Enea Bastianini's watching this, hoping to pick up some crumbs in the final 3.5 laps.
Yeah, this is a pretty intense battle between that trio for 4th place, 5th rather, the Gian Antonio at the moment. A pretty lonely 4th spot, 1.1 seconds he is behind Quartararo, although to be fair to Digia...
Oh, that's Alex Marquez!
Alex Marquez has dumped it out of the lead. Alex Marquez, can you believe it? They can't believe it inside Gresini Racing because Alex was in cruise control. He had it in his hands. The gold medal was there for the taking. He just increased his lead to 1.5 seconds. And it's a present. It's a gift, isn't it, for brother Mark, who can now tour to his 14th sprint win of the season. That is a massive, massive blow for Alex. He's been so good all weekend, but he has dropped the ball at the most crucial moment. And of course, what this means, depending on what happens tomorrow in the main Grand Prix, we remind you, if Mark outscores Alex by 10 points or more here this weekend, then he could win the World Championship next time out in Misano, and he's already got 12. He has already got 12, so it is all on Alex now to somehow find a way to beat Mark in the Grand Prix tomorrow. Otherwise, it's match point number 1 for Mark in Misano.
Talk about snatching defeat from the jaws of victory as Bastianini now piles through on Binder, who's now been overtaken by 2 KTMs in the space of 2 sectors. Alex Marquez had the gold medal in his hands as now Anea attacks Acosta. He's taken both of the other factory KTMs on this lap. This is a fantastic battle between the trio of RC16s for 4th, 5th and 6th now, of course, with Alex Marquez out in the action.
Well, Pit Buyers looking on here going, I suppose at least they're trading the same paint.
For the sponsors.
This has been a real battle and a half, hasn't it, between this trio. But they're all going to want to be a top KTM in this sprint. Not the position that they would have wanted to have been in, but they're wanting a medal, but at least they're having a right good battle right here through turn 10, where Alex Marquez has just crashed out of a massive lead. I mean, Mark probably cannot believe his eyes. We're all getting ready to chuck another gold medal around Alex's neck, weren't we? This, of course, then has put Quartararo up into 2nd, the Gian Antonio into 3rd, the 2 Fabios who starred in Q1 this morning when they came through the opening qualifying session are going to capitalise on that brilliant performance, it looks like, with sprint medals here.
This battle between the KTMs, it's continuing. I think we almost wish this sprint was a bit longer, so this battle could continue. They're practically 3 abreast into turn 1. This time, to test your identification on the 3 identical bikes, it's Acosta who comes through turn 1 ahead. I mean, hey, if there's one rider who didn't need any gifts in 2025, it is Marc Marquez, but boy, has his brother handed him a massive gift, a gift in the form of 12 points and a gold medal.
Yeah, and it could be game over in terms of the championship now. Next weekend in Misano, it could be game over this time next weekend, depending on what happens tomorrow. Marc Marquez could be crowned world champion after the sprint in San Marino next weekend. He's crashed in 3 of the last 5 Grand Prix as Alex. His form has deserted him of late a lot, and unfortunately in the sprint, well, cheers are going to turn to tears, aren't they, as far as Alex is concerned. He probably cannot believe what has just happened. It was there for the taking. He'd done all the hard work. He'd done everything right up until that moment at turn 10.
And what that's all meant further back. So this battle between the trio KTMs is for 4th, 5th, 6th. Zarco's 7th now, ahead of Marini, and Miguel Oliveira, who's winning that 4-way battle between Trackhouse and Pramac, 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th. Oliveira, as it stands, is on course for his first sprint point of 2025.
Yes, and while Aldeguerra and Morbidelli have gone bowling balls on the factory Aprilia squad ahead of him, Paco Bagnaia has been pushed up to 14th place, but he's nowhere near the point scoring places. So, last lap underway. Marc Marquez will be working out the maths himself. He knows, as he extends this unbelievable winning streak here further back, Acosta, Bastianini and Binder are still going at it, aren't they? Shoulder to shoulder, knee to knee, elbow to elbow. This has been an epic fight for 4th place. Once again, though, it's in the hands of 37 Acosta. Quartararo and the Gian Antonio look like they're locked and loaded for 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, no, you're not watching a Red Bull Rookies race. This is the battle of the Red Bull KTMs for 4th, 5th and 6th. Boy, have they provided us with some entertainment this afternoon. Well, last weekend, and actually on even this weekend, Marc Marquez said, I don't know if I want to win the World Championship in Misano because it means something has gone wrong for my younger brother Alex. How prophetic those words might prove to be.
He has gone spectacularly wrong as far as Alex is concerned, because he will know that there's going to be never a better opportunity for him to win a sprint in front of his home crowd than this one. Ayagura has just retaken 9th place away from Oliveira in that battle for the final point-scoring place in this sprint. The crowd are on their feet. They are hailing once again their home hero. He's right in front of his own grandstand here. We are 93. And 93 is going to extend this phenomenal winning run in 2025. It's now going to be an 8th successive sprint victory this season, and he is now inching ever closer to winning that elusive 7th MotoGP world title. Your sprint winner here in Barcelona is Marc Marquez. He takes the checkered flag 1.3 seconds clear of Fabio Quartararo. Acosta just about wins the battle of the KTMs. Gian Antonio takes 3rd place. Excellent ride by the VR46 Ducati rider. Acosta, Bastianini and Bendit, not even a 10th of a second, covered the KTM trio over the line. Points for Zarco, Marini and Agura, who did wrestle that 9th place away from Oliveira on the last lap. Pecco Bagnaia takes a forlorn 14th place. And speaking of forlorn, speaking of dejected, how do you offer any kind of comfort right now to Alex Marquez? For its fine margins in MotoGP, as we mentioned, he'd done everything right. He'd been picture perfect in that sprint, right up to the moment when you're on the limit, when you're on the edge, and it all goes wrong. And what it means now then, Marc Marquez with his 14th sprint win in the opening 15 rounds. What an unbelievable Super Saturday record he has got. He's 12, well, he's taken 12 points, an additional 12 points. Barcelona tomorrow after the 24-lap Grand Prix, 10 points or more clear. He can win the World Championship next time out in Misano. Once again, well, this was never really in doubt from lap 1 of round 1 in Thailand, wasn't it? 2025 MotoGP Constructor Champions once again are Ducati. Congratulations to all connected to Borgo Panigale, and in particular their guru, Gigi Dall'Igna, who has turned Ducati into an unrivaled, almost unbeatable winning force in modern-day MotoGP.
Yeah, they needed to outscore Aprilia by 8 points today in the sprint, and ironically, it was a couple of Ducati riders that saw to that by taking out the factory Aprilias. But this is the key moment where the sprint was won, or in the case of Alex Marquez, lost. He was 1.5 seconds ahead of Marc Marquez, who I think had given up the ghost and settled for 2nd place until victory fell into his hands.
Oh, that's going to hurt. That is going to hurt. Alex ain't going to get any sleep tonight in his motorhome here in Barcelona, that's for sure. The 73 fans, they cannot believe what they have just seen. Take nothing away though from Marc. It's never a comfortable position to be in MotoGP, is it, where you sort of see +1, +1.5, 93. What was Marc thinking at that stage? Was he thinking, okay, I'm fine, 2nd place is cool, yeah, it would have been great to have extended this winning run, but Alex has just been the better rider on the day. I'm thinking bigger picture of the championship. But when Alex went down, he was there to pick up the pieces, and next weekend he could be picking up the MotoGP World Championship, adding his name once again to the prestigious, coveted Tower of Champions. Right here, of course, wasn't it, at turn 12, where Jorge Martin had the honours of lifting the trophy himself last November. But today was another massive leap forward for Marc Marquez. And once again, you talk about wildly contrasting fortunes and emotions inside the factory Ducati garage, because for the 14th time this season, Marc's your sprint winner, and way down in P14, P nowhere, let's be frank, his teammate Pecco Bagnaia, who was 14 seconds behind at the checkered flag.
He went from 21st up to 14th, but with respect, 5 riders went down ahead of him. He only overtook a couple on his way through. Well, Pedro Acosta won the KTM Cup, as I called it, late on, for 4th place. They certainly brought the entertainment and brought the action in the sprint, but that wasn't what Pedro Acosta thought he'd be doing at the end of 12 laps of Barcelona.
Let's also give massive shout-outs to our 2 Fabios, Quartararo and Gian Antonio. On the last lap, Quartararo was only... Whoa! Crikey!
Is that the last lap?
Oh, dearie me. we almost have two Marquez brothers dumping it. This was just shortly after Alex had gone down the road at turn 10.
Well, I noticed on the lap after, he lost half a second in the second sector to Fabio Quartararo. That was clearly it, because he nearly lost an awful lot. That would have been the ultimate surprise, wouldn't it? If moments after watching his brother crash, Mark did the same as he entertains his fan club. It says on the banners and on the flags, "We are 93." In a week's time, they might be saying, "We are world champion."
Brad Binder, well, it was a superb Friday when he led practice yesterday afternoon. A bit of an unfortunate Q2 this morning when he only had one bike at his disposal. That left him 11th on the grid. Binder fights his way through to 6th. He was in a heck of a fight. The battle of that Barcelona sprint between Acosta, Bastianini and Binder. Just about to say before we saw that amazing save. I think that's what Fabio and Mark are talking about right now, that save that he made going through turn 8. Quartararo's last lap was 1,000th of a second slower than Mark's. He was right on it, wasn't he? Once again, Quartararo. Brilliant performance by him.
He is truly elite, isn't he, in MotoGP?
Yamaha,
Quartararo.
Yamaha, please, please, please give Fabio Quartararo a more competitive Wisedyne one that works at all tracks, because if you do so, well, he'll just do the rest for you.
We might see one next weekend with the V4 debuting at Misano. Yeah, he said yesterday that he thought he had the pace to be in Q2 as of right, was kind of thwarted by some yellow flags, but he wasn't particularly optimistic about his race pace. But there was nothing wrong with it today, was there? He well and truly saw off the challenge of Gian Antonio and the KTMs, and but for Marc Marquez's dexterity, it might well have been a win. It's third for Fabio Di Gianantonio. Back-to-back sprint podiums for Digia. Here's the Jack.
Fabio, what a brilliant performance today. Q1 this morning, and now you end the day on the podium. Just how much of that is down to the work that you and the team were able to do overnight to get this result?
Again, they've been amazing. For sure we have to change a little bit our method to start properly the weekend, because our Fridays have never been fantastic this year, but for sure great effort from the team, from the part of the team. Me too, I gave my maximum in the race. I did a good start. I tried to catch Fabio, then for sure a little gift from Alex, but we take it, that's racing, so super happy about today's performance.
He was there to pick up the piece of Alex Marquez's misfortune. That's the 4th sprint podium for Di Gianantonio, as Marc Marquez is going to savour every second of this moment. It is half the job completed towards what could be an 8th successive double win. Just simply unstoppable right now, isn't he, the number 93? He has now moved on to 467 points. 467 points, which is the exact same tally that Pecco Bagnaia needed to win the 2023 World Championship. We've still got 8.5 rounds to go, so there's going to be a record points incoming. What a first year it's been in red for Marc Marquez. He has been by far head and shoulders the main contributor to Ducati retaining their Constructor Championship. They are steamrolling, aren't they, once again to the Triple Crown. But what a Saturday it's been for Fabio Quartararo. Fastest in Q1, second on the grid, second in the sprint. What a Yamaha hero he is. He's with Jack.
Fabio, what a ride, what a performance, and what a battle that was at the start with Mark as well. It's been an incredibly difficult last couple of weeks, so how much does this mean to you and the team?
Yeah, it means a lot. I think that, to fight with both brother of Marquez, then Acosta was a super fight. I'm super happy because we came from really tough races, and to be able to fight with them and seeing not so far was so good. So super happy. Thanks to all the fans that are here, especially all the friends. So super happy. Thank you.
Top ride. Well done.
Thank you.
Top ride from a top rider. How does he keep doing it on that factory Yamaha? The crowd here in Barcelona, MotoGP fans all around the world are very, very knowledgeable. They know the job, the impressive job, the brilliant job that Fabio is doing at the moment on that factory Yamaha. Just his 3rd sprint in 54 now. Jorge Martin, well, out of contention in that sprint through no fault of his own, it looked like. We saw the back end of the replay of his incident with Morbidelli running through turn 10. We're going to get a better view of it now. We're on board actually with Bagnaia, who's going to be our front row camera operator for this incident. There is Morbidelli on the inside. He's going to lock the front, and on the outside, cleaned out through no fault of his own, the innocent party, the wrong party, is poor old Jorge Martin, who goes careering into the gravel trap. Wasn't too long after that his teammate Marco Bezzecchi was also in the dirt at turn 5. He was collected by Gresini Racing's Fermin Aldeguer. A bad day for the Aprilia Racing, a real bad day for Gresini Racing, seeing Aldeguer go out, hitting Bezzecchi, and then Alex crashing out when he was cruising at the front. It is, though, an 8th successive sprint win for Mark, and he's getting closer to the world title. He's with Jack.
Mark, I imagine it's one of the strangest feelings you've ever had after a win. It's now 15 in a row, another step towards the World Championship, the chance to celebrate in front of your fans, but what was going through your mind when you saw Alex crash out late on?
Yeah, I mean, of course I'm happy for my victory, for the Ducati team, for Ducati Lenovo team, and also we won the Constructors team, Constructors Championship, sorry. And but yeah, unfortunately Alex crashed. I already gave up because he was faster than me, and when I give up, maybe he relaxed a bit too much and he crashed on that turn 10. But he will have another chance tomorrow because he has the best pace. Anyway, we are happy in a circuit that we are struggling. As we see, we are a bit on the limit. You can see my left elbow also was some moments there, but yeah.
Get there, just make sure you do get there onto that podium. Look at this moment. Oh, dearie me. We know, I mean, there's dozens and dozens and dozens of classic Marquez saves from down the years. Stick that one up there with the best of them, because that was shortly after Alex had crashed out of the lead. As you heard from Mark, he felt like he had nothing for Alex in that 12-lapper. He'd given it up. He was happy, as we thought he was, to settle for second place, but he gratefully accepts the gift that comes his way. And there's a bigger prize looming, certainly, as far as the 32-year-old Spaniard is concerned, because, well, Alex has got to find a way to beat him tomorrow, otherwise it will be match point number 1 next time out.
Something about sprints in Barcelona, aren't there? 3 riders crashed out of the lead at the sprint here last year. It was Pecco Bagnaia on the final lap after Brad Binder and Ralph Fernandez had blown race-winning positions, and this year it's the turn of Alex Marquez to give away 12 gift wrap points to his older brother, as Marquez is still talking about that unbelievable save, which saved the sprint win. And Fabio Quartararo is saying, hey, that gold medal could have been going around my neck had you not held on to that one. And he doesn't lose 2 points tomorrow to Alex Marquez in the Full-Length Grand Prix, which Mark seems to suspect he might do. And he will go to Misano next weekend with a chance to win the World Championship. Third place then goes to Fabio Di Giannantonio. As mentioned, it is back-to-back sprint podiums for him now, the 4th of the season. Just to pick the bones of an early Quartararo-Acosta battle once Acosta fell back from that. Di Giannantonio took over 3rd place and never really looked back, but he also never really looked like he was going to chase after this man. You can certainly make a very good case that he was the rider of the sprint, even if it's silver that goes around his neck. And for Fabio Quartararo, of course, that is his best ever sprint result. His 2 previous sprint podiums were both 3rd places. And for someone who, as I mentioned during the sprint, doesn't need any gifts, but boy did he get one today. It is gold once more for Marc Marquez. Win number 24 in 2025.
Constructor World Champions once again are the dominant Ducatis. And now, as you saw on that graphic, if Marc Marquez loses less than 2 points in the Grand Prix here in Catalunya tomorrow, he will head to Misano with his first chance to clinch the 2025 MotoGP World Championship. Some lucky fans are getting some special souvenirs from factory Yamaha star Fabio Quartararo, who clearly by a mile was the Iwata factory star of the show once again, as Marc Marquez addresses his adoring public here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. They came hoping to see him complete or extend this incredible winning record. Well, it's half the job done. Probably a little bit easier at the end than what he was anticipating after Alex crashed out at turn 10. Heartache for 73 fans, pure joy and celebration once again for 93 fans here in Barcelona. Marc Marquez then victorious by just under 1.3 seconds ahead of Fabio Quartararo. Our two Fabios finding themselves on the podium. As Digia said, he was a bit fortunate with the late drama that came the way of Alex, but you have to be upright at the end, and he certainly was, and he was fast. Great job by Digia. Third for him. Costa winning an all KTM battle for fourth with Bastianini and Binder. Well, there are the battle scars here in Barcelona as it's sprint win number 14 in 2025 for the one and only Marc Marquez.
Halfway to an 8th double in a row. Marc Marquez, the sprint winner from Fabio Bastianini and Binder. Zarco 7th, Marini 8th, and Ayagura did take a point for Aprilia after passing Miguel Oliveira on the final lap. Alex Marquez crashing 4 laps away from a second sprint win of the year. Both factory Aprilias taken out by independent Ducatis. Aldeguer wiping out Bezzecchi, who we hope is okay. Morbidelli took out Martin. Which all means this: Marc Marquez leads the World Championship by 187 points over Alex Marquez. As long as it's 185 or more this time tomorrow, he will have a match point in Misano next weekend. Pecco Bagnaia, despite scoring nothing today, remains third, with Marco Bezzecchi failing to score. Pedro Acosta remains fifth in the championship, with Gian Antonio now moving back ahead of his teammate Frankie Morbidelli. Fabio Quartararo, he also came to place in the championship today as he moves back ahead of his compatriot Johan Zarco. Congratulations to Ducati, they are the Constructors' Champions for a 6th consecutive season. Aprilia now cannot catch them. Team standings, well, that'll be wrapped up fairly soon as well, but it's Ducati Lenovo with a lead of 289 over Gresini, who scored no points today. Well, despite failing to score, of course, having crashed out of the lead, Alex Marquez is still well on course for the independent crown. Fabio Gian Antonio and Frankie Morbidelli now locked together at 161 points, with Gian Antonio retaking second today. Gresini lead the Independent Teams Championship with their lead now cut to 84 points over VR46. dramatic sprint that was. Alex Marquez certainly looked for the most part of it, as if he had it all firmly under control. And appeared to have done a lot of the hard work after getting his Ducati up. Into turn 7, Marc Marquez was not going to pass up. Sprint win, number 14 out of 15 season for Marc Marquez. The World Championship moves a step closer. If he doesn't lose 2 points tomorrow to Alex Marquez, he will have a match point at Misano. Don't miss the Grand Prix of Catalunya tomorrow afternoon.
To the most exciting sport on earth. The world's most fearless riders, the fastest